Everything had gone exactly as planned. Without another word, Keyenes turned and stepped into the black hole behind him. It twisted and shrank, vanishing into nothingness, leaving no trace. The prison cell fell into eerie silence. No alarms, no disturbance. No one even realized that an outsider had just breached the impenetrable fortress. Shiryu of the Rain sat quietly on the edge of his bed, cigar glowing dimly in the shadows. A faint gleam of red flickered in his eyes and disappeared just as quickly. Though confined in this dark, damp cell, his instincts had not dulled. On the contrary, they hungered for battle, for blood. His body burned with anticipation. Meanwhile, Keyenes had already left Shiryu's cell and descended deeper, farther down into the abyss of Impel Downs Level 6. At the very end of that cursed floor, in the darkest, most forgotten cell, the air felt like death itself. Cold and heavy, it was unclear whether the chill stemmed from the prison's construction or the murderous presence that had lingered for decades. Inside, an old man sat cross-legged, unmoving. His back was straight, posture proud, despite the years etched into his face. A ripple formed in the air as a small black hole emerged silently. The old man stirred. He sensed it instantly, an intruder. His eyes, ancient and sharp, opened slowly. Keyenes stepped from a void. Lonely red, Barorik Redfield. Ryder raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Decades in this hellhole, and you're the first to sneak in without a whisper. Impressive. Your praise should go to my strength, Keyenes replied flatly. Abilities mean little without power to wield them. Ryder chuckled. Fair enough. His voice dropped to a darker tone. It's been years since someone piqued my interest. So kid, what do you want? You here to rescue me? No, I'm here to offer you freedom, Keyenes said coolly. Ryder's expression tightened. And what's the price? Loyalty, Ryder laughed. A deep, grating sound echoing off the stone walls. Loyalty? To a brat like you? Don't insult me. I've never bowed to anyone, not in my prime, and certainly not now. The air in the cell dropped sharply, a wave of murderous intent exploding from the old man. But Keyenes didn't flinch. The killing aura was devoured instantly by the surrounding blackness, swallowed by the void itself. You're from a forgotten time, Ryder, Keyenes said, eyes cold. Roger is long dead. The Golden Lion? I killed him myself. Whitebeard, he'll fall within days. Your era is over. Legends, yes, but at least they left their marks on the world. He leaned forward, voice dripping with disdain. But you're a relic. Forgotten. While they lived and died as titans, you've spent your years rotting in a cage. No one remembers the name Lonely Red anymore. Ryder's face contorted. You dare. I'm stating facts. And frankly, Keyenes added, even if I freed you now, I doubt you'd be of much use. You're old, weak, fading. He held up a shimmering, purple fruit. A chill ran through the room. But I have something that might interest you. It was the Bat fruit, mythical Zoan vampire model. Eat this, Keyenes said, and regain your youth, your prime, your power. Ryder's gaze locked on the fruit, and though he masked his desire well, his trembling hands betrayed him. Decades of confinement hadn't broken his will. He still dreamed of the sea, of glory. But he was no fool. He knew age had dulled his edge. Without power, even freedom was meaningless. And yet, the vampire fruit, that was a chance to start over. Still, he scoffed, trying to suppress the thirst. You've got the wrong man, kid. Even if I've faded, I'll never bow to a runt with smooth hands and sharp words. Then rot here, Keyenes said, withdrawing the fruit. Think it over. If you change your mind, find me. That is, if you ever escape this place. With that, he turned and vanished into another black hole. Keyenes had expected Ryder's rejection. The man's pride ran deeper than the ocean floor. He wouldn't surrender easily, not without a push from reality. But Keyenes was patient. Soon, Impel Down would fall into chaos. If Ryder couldn't seize freedom in that moment, then he truly was a fossil unworthy of revival. But if he did escape, the outside world would remind him of his frailty, and the vampire fruit would become the only path back to power. When that day came, Ryder would seek him out. and Keyenes would be waiting. He wouldn't let a second red field wander freely. Not without chains, whether of steel or loyalty. The trap had been set, and the bait had been dangled. Now it was only a matter of time. After leaving Ryder's cell, Keyenes wandered deeper into level 6, heading toward another cage, one that held a different kind of monster. The legendary pirate Douglas Bullet. Once a member of the Roger Pirates, Bullet was a titan, a war-hungry beast once compared to the likes of Silver's Rayleigh. The world had dubbed him the Demon's Heir, and Keyenes had plans for him too. Douglas Bullet, once a monstrous force among the Roger Pirates, was a name whispered with dread across the seas. A warrior whose might rivaled even Pluton Rayleigh. He was dubbed the Devil's Heir by the world itself. Captured at just 22 and locked away in Impel down for 2 long decades, Bullet now stood at 44, still in the prime of his life. During those years of confinement, not once had he let his body fall into decay. Day after day, without rest, he honed his strength in the shadows of his cell, sharpening it to a near unnatural edge. His power remained at its peak, perhaps even greater than before. Keyenes had approached him with an offer: freedom, purpose, power. But, like the proud Red Earl before him, Bullet refused. It was to be expected. These legendary pirates were not so easily swayed. Their pride was carved into the bones of the old era. Unlike Shiryu of the Rain, they would not bend so easily to another's will. But Keyenes wasn't discouraged. He never intended to win them over in a single conversation. This was just the first step, a spark. The endgame had yet to unfold. A silent ripple marked the departure of a black hole as it weaved up through the bowels of Impel down, slipping through walls and barriers without resistance. Unseen, unheard, unnoticed, it vanished into the sky. The infiltration was complete. No alarms, no alerts. The infamous sea prison remained in its false peace, oblivious to the fact that its reputation for impenetrability had just been shattered. For Keyenes, Impel down was no fortress. It was just another building with a back door. High above the clouds, the fire dragon Leviathan hovered in wait. As Keyenes emerged, Leviathan unfurled its massive wings and carried him into the skies once more. Suddenly, the din-din mushy in Keyenes' coat began to ring. BRRBR click. Captain Keyenes. Badger's urgent voice came through. There's been a major development in the new world. Keyenes narrowed his eyes. Speak clearly. Don't waste my time. It's Kaido, Badger said. He's led the beast pirates to sea. Judging by their heading, they're moving toward Whitebeard's territory. So, the beast finally moves, Keyenes muttered, his voice cold and calculating. Captain, should we act now? Badgers asked eagerly. It'll take Kaido over a week to reach Whitebeard's seas. We could be there in 1 day. If we move first, we can take it all before he arrives. Keyenes remained silent for a moment. No, he said at last. Kaido won't reach Whitebeard's waters. Stay put. Wait for my order. He remembered this moment well. It played out similarly in the original timeline. Kaido had attempted to seize Whitebeard's territory, but had been intercepted by the red-haired pirates before reaching his target. The battle ended with Kaido's retreat. Keyenes had no need to move prematurely. What about the Whitebeard pirates? He asked. Any news? They vanished, Badger said grimly. Yesterday, they sank all 23 marine surveillance ships in the New World. Every observer, every informant, gone. No one knows where they are now. Let them disappear, Keyenes said. They'll reveal themselves soon enough. He looked toward the horizon, voice firm with conviction. Once the war between Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates concludes, that's when we make our move. Yes, Captain Keyenes. The transmission ended. Keyenes lowered the receiver and stared ahead, his face unreadable. Then, a slight smirk curled the corner of his lips. His eyes briefly glowed with a blood-red gleam before fading. The fire dragon roared into the wind, a fierce hurricane erupting in its wake. Man and beast disappeared into the heavens, destiny hurtling forward with them. 6 days later, the day of the war. The sky above Marineford was torn apart by the fire dragon Leviathan, slicing through clouds with incredible speed. Keyenes stood atop its back, watching the world below from the best vantage point possible. Beneath him, the great naval fortress Marineford stood, armed to the teeth. 50 warships formed a tight barricade around the crescent-shaped island. Artillery bristled on every cliff and tower, dwarfing even a Buster Call's firepower. Any pirate foolish enough to charge and would be obliterated on sight. On the island itself, 100,000 elite marine soldiers stood in formation. The 7 warlords of the sea were positioned at the front lines. Behind them, the vice admirals, rear admirals, department heads, and even giants had been assembled. Every possible resource had been summoned for this war. Then came the final trump card, the 3 marine admirals. Their arrival electrified the troops, raising morale to its peak. All eyes then turned toward the execution platform. 2 soldiers emerged, dragging forward a battered and bruised ace, Fire Fist Ace, the son of the Pirate King. Marshal Sengoku stood tall beside him, holding a transponder snail. A deafening silence gripped Marineford. Even a pin drop would have echoed. Then Sengoku spoke. "Port Gas D Ace, I have something to tell the world about your death." The amplified voice spread not only through Marineford, but across the entire world. Countless spectators stared at their screens. Reporters readied their pens, knowing what was coming would become the biggest headline in history. And then the bombshell dropped. Ace's true identity was revealed. He wasn't just a powerful pirate. He was the son of Joel D. Roger. The bloodline of the Pirate King had not ended. A global quake of shock followed. And just as the execution was about to begin, the sea itself rebelled. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. Their flagship surged up from beneath the harbor, breaching the sea floor with explosive force. All 43 allied pirate crews followed, bringing tens of thousands of hardened fighters to the front lines. Then came the quake. Whitebeard slammed his bicinto into the air, causing the sea to split and surge. A towering tsunami threatened to swallow all of Marineford. Admiral Akinu stepped forward, freezing the monstrous wave with a single move, turning the battlefield into a frozen stage of war. The Summit War had begun. The Age of Legends was about to end, and a new era would be born in blood.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Boom, 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 boom. Above the ice on Marineford Island, artillery fire roared and resounded. Hundreds of thousands of elite marine soldiers and tens of thousands of powerful pirates fought together. The sound of fighting, screaming, and wailing continued. The war has just begun, and it has already entered a fever pitch. Marines and pirates, the 2 most incompatible camps in the ocean. Now fighting on this battlefield, of course, is your life and death. But in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was full of corpses and blood flowed into rivers. Marine soldiers suffered casualties. Pirates also suffered casualties. How many people died? 100 people? 500 people? 1,000 people? Or 10,000 people? No one knows the answer. I only know that because of Fire Fist Ace alone, at least tens of thousands of people will die here today. For the sake of Ace, one son, Whitebeard will die thousands of sons. Is this deal a profit or a loss? Maybe only he knows. The war went on almost exactly like what Keyenes had seen in previous lives, not too different. Halfway through the war, Straw Hat Luffy joins the battlefield with Impel Down's jailbreak pirates. After Whitebeard was betrayed by his own son, he pierced his chest with a sword. This scene is also telling the world that the strongest Whitebeard in the world is really old. Otherwise, how could the dignified Whitebeard be pierced by a sword in his chest? Regardless of whether his observation haki was detected in advance, it is said that if he uses armament haki in time, he can easily defend a sword attack. Afterwards, Whitebeard joined the battle with a wound and faced Marine Admiral Akinu in a head-to-head duel. In this battle, both Admiral Shinji and Kizaru did not go out of their way and kept paddling. Marshal Sengoku didn't make a shot at all, and Marine Hero Garp only got a token punch. However, in this case, the Whitebeard pirates were still defeated by Marine. The last group of New World pirates actually entrusted the task of rescuing Ace to a young boy like Luffy. Although he successfully rescued Fire Fist Ace, Ace also suffered a big loss because of his impulsive personality. He was stimulated by Akinu's words, and he could escape, but he did not escape, but chose to face Admiral Akinu face to face. The weak Ace faced Akinu, who shot with all his strength, and the result was self-evident. In the end, Ace was punched through the chest by Akinu, and all his internal organs were burned to ashes. So far, the bloodline of One Piece Roger has been completely cut off. Ace's death means that all the pirates who died fighting to save him before died in vain. After that, Whitebeard fell into a speechless fury. Although he severely injured Akinu, he was also punched through the chest by Akinu, and his internal organs were burned by the magma, and he suffered fatal injuries. Whitebeard lost, he lost Ace, he lost thousands of sons, he lost himself, and he lost terribly. Whitebeard may have lost many times in his life, but this time he lost everything. Above the sky, Keyenes quietly watched this scene, and countless people all over the world were also watching this scene. Everyone knows that this maritime hegemon, who has been across the sea for decades, has now reached the end of his life. His legend is about to come to an end, and the flame of life will be extinguished at any time. And at this moment, Blackbeard finally appeared. He came to the battlefield with a group of powerful companions found from Impel down. The evil ruler Aburo Pizarro, the mysterious moon hunter Karen Daime, the giant battleship San Juan Evil Wolf, the great wine Baschote, and the rain Shiryu. Except for Shiryu, the other four are all legendary pirates. With powerful subordinates and dark fruits abilities, Blackbeard's arrogance is at its peak. He and Whitebeard fought head-to-head, united with the crowd to attack, and finally consumed the seriously wounded and dying Whitebeard to death. In this way, Whitebeard, who had been across the sea for decades, died tragically at the hands of a despicable villain. It has to be said that such an ending is really detrimental to Whitebeard's reputation. Not only that, but even Whitebeard's shock fruit ability was robbed by Blackbeard, and Blackbeard became the first dual fruit ability user in the history of the sea. Thief ha! Blackbeard's arrogant laughter spread throughout the entire battlefield. His right hand was pitch black, and his left hand was covered with a transparent aperture. The two top abilities were all in the master. The dark gravitational force that can turn everything into nothing, plus the seismic ability that can destroy everything. I'm the strongest with both abilities. Blackbeard opened his hands as if to embrace the whole world. Go tell the peace-loving, boring commoners, Marine, world conquest, and pirates. The future of this world is fixed. Yes, it will be my era in the future. Thief ha 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 ha. The picture of Blackbeard laughing wildly on the ruins of the battlefield spread all over the world through the video phone bug. Originally thought, after Whitebeard died, the fear brought by shock fruit would disappear. Unexpectedly, the new Blackbeard is even more terrifying. He not only has the ability of dark fruit, which can nullify the ability of the person who has the ability, but also obtain the shock fruit with terrifying lethality. Everything Marine does seems to be making a wedding dress for Blackbeard. The smart people in the world finally realized at this moment that all of this was planned in secret by Blackbeard. He grabbed the Fire Fist Ace and gave it to Marine just to guide the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates in a battle, so he could profit from it. He invaded Impel down with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, which he got from capturing Ace, and released the powerful prisoners inside. Later, he joined the battlefield with both Whitebeard and Marine injured, and took advantage of the fishermen. In this battle, both the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates were losers. The only winner is Blackbeard. Having acquired 2 abilities, Blackbeard finally revealed his ambition to pursue the supreme throne. Marshal Sengoku shot in time to counter Blackbeard's arrogance, but he couldn't help it. In the face of Dark Fruit's restraint on Devil Fruit's ability, Sengoku was powerless. In the end, the Red Hair Pirates arrived just in time to end the war completely. Blackbeard exits naval headquarters with his newly recruited men, Red Hair Pirates recovers the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace, and Marine begins to treat the wounded. Everything is finally over. The world boils over at this moment, and Whitebeard's death will spark a complete riot in the ocean. Losing the sea of Whitebeard suppression, the arrogance and brutality of pirates will be more terrifying than ever. And Blackbeard, who got Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit, has also become the strongest candidate for the Jade Emperor's throne in the hearts of the world. The end of the Summit War, however, was the beginning of another war for Keyenes. Above the sky, Keyenes stared at Blackbeard and his party who were walking away, with a blood-red cold light in his eyes. "Hello, can you hear? It's time to start. Everything is going according to plan." Keyenes' voice reached the ears of all the cadres under his command through the phone bug. After Keyenes cut off the call, Enel, Badgers, Edward Weibel, judge of the Germa Legion, and his children in the kingdom of Karo Empire simultaneously began to act. They quietly left the Karo Empire kingdom, and their whereabouts were not leaked at all. Come and meet Keyenes according to the guidance of the Keyenes life card. At this time, Keyenes is also moving in the direction of the life card in his hand. This was made in advance by Keyenes with Shiryu's nails. With it, you can track the location of Blackbeard at any time. Ding! Host triggers the kill mission. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Detected that the host has murderous intentions against Blackbeard. Please kill the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach and destroy the entire Blackbeard pirates. Mission reward: Peak Observation Hockey, predicting the future, 2 top devil fruits. Among the clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan was flying very fast. Keyenes stood on top of Leviathan, and on his back stood all of Keyenes' cadres. Enel, Badgers, Weibel, Cavendish, and others are all here. In addition, the power giant Hilding and the Tyrannosaurus giant Bog are also suspended beside the fire dragon Leviathan. In this battle, the 2 giants also came together. According to the guidance of Shiryu's life card, Keyenes came to the sky above an island in New World. Keyenes stood at the head of the faucet, looking down, and a small island of burning flames was clearly visible. His observation hockey shrouded the entire island, locking several breaths on the island. The familiar air of greed and arrogance is Blackbeard Teach, for sure. "Found it," Keyenes said coldly. "Ha ha, the Blackbeard pirates never thought that we would declare war on them at this time." Badgers twisted his neck, and his bones made a crackling sound. Destroying Blackbeard, who benefited the most from the Summit War, will surely shock the world as the beginning of the Carlo Empire's war in the world. Judge and his sons and daughters are in battle suits and ready to fight. It's the first time I've seen a monster that ate 2 devil fruits. Enel's eyes showed a hint of war. "Hey, Keyenes, can you leave Blackbeard to me to deal with? You are not his opponent." Keyenes shook his head. "Leave Blackbeard to me. Everyone else, choose your own goals." The words fell, and Keyenes raised his palms, aiming at the most visible target under his feet. The huge battleship San Juan Evil Wolf comes from the giant family, but it is even bigger than the ancient giants, with a height of 180 meters, like a hill. Even without the observation hockey, Keyenes could see clearly across thousands of meters. Boo! 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 Countless black streamers erupted from the palm of Keyenes' palm and flew towards San Juan Evil Wolf at the speed of light. Those are countless small black holes, which not only have supergravitational and phagocytic power, but also have unparalleled black hole energy. The distance of several thousand meters was approaching in an instant, and when San Juan Evil Wolf noticed the attack, it was too late to dodge. Countless black hole rays penetrated through his body instantly, and the black hole disintegrated and exploded in his body. Countless serial explosions detonated at the same time, forming a giant fireball several hundred meters in diameter, which completely devoured the huge body of San Juan Evil Wolf. Blackbeard got the power of the shock fruit in Summit War, and it would have been very high-spirited. At the moment, he is having a banquet with his subordinates, eating a lot. However, the sudden attack caught him off guard. The fireball created by the explosion not only engulfed San Juan Bad Wolf, but also spread towards the island. Everything along the way was torn and swallowed into nothingness by the power of the black hole, almost swallowing them together. After Blackbeard used the power of dark fruit to engulf the sea of fire, they saw that the coast of the island had been sunk by more than half. And San Juan, Evil Wolf, who was taking a bath there, has disappeared, and there are no bones left. Wolf! Actually killed in one move. Who is that? Be careful. The comers are not good. Blackbeard and his men were all on guard. Come on, in heaven. Shiryu of Rain bit his cigar, looked up at the sky. An indescribable red light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's just that everyone's eyes are on the sky at the moment, and no one notices Shiryu's slight expression. Asterisk, rumbling asterisk. Clouds pile up in the sky. I saw a flash of electric light, and Enel fell from the sky and appeared on the island of flames out of thin air. Thor Enel. Blackbeard's pupil shrank. As a top Logia player, Enel has been very famous in New World for the past 2 years, and Blackbeard certainly knows him. But it wasn't just Enel that came. One figure after another fell from the sky and landed around the Blackbeard pirates. Badgers, Cavendish, Edward Weibel, Germa, the Legion of Evil, holding the electric giant, Bog the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the last dragon Leviathan. Under the terrified eyes of the Blackbeard pirates, Keyenes descended from the sky on a fire dragon Leviathan and landed in front of him, killing Tyrant John Keyenes. At this moment, Blackbeard's face was also oozing with sweat. Although he has never played against Keyenes, Keyenes' name is based on a variety of records, and there is no adulteration. Now that Keyenes has arrived with all of his men, it's obviously not a good comer. Keyenes, what do you mean? Are you going to war with me? Blackbeard growled in a low voice. Behind him, the sniper Otoshi Van Oka raised his sniper rifle at Keyenes' forehead. The rest of the people also looked alert, posing for battle at any time. Blackbeard, you shouldn't come to New World. Keyenes' voice was cold, and it exploded in the ears of Blackbeard and his party. The New World is too small. It doesn't need a new emperor. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard's expression turned gloomy, and he opened his mouth to laugh, revealing a disgusting mouth with missing teeth. I didn't expect that the first person to find me would be you. Black smoke appeared on Blackbeard's right hand, which was the power of dark fruit. You are the black hole. I am the darkness. It seems that we are destined to not coexist. However, you are not my opponent. Blackbeard's left hand floated up with a transparent aperture, which was the power of shock fruit. Now, I not only have the power of darkness, but also the power of earthquakes that can destroy everything. I am the strongest in the world. Eating 2 devil fruits gave Blackbeard incomparable confidence. Keyenes sneered. No matter how powerful the fruit is, it can't hide the incompetence of the user. You can't use the power of 2 fruits. Since I'm here today, it's doomed to be your time of death. Go! As soon as Keyenes finished speaking, a sharp knife light suddenly appeared, and the shock flew away. It's just that it wasn't Keyenes and his group who shot, but Shiryu of the Rain, who had been standing behind Blackbeard. Under the knife, the unsuspecting evil ruler Aburo Pizarro and the great wine Bascho were injured on the spot, and a huge wound was split on their backs. The light of the sword was terrifyingly cold, and finally passed the sniper Ovisu Fan Oka, beheading his head. The accident happened too fast in an instant. However, at this moment, 2 Blackbeard pirates were injured and 1 was killed. Shiryu, you bastard! Damn Shiryu, what are you doing? The evil king, Aburo Pizarro, and the great wine, Bascho, roared in pain, and the others also distanced themselves from Shiryu. Court death. Blackbeard himself was even more furious and threw a punch at Shiryu. Shock Fruit's ability exploded, shattering the space on the spot. However, Shiryu's body flickered, and he rose up into the sky, floating in the sky. Then the figure flashed, turned into a streamer, and came to Keyenes' side. Able person? You bastard is still a person with ability. Blackbeard's face changed, and the others were also shocked. They only know that Shiryu is a great swordsman with high swordsmanship, but they never know that he is actually a capable person. And it seems that Shiryu ate the lion fruit of the flying golden lion. Are you from Keyenes? Blackbeard stared at Shiryu of the Rain. At this time, how could he not know that Shiryu of the Rain had already taken refuge with John Keyenes? The reason why they were found and killed by Keyenes today is because Shiryu of the Rain is an undercover agent. Are you from Keyenes? Blackbeard stared at Shiryu of the Rain, killing intent already boiling. Sorry, Blackbeard. Before I came, I had taken refuge with Captain Keyenes. Shiryu of the Rain smoked a cigar and smiled indifferently. The solicitation of a New World Emperor is really irresistible. And I also got a new ability. How about it? It's very good. Shiryu of Rain has already tried the Lion Fruit's abilities, and he really enjoys the thrill of that powerful power. It doesn't feel good to be betrayed, right? Keyenes looked at Blackbeard with a sarcastic expression. You betrayed Whitebeard to gain power, and now you are betrayed by others. This die method is really suitable for you. As soon as the voice fell, Keyenes started directly. He suddenly drew his sword and swept out, slashing a huge flying slash, flying towards the Blackbeard pirates. This is the slash of the peak swordsman, covering Keyenes' best armament haki, and the power cannot be described in words. Even the Great Pirate 627, Grandmaster Armament Haki, with a reward of 300 million to 400 million, may be killed by this knife. You all step back. Blackbeard roared loudly, raised his left arm, and slammed it down. The space was suddenly filled with cobweb cracks, and then it shattered inch by inch. The invisible shock wave and the strike pair collided, and in the end they both collapsed. However, the aftermath of the battle spread out, causing the island to shatter inch by inch, and the ravines crisscross. Kill and leave no one. The voice fell, and Keyenes' figure flashed and disappeared, appearing in front of Blackbeard. Huh! A flash of light flashed, and it was fleeting. Keyenes is already behind Blackbeard. I saw a huge wound on Blackbeard's chest, and blood splashed and sprayed into the sky. Although Blackbeard's physical skills are strong, his speed is very slow, and he can't dodge Keyenes' lightning-fast attack. Blackbeard let out a tragic wailing and rolled on the ground. Dark Fruit can't dodge damage like other Logias. It can only absorb damage. Although it can repair the body of the person with ability, it will make the person with ability feel twice as much pain. Keyenes' slash was not so easy to pick up. It contained the endless pain of a black hole swallowing flesh. Doubling the pain is maddening enough, let alone twice. At the same time as Blackbeard screamed, a cloud of black mist poured out from Blackbeard's body, covering his wound. Afterwards, the blood stopped flowing, and the wound healed quickly. Thief, haha, it's useless. Blackbeard got up from the ground and grinned wildly in pain. As long as the Dark Fruit exists, you can't kill me. Arrogant fool. Keyenes was expressionless, not wanting to talk nonsense with this guy anymore. And the sword light flashed, and the black sword autumn water cut through the sky, and another huge flying slash smashed out of the sky. Blackbeard raised his hand and shattered the slash, then extended his right hand at Keyenes, and a dark Uzumaki appeared in the palm of his hand. A powerful burst of dark gravity descended upon Keyenes. A thief, ha ha ha. As long as you are capable, you can't resist my dark gravity. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. However, the scene he imagined did not appear. Keyenes was still standing there. The clouds and the wind were light. Blackbeard's dark gravity seemed to have no effect on him at all. Your dark gravity is very strong, but I am a black hole that can swallow even dark gravity. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and Blackbeard flew towards him involuntarily. Ever since Blackbeard got Dark Fruit, he has always used gravity to manipulate people. But I don't want to be manipulated by others with gravity one day. Those who come into contact with Dark Fruit's ability will be temporarily unable to use the ability. And of course, Keyenes will not have contact with Blackbeard. Pulling Blackbeard in front of him, Keyenes slashed furiously and slashed down. This is a slash of white light. After tearing the space, it hits Blackbeard's chest with precision. Swish! Blood spurted out, flying into the sky. Blackbeard was slashed and flew 100 meters away. Along the way, the rocky land of the islands was torn apart, leaving a bottomless ravine. The dark fruit black smoke covered by Blackbeard was completely unable to defend against this slash, and was easily torn apart. His chest was completely split by this blow, and the bones and internal organs were vaguely visible. Keyenes' move just now did not contain the power of the black hole fruit, but the purest sword move. Only Keyenes added the best armament haki. That white light was the reveal of armament haki. It can be said that this is the purest armament haki slash. Blackbeard's dark fruit is really strong. It can absorb damage and restrain the ability of other fruits. But he is also demon fruit power, and naturally he can't stop armament haki. Armament haki restrains all fruit abilities, and dark fruit is no exception. The strength of Keyenes is his versatility. Not only awakened the black hole fruit ability, his swordsmanship, armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki, everything is top-notch. Today's Keyenes, even without the ability to use the black hole fruit, is still the world's most powerful. With this move, the blood on Blackbeard's chest flowed out desperately. Even if you use dark fruit to absorb damage, you cannot repair the damage in a short time. Damn its asshole! Blackbeard gritted his teeth. He stood up and took a stance, and a transparent aperture appeared on his left fist. Die by the power of earthquakes. Blackbeard slammed down with a punch, and the atmosphere in the space shattered. The invisible shock wave rushed towards Keyenes like a tsunami, causing the entire island of flames to tremble. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Enel, Whitebeard, Badgers, and others are fighting the Blackbeard pirates. They were all affected by the fierce battle here, and they all retreated into the distance. Everyone watched the white-hot battle in the center of the battlefield, as if the attack of the end of the world. All trembled. Facing the shock wave of the earthquake, Keyenes raised his hand and slashed. The space in front of him was torn apart, and a small black hole appeared directly. The endless black hole's gravitational eruption collided with the seismic shock wave. The power of the white and transparent earthquake and the power of the dark and deep black hole impacted together, and the two sides were clearly distinguished. In the end, the engulfing force of the black hole tore and devoured Blackbeard's seismic shock wave, engulfing it all. Once Blackbeard uses the dark fruit ability, Keyenes can use armament haki and swordsmanship against him, and the black hole gravity also suppresses his dark gravity. And once Blackbeard uses the power of shock fruit, then Keyenes' awakened black hole fruit can completely restrain him. No matter how strong the shock wave he releases, it can be swallowed by the black hole. From the day the black hole fruit was born, shock fruit is no longer the strongest paramecia fruit. Keyenes' black hole fruit is the strongest paramecia. Blackbeard's attack that was enough to shatter the entire island was easily neutralized by Keyenes. Whitebeard is right. Arrogance and stupidity are your Achilles' heel. Keyenes said indifferently, even if you get 2 top devil fruits, it's still just a piece of junk. The words fell, Keyenes' eyes were red, and the armament haki inside his body poured out like water, covering his body. The cherry blossoms are wrapped around the black knife and the autumn water, wrapping the blade. Then red light covered it again. At this moment, Keyenes not only used armament haki, but also conqueror's haki. Red dragon shadow, slash reverse kill. Keyenes crossed the knife in front and suddenly fell. The endless armament haki and conqueror's haki broke free from the blade and surged out like a tsunami, forming a crimson dragon. The giant 0.9 dragon roared, biting towards Blackbeard at the speed of light. Along the way, the space is distorted, broken, and annihilated. The earth was cracked inch by inch, and the hard stones were turned into dust and vanished. Invisible impact air waves soared into the sky, tearing up the dark clouds in the sky above and breaking open a huge cave. In this area, there is no cloud layer at all. In front of this giant dragon slash, Blackbeard's figure was too small, like a tiny thread of ants. Boom! The slash whizzed past, consuming Blackbeard in an instant. After that, the slashing and castration continued, extending thousands of meters away. Not only did it split the mountains, but it also tore the sea. Facing Keyenes' Conqueror's ultimate move, Blackbeard hissed and roared, An endless dark smoke erupted from his body, rising into the sky, forming a large hole above his head. He attempted to devour Keyenes' slash with the power of the dark fruit. However, the devouring power of dark fruit is far less than that of black hole fruit. Dark fruit can only absorb short-range, small-area attacks, and is completely powerless against long-range, large-area attacks like Keyenes. In the end, the dragon slashed and roared, not only destroying Blackbeard's dark smoke, but also devouring Blackbeard's entire body. The slashing and castration continued, extending thousands of meters away. Not only split the mountains, but also tore the sea. From the sky, a huge crack runs through the island and extends overseas. The entire island of flames has been split in half under this knife. Captain Teach! The evil ruler Kizaru and the great wine Baschote were shocked when they saw that Blackbeard was hit by a slash. They are all legendary pirates, and naturally they can see the power of Keyenes' move. If they were facing this move just now, they would have been smashed to pieces at this moment. Blackbeard is stronger than them, but they are not sure that Blackbeard can survive this move. And at the moment when they were stunned, the attacks of Enel and Whitebeard had already come. Do you still dare to wander off at this time? Enel appeared behind the evil king, and a thunder and lightning dragon erupted from the palm of his hand, hitting the back of the evil king. The thunder giant Hayarding also teleported in front of him, and the huge fist slammed down suddenly, smashing the evil king into the ground. On the other side, Edward Whitebeard grabbed the Naginata and slashed down, directly smashing Baschote's jug and flying him hundreds of meters. Before Choate landed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex giant bog had already rushed over and bit Choate in his mouth. The giant's body, coupled with the bite force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, directly dismembered Choate. I don't know how many bones in his body were bitten off. The two were originally attacked by Shiryu and were seriously injured. At this moment, facing the onslaught of Enel, Whitebeard, and others, it is natural to fall into the disadvantage one after another, and the injuries increase. As for other battlefields, the members of the Blackbeard pirates, without exception, all fell behind. Shiryu of the Rain and Judge teamed up to crush the mysterious moon hunter Karandime, defeating her. Ghost Security Officer Lafayette is besieged by Badgers and Cavendish. He was bitten through the chest by Badgers, who turned into a saber-toothed tiger, and then cut off his head with a sword from Cavendish. Both Badgers and Cavendish are stronger than Lafayette. At this moment, when the two join forces, it is natural that the winner will soon be decided. The ship Dr. Death God of the Blackbeard pirates was besieged by 3 of Judge's sons, and he died in just one move. Although Poison Q's poison is very strong, it is useless to transform people. What's more, there is a poisonous woman, Reiju, next to him, completely restraining his poison. In this way, Poison Q followed Lafayette's footsteps and became the 4th member of the Blackbeard pirates to die in action. In the Blackbeard pirates, only the evil King Kizaru, the mysterious hunter, Sanwan the evil wolf are the legendary great pirates. The other Lafayettes, or Poison Q, are all newcomers, and their strengths are not very good at all. In this royal war, they're the weakest existence. After solving Lafayette and Poison Q, the Blackbeard pirates are left with 3 seriously injured people: Kizaru, the king of wine, and Karandime, the hunter of the Moon. However, Keyenes' side is still full of strength. No matter the number or combat power, they're far more than the Blackbeard pirates. The balance of victory has tipped. Above the sky, Keyenes hovered in the sky with a frosty face. Observation Haki shrouded out, sweeping the ruins beneath his feet. Blackbeard was nowhere to be seen in the midst of the ruins, and he had completely disappeared under the slash just now. But at the moment, Keyenes wasn't sure if Blackbeard was dead, so he didn't let his guard down. Okay. Suddenly, Keyenes' pupils shrank, his eyes locked on the ruins. I saw a cloud of dark smoke appear out of thin air, and a large amount of gravel debris was spit out in the dark smoke. Blackbeard also flew out of the dark smoke and fell to the ground weakly. At this moment, Blackbeard was covered in bruises and blood. Obviously, Although he managed to survive Kane's ultimate move, he didn't feel well and was mortally wounded. Kane's observation haki could clearly sense that Blackbeard's life breath had been weakened to the extreme. He survived thanks to Dark Fruit's ability to absorb damage. If it were someone else, there would be no bones left at this moment. It's over. Naturally, Kanes wouldn't give Blackbeard a chance to catch his breath, and immediately chased after him. He raised his hand to aim at Blackbeard under his feet, and a terrifying black hole gravitational force erupted from his palm, pulling Blackbeard towards him. At the moment, Blackbeard, who was powerless to fight back, immediately revealed his greed for life and fear of death. "Spare me once, Kanes. I can be your subordinate." Blackbeard burst into tears and screamed, "I can surrender to you. As long as I have my help, I will definitely be able to help you become the Pirate King. When the time comes, the world will be yours." At this moment, Blackbeard, who was begging for mercy, was in stark contrast to the arrogant Blackbeard before, and it was really impossible to connect the two of them together. However, this is the nature of Blackbeard, the truest of him. Blackbeard is such a person. He has no heroic spirit at all. As long as he can save his life, he can do anything humiliating. His bones can be said to be soft to the ultimate. In Summit War, he was subdued by the seriously wounded and dying Whitebeard, and he was the first to beg for mercy without any backbone. And this is also a fatal flaw of Blackbeard. As we all know, Conqueror's haki is innate, and the owner has a strong spirit. All those who can awaken Conqueror's haki are heroes of the sea without exception. And it is impossible for people like this to be afraid of death, and their bones are the hardest in the world. However, Blackbeard, who is afraid of death, is obviously not such a person, so he is destined to fail to awaken Conqueror's haki. He does not have the qualifications of King. In New World, Devil Fruit's power is powerful, but Haki's power is even more crucial. The attack that entangles Conqueror's haki is above armament haki, and only Conquerors can fight against Conquerors. Without Conqueror's haki's Blackbeard, there is no means to fight against Kane's, and naturally he can't stop Kane's Conqueror slash. This is an essential gap, and cannot be filled with Devil Fruit. If Blackbeard's armament haki is strong enough, he can barely block Kane's. But unfortunately, his armament haki has not cultivated to a very high level, far less than Kane's. Fruit ability cannot cause restraint. Haki is crushed. Physical skills can only be beaten, and swordsmanship is incomparable. This battle has been doomed to Blackbeard's defeat from the very beginning. Kane's eyes were blood red, and Conqueror's haki gushed out, covering the black blade of autumn water, and then slashed down. Pin, a half-moon-shaped blood red, slash roared out, and the space oscillated along the way, causing invisible shock waves to sweep the square garden. When Blackbeard saw Kane's ultimate move, he immediately changed his face and unleashed the power of shock fruit in an attempt to shatter the slash. However, at the moment Blackbeard was seriously injured and dying, and he was unable to exert the power of shock fruit any longer. The moment the earthquake shock wave and the blood-red slash collided, they were directly split in half by the slash. The blood-red slash went forward like lightning, swept across Blackbeard's neck and extended to kilometers away. Swish! Dark red blood sprayed into the sky. A huge head rose into the sky, and the scene in Blackbeard's eyes quickly hung upside down. Kane slashed, decapitating Blackbeard. Blackbeard's eyes were round and filled with unwillingness and disbelief. After decades of planning, he finally got the power of dark fruit and shock fruit, and has the qualification to seize the high throne. Originally thought that he could realize his ambition and take over the whole world. However, before it all started, it had already ended under the knife of Kane's. Kane's grabbed it with a big hand, and Blackbeard's head flew automatically and fell into his hands. Izumi, a despicable and shameless traitor who has been forbearing for many years, has died completely, and has become the soul of Kane's sword. The whole island was dead silent, and both sides of the island saw the scene of Kane's beheading Blackbeard. The Carlo Empire side is naturally high in fighting spirit. On the other hand, the evil ruler Kizaru's 3 people are all cold. I thought that the captain who followed a double fruit ability would be able to seize the throne of the Jade Emperor and dominate the new world. But don't want the war to start. Blackbeard has fallen. At this moment, they have fallen into the encirclement of Enel and others. Without Keyenes, they will have fallen below, losing ground. If Keyenes joins again, will they survive? Above the sky, Keyenes glanced coldly at the 3 of Kizaru, and a cold voice suddenly sounded. Kill and leave none. As soon as the voice fell, the expressions of the 3 of Kizaru changed greatly. The 3 did not fight with Enel and the others, but turned into 3 afterimages and fled in 3 directions. Nothing can be done, and they will die without a doubt. There is no other way but to escape. While fleeing, the 3 of Kizaru raised their voices to beg Keyenes for mercy. Keyenes, let us go and we can work for you. Blackbeard is dead, and we will not pose a threat to you. Keyenes, you didn't have to kill us. Kizaru, Karen, and Jinbe shouted one after another, thinking that Keyenes would let them go. But unfortunately, Keyenes' intention to kill has been decided. Today in the Blackbeard Pirates, no one can survive. Enel, Whitebeard, and others followed closely and launched an offensive. Both the Enel Electric and the giant Helding can handle thunderbolts at ultimate speeds. Between the roar of electric light, Kizaru was injured one after another. In the end, Kizaru was struck through the chest by Enel with a lightning bolt, and he was then punched in the spine by Helding. With the combined efforts of the 2, the evil ruler Aburo Kizaru died tragically on the spot. The second soul to go to Jochuan is the great wine Bastchot. Whitebeard deserves to be a monster with Whitebeard's youthful power. Every time a knife falls, it can pierce a huge force, making Chot difficult to resist. With the Tyrannosaurus Rex giant bag, who is more than 30 meters high, assisting him, Chot could not avoid it. In the end, Chot was cut in half by Whitebeard, and the whole person was chopped in half from the waist, and he died without a whole body. In the end, Karen's butterfly did not escape Shiryu's pursuit. Shiryu, who ate lion fruit, was stronger than ever before, and was originally stronger than Karen Demi. Judge joins forces with him again, and Karen Daime naturally loses. In the end, Shiryu of the Rain stabbed Karen Komiai's heart with a knife, ending the female pirate's life. So far, the Blackbeard pirates have been wiped out, and none of their members have survived. Keyenes fell from the sky, carrying Blackbeard's head, and the others came with their bodies. Keyenes glanced at the corpse and commanded, "Cut off their heads. I'll still be of use." Understood. Everyone laughed bloodthirsty and cut off the heads of all the corpses. Blackbeard Marshal Deteach, Inu Fan Oka, Evil King Aburo Kizaru, Ghost Security Guard Lafitte, Moon Hunter Karen Daime, Big Wine Bastchot, and Death God Poison Q. The heads of the 7 members of the Blackbeard Pirates were packed into 7 treasure chests. As for the giant battleship San Juan Badwolf, he had been blown to smithereens by Keyenes' black hole laser, and he had no head left. In fact, Keyenes didn't intend to keep the wolf's head from the beginning. He is 180 meters tall and has a head that is more than 30 meters long. There is no treasure chest that can hold it. Ding! It was detected that the host killed Blackbeard Marshal Deteach, destroyed the entire Blackbeard pirate group, and completed the task of destroying the enemy. Do you want to receive the reward? The electronic sound of the system suddenly played in Keyenes' head. Don't get it. There are too many people here, and Keyenes didn't want to expose the existence of the system. At this time, Reiju and Ihao came with a few pirates and threw them at Keyenes' feet. Captain Keyenes, what about them? These people are members of the Bonnie Pirates, and the woman headed is Jewelry Bonnie, a supernova in 1520, one of the most evil generations. As soon as they entered the New World, they were defeated by the Blackbeard Pirates, and all were captured. Take it back, it's a supernova anyway, so it should come in handy. If it's useless, it's not too late to kill. Keyenes said coldly. Yes. Huang Min and Iji nodded. Let's go, it's time to go back. Keyenes glanced up at the sky, and the dragon Leviathan swooped down and landed in front of Keyenes. Keyenes jumped on top of Leviathan, and the rest of Enel and others also jumped on Leviathan's back. Then Leviathan shook his wings and took the crowd into the sky. As for the two giants, Halding and Bog, they were manipulated by Keyenes with the gravity of the black hole and pulled to the sky. The fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar, rushed into the clouds in the sky, and completely disappeared above the sky. The entire flaming island has returned to its former calm, but the fragmented and nearly sunken island and the bodies of Blackbeard's gang prove that an earth-shattering battle has taken place here. About half a day after Keyenes and others left, a marine warship came to the Island of Flames. Standing on the bow was Marine Admiral Akinu. Blackbeard wiped out the Bonnie pirates in the New World, originally planning to trade Supernova, Jewelry, Bonnie, and Marine for a warship. It's just that Marine didn't want to make this deal with the Blackbeard pirates. They just wanted to catch Jewelry Bonnie, but they didn't want to pay for the warship, so they sent Admiral Akinu here. The warship was docked on the shore, and Akinu's lower body turned into magma, which carried him into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The hot magma cut through the sky and landed in the center of the island. When Akinu approached the island, he had already noticed the difference. It was an intuition he had developed over the years. Intuition told him that the atmosphere on this island was very wrong. Sure enough, when he was flying in the sky, he saw the sword mark running through the entire island at a glance. It was left by Keyenes. Although the sword chi slash had dissipated, the ravines left behind were still proving the power of this sword. Akinu landed in the center of the island, where there are traces of battle everywhere. The earth cracked like a cobweb, and sea water poured in from the cracks, leaving the entire island on the verge of sinking. Akinu's face was a little dignified, and everything he saw proved that there was a fierce battle here not long ago. In a battle that can sink an island, the two sides who start the battle must not be ordinary people. Akinu followed the battle traces to the center of the island, and finally found the bodies of Blackbeard and others on a boulder. Although they didn't have heads, Akinu recognized them at a glance. Unexpectedly, the Blackbeard pirates who became the biggest beneficiaries in the Summit War were all destroyed here, and even their heads were beheaded. On the Island of Flames, Akinu looked at the 7 corpses under his feet with a heavy heart. Blackbeard has Dark Fruit in hand, and Whitebeard Shock Fruit, which is not bad. In Summit War, Marshal Sengoku tried his best and couldn't kill Blackbeard, plus the group of powerful pirates he brought out from Impel down. Although the Blackbeard pirates are small, they already have the strength to compete for the throne of the 5 emperors. In the eyes of world conquest, the Blackbeard pirates are already a very tricky existence. Many Marine executives also believe that the Blackbeard pirates are the most promising force to inherit Whitebeard's throne. However, at this moment, Blackbeard and his crew all died here. The entire pirate group was slaughtered from top to bottom. Not a single survivor was left. The demise of the Blackbeard pirates was good news for Marine and World Conquer, but Akinu wasn't happy at all. If you want to destroy the Blackbeard pirates, you need extremely powerful combat power, and Marine also needs to make a full effort. This force can destroy the Blackbeard pirates, only to prove that their strength is much stronger than the Blackbeard pirates. This is a big enemy for Marine. After Whitebeard's death, the sea was surging, and it seemed more thin and treacherous than ever. Marine originally wanted to attack the pirates all over the world by destroying the Whitebeard pirates. Unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. Without Whitebeard's suppression, the pirates on the sea became more and more brutal and unscrupulous. The situation in the world has become more dire than ever. The complete destruction of the Blackbeard pirates is now the beginning. It is also telling Marine that the future New World will become more dangerous and terrifying than before. On the other hand, Keyenes took Enel and others back to the kingdom of Karo Empire. Badgers, go check immediately. Where are the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates gathering now? Hinting Skygarden, Keyenes looked at Badgers and ordered, "Yes, Captain Keyenes." Badgers was very excited and immediately left to do things after taking the order. Cavendish, Enel, and Judge, the 3 of you are ready for battle. Keyenes looked at the 3 of them and said coldly, "Whitebeard is dead, and the sea area he left behind is now a no-man's land. The Carlo Empire is the closest to this sea area, and there is no reason to give it up. As long as I give an order, you will occupy the entire sea area with the fastest speed. We understand. Enel, Cavendish, and Judge all sneered, but all three were excited at the same time. The sea area of the Karo Empire is already very large, and if it annexes the original sea area of the Whitebeard pirates, the territory of the Nakaro Empire will suddenly become the largest area in the New World, surpassing the other three emperors. And according to the current situation, this possibility is very high. After a series of orders, everyone left. Keyenes walked out to the balcony with a glass of red wine and sat on the sofa. System, receive rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying the enemy, obtaining the peak observation hockey, predicting the future, and 2 top devil fruits. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. A force appeared out of nowhere in Keyenes' body, making Keyenes' 6 senses fully evolved by a level. Keyenes can feel that his observation hockey has evolved, with the ability to predict the future. Observation hockey is amazing and has many basic functions, such as perceiving the attack, predicting the opponent's next step, perceiving the strength of the creature, perceiving the emotion and thinking of the creature, perceiving the position and number of objects outside the field of vision, etc. After observation hockey reaches the limit, he can step into a higher level and reach the realm of predicting the future. Just cast observation hockey to see the next future clip. Ordinary observation hockey can only perceive the breath of life and the next move. But predicting the future is directly watching the picture of the future, which is much better than predicting the next action. If you predict the next move, you are 1 step ahead of the enemy. To predict the future is to be 10 steps ahead of the enemy. In battle, it is possible to win or lose by 1 step ahead, let alone 10 steps ahead. Keyenes can feel that with his current strength, combined with the ability to predict the future, none of the emperors of New World is his opponent anymore. In addition, Keyenes has 2 more devil fruits in his hand. One is purple, the other is golden, and the 2 devil fruits are covered with spiral patterns. Keyenes had seen the devil fruit booklet and immediately recognized the origin of the 2 devil fruits. One is Blackbeard's dark fruit, and the other is Whitebeard's shock fruit. Before the system rewards, Keyenes has guessed that the system is likely to give him the 2 devil fruits. The system initially rewarded devil fruit, which was the saber-toothed tiger fruit reborn after Keyenes killed Rhodes. This is similar to killing monsters and dropping equipment. Keyenes kills Blackbeard, and his abilities are revealed. When Keyenes killed the golden lion, the system didn't reward devil fruit. If there is, lion fruit will fall directly into his hands, without the need for Keyenes to go out to find it. Keyenes was satisfied with dark fruit and shock fruit. These 2 fruits are top-notch abilities, each of which can create a powerful combat power. Keyenes already had a choice in his mind about who to eat the shock fruit, but dark fruit did not have a suitable candidate for a short period of time. Dark fruit is different from regular Logia in that it is violent and requires a little skill to use. Dark fruit is just a ways for the untalented to eat dark fruit. After making up his mind, a small black hole appeared in Keyenes' palm and swallowed 2 devil fruits into the black hole. Holy Land, Marineford, Marine Temporary Station. Marineford was destroyed in Summit War and is still undergoing restoration. Marine's current temporary command post is located in the Holy Land, Marineford. In a huge conference room, many Marine executives are here. Some generals who were out chasing pirates also participated in the meeting with video phone bugs. Marine's big move this time is all because of a message from Admiral Akinu. The Blackbeard pirates have been wiped out. Everyone, you must already know the matter. Marshal Sengoku projected onto the screen a photo of the 7 headless corpses of the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates were wiped out in the New World, and none of their members survived. Many high-level Marines looked at the picture on the screen, all with solemn expressions. The horror of Blackbeard they had seen with their own eyes just a few days ago. However, in just a few days, this terrifying guy actually died. Things were changing so fast that they were caught off guard. planned for so many years, invaded Impel down, and gained the power of Whitebeard. I thought this guy would be a hindrance to Marine, but I didn't expect to die like this. Vice Admiral Garp shook his head, also appearing to sigh. Blackbeard's death. Is it a good thing for Marine? Vice Admiral said, biting the cigar. Unprecedented double demon fruit power. Such a guy should never have lived in the world. Damn him. The ghost spider's words were echoed by a series of hawkish Marines. If Blackbeard doesn't die, judging from his double fruit ability and his performance in Summit War, Marine will definitely suffer huge losses in the future and become a very headache for Marine. Now that the guy is dead, Marine has one less confidant. Who killed Blackbeard? A Marine Vice Admiral asked key questions. It's not known yet, and that's what Marine is trying to figure out right now. Marshal Sengoku said coldly, killing Blackbeard and destroying the Blackbeard pirates is good news for Marine, but it's also bad news. The murderer can completely destroy the Blackbeard pirates, which proves that the murderer's strength must be very strong. Only the existing 4 emperors can do this in New World. But I have personally experienced Blackbeard's power. Even if it is the 4 emperors, it is impossible to kill him. So there is only one explanation. There is an emperor in New World. His strength has made a breakthrough again, and it is likely that he has surpassed the existing 4 emperors' level. Sengoku's heart is heavy. He had only seen such a person when he was young. More than 20 years ago, Whitebeard, One Piece Roger, Golden Lion, Marine Hero Garp, and the most terrifying rocks whose names are hidden. An extremely aged Whitebeard, with many dark wounds and a serious decline in strength, all caused Marine to pay a heavy price. It can be seen how strong was Whitebeard's peak combat power when he was young. If the big pirate really has such a character, it will definitely be a very serious challenge for Marine now. Although the existing Marine generals are good, they are not as good as the previous generation. The previous generation had Sengoku, an awakened Marine admiral of Conqueror's Haki. There is also a Marine Hero Garp, the strongest Marine ever. With these 2 people working together, they can barely suppress the sea. Both of them are old now, and no one in Marine has ever reached that level. The Marine conference room fell into a dead silence, and many Marine executives were all in heavy hearts. The 4 emperors are already terrifying enough. How terrifying is the existence above them? They can't imagine it. Well, that's kind of scary. Admiral Kizaru's voice suddenly broke the calm, causing everyone to look sideways. Many Marines glanced at him, feeling that the heavy pressure in their hearts suddenly dissipated a little. In the eyes of the new generation of Marine, Admiral is the pinnacle of the sea. Marine is not afraid of any challenge as long as Marine Admiral exists. Only Marshal Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Crane still felt a little heavy in their hearts. They're all people who have lived through that era and know much more than this group of young people today. If Sengoku's guess is true, no one in Marine today can face such an existence. You have arranged for Marine to do his best to investigate this matter. You can't let go of any developments in New World. You must find out who the murderer is as soon as possible, and Marine can make preparations early. The Holy Land will also arrange for someone from CP to assist Marine in the investigation. Sengoku looked at the Crane Vice Admiral on the left and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I understand." Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Then, Sengoku looked at the many Marine executives in the conference room and said loudly, "Everyone, there are 2 major events in today's meeting. Let's put aside the Blackbeard pirates in advance. And the next thing we have to discuss is who will take over as the new Marshal Marine." As soon as the voice fell, the conference room fell into a dead silence. In Summit War, Marine paid a very dear price. Although Marine was victorious by beheading Whitebeard and Ace, someone was responsible for the loss. Marshal Sengoku felt too old to continue serving as Marshal Marine. Therefore, while taking responsibility, he proposed to resign to conquer the world. Many high-level Marines have already received the wind, and now everyone's eyes are focused on the 2 people sitting on the left and right sides of Sengoku, Admiral Akinu and Admiral Chingji. A hawk leader, a dove leader. Everyone knows that the next Marshal Marine will be chosen among these 2. Distant New World King Carol Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Kane stood on the balcony with a glass of red wine in his hand, and the cold wind was blowing quietly. Suddenly, Badgers walked into the garden from outside and came behind Keyenes. "Captain Keyenes, we found the quarters of Marco's gang." Kane's eyes lit up and asked, "Where?" "In the New World Cyborg Island, which is located in the deepest part of the New World. It was originally an island under the Whitebeard pirates." "Not anytime soon." Kane smiled nonchalantly and drank the red wine from his glass. "Let's go. Call Impel. Let's meet the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates." Keyenes turned around, and the fire dragon Leviathan let out a low growl as if he had been ordered. Afterwards, a fire dragon soared into the sky in the Sky Garden and flew into the clouds. New World Cyber Island, where Marco leads the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. In terms of loyalty, the people under the Whitebeard pirates are very loyal to Whitebeard, and only Blackbeard is an anti-bone boy. After the funerals for Whitebeard and Ace, Marco retreated here with the rest. Even though Whitebeard is dead, Marco and the others still think they belong to the Whitebeard pirates. This sea is Whitebeard's legacy, and they must keep it. In fact, those small forces and small pirate groups in New World, Marco and the others did not pay attention at all. Even without Whitebeard, with their strength and power, they are second to none in New World. They were afraid of Blackbeard. Blackbeard was originally a member of the Whitebeard pirates and was very familiar with the sea area. Marco and the others knew that Blackbeard would definitely target this sea area. Sooner or later, there will be a life-and-death battle between them. Marco and others have also been waiting for Blackbeard to arrive, wanting to make a final break with him. However, Marco didn't wait for Blackbeard, and Keyenes appeared on the island first. Over the island of Cybo, Keyenes descended from the sky in the Dragon Leviathan. The pirates in charge of patrol on the island discovered the whereabouts of the fire dragon immediately, and immediately issued a warning signal. "Marco, Captain, something is wrong. Killing Tyrant John Keyenes is here." A pirate rushed into the station and shouted at Marco in a panic. Marco's pupils shrank, and the faces of Jaws, Bista, and others around him were also solemn. In addition to the Blackbeard pirates, the Karo Empire is also one of the existences that Marco fears. The Kingdom of Kalo borders the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. If Keyenes wants to expand his territory, the biggest obstacle is Whitebeard. Now that Whitebeard is dead, this sea is like fat meat to Keyenes' mouth. Marco walked out of the station with many captains and saw the huge fire dragon that was more than 20 meters high. Surrounded by hundreds of pirates in the center, it was Keyenes and Badger's Impel. Although the number of people has an absolute advantage, the hundreds of pirates are trembling, and no one dares to relax their vigilance. Countless guns aimed at the three of Keyenes, but no one dared to shoot. All the hands holding the gun pirates were shaking, and their faces were oozing with cold sweat. "Keyenes, what are you doing here? Are you trying to take Papa's land too?" Marco brought Jaws and others to Keyenes. The atmosphere was stagnant, and the battle was about to break out. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. "If there is a war, do you guys have any chance of winning?" Keyenes' icy eyes swept across the hundreds of people around him. All the pirates who looked at him backed away in fright, and some even rolled their eyes and lost consciousness. Keyenes' Conqueror's Haki has reached an advanced level, and a slight hint of breath can stun a powerful pirate who has experienced many battles. When Marco and the others saw this scene, their faces were solemn, and the pressure in their hearts rose sharply. They all knew that the man in front of them was a powerful monster comparable to Whitebeard. If they do fight, their odds of winning are slim. "Marco, you should know that you're not my opponent." Keyenes looked at Marco, his voice flat and nonchalant. "If there's a real war, no one on this island can survive today. So what?" Marco's expression remained unchanged. There are no bones in the Whitebeard pirates that are afraid of death. "Well said." Bista pulled out his knives and smiled heartily. "In order to protect the island left by my father, no one here will be afraid." "Keyenes, don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates. Jaws has activated the ability of the Shining Fruit, and half of his body has turned into a diamond." Seeing the three captains taking the lead, The surrounding pirates raised their courage one after another. This is the charm of Whitebeard. Even if he dies, his crew will still be willing to die for him. I don't hate guys with backbone. Marco, you're very nice. Keyenes smiled suddenly, hooked his fingers. A black hole appeared behind him, spit out 7 treasure chests, and levitated in front of Marco and the others. Keyenes, what do you mean? Marco's face was gloomy. He really couldn't figure out what was going on in Keyenes' heart. Keyenes smiled lightly. If there was going to be a war, I wouldn't be talking so much nonsense with you. Let's take a look at what's in the treasure box first. It's a welcome gift for me to recruit the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Solicitation? What are you kidding? Marco and the others were immediately furious. We will always be members of the Whitebeard pirates. It is impossible for us to join you. Stop dreaming. That's right, stop dreaming. Wanting to us take refuge in you is simply delusional. Bista, Jaws, and others were also furious. Keyenes smiled calmly. You'd better open it up and see. When you're finished, you won't say that. Marco was stunned and stepped forward to open a treasure chest in the middle. Immediately afterwards, Marco's body froze, his pupils shrank, and his eyes were rounded. This is... Hey, Marco, what's in there? Both Jaws and Bista noticed that something was wrong with Marco and hurriedly stepped forward to check the treasure chest. The two saw the contents of the treasure box at a glance, and then instantly became as dull as Marco. The treasure chest contains the head of Blackbeard Teach. Then these are... Jaws and Bista hurriedly opened another 6 treasure chests. Inu Fan Oka, Evil King Abaro Pizarro, Lafitte, Hunter Karen, Big Baschot, and Death God Poison Q. In Summit War, the heads of the 7 murderers who killed Whitebeard and killed him are here. Shiryu of the Rain did not participate in the siege because of the reminder from Keyenes and was only in charge of defending Marine Marshal Sengoku. At the same time, the surrounding pirates also saw the head contained in the treasure chest. They had been waiting for the Blackbeard pirates to come to the door and make a final break with them. But they didn't expect that Blackbeard's group had been killed by Keyenes, and even the head was sent to them. How's it going? My present is not bad. Keyenes jokingly said, I think Whitebeard himself won't blame you for this. Marco's hands trembled a little, looking at Blackbeard Teach's head with hatred, anger, and mixed emotions in his eyes. Originally, they were partners on the same boat, and they fought side by side for more than 20 years, and they could give each other their lives. However, Blackbeard betrayed the Whitebeard pirates by killing his partner and single-handedly caused Whitebeard's death. Marco and the others only had deep hatred and murderous intent towards Blackbeard. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates can't wait to kill Blackbeard with their own hands to avenge Whitebeard. And now this wish has come true, and it was sent to them in vain. They didn't do anything. It was Keyenes who helped them. In a sense, Keyenes is now the biggest benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates, and everyone present owes Keyenes a huge favor. With the benevolence and righteousness of the Whitebeard pirates, this kindness is worth repaying with life. How is it, Marco? Have you thought about it? Keyenes looked at Marco and asked coldly, You should feel my sincerity, right? Marco closed the treasure chest in his hand and took a long breath. Suddenly, he took a step forward and knelt down in front of Keyenes. Jaws, Bista, and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates all knelt at Keyenes' feet. Thank you so much, Keyenes, and words cannot express how grateful I am. Marco said in a trembling voice, For your kindness, I am willing to repay it with my life. It's just that I can't decide whether to let the Whitebeard pirates join the Karo Empire. I need 3 days to discuss it with everyone. Although Marco is the second character of the Whitebeard pirates, he is not the captain after all. Now, these people are following him because of Whitebeard, and they are fighting for Whitebeard. If there is to be a change of family, Marco must consult with each of them. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are not only the people on this island, but also the affiliated pirates originally under Whitebeard. Originally, Whitebeard had 43 affiliated pirates. After the Summit War, most of the 43 pirate groups were destroyed, and more than 20 remained. There are inevitably those who want to be independent among these pirates, and Marco cannot make decisions for them. Keyenes naturally knew Marco's thoughts, looked at him, and said calmly, "Then I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer." After finishing speaking, Keyenes and Enel and Badgers left Sibo Island in the Dragon Leviathan. When Keyenes left, Marco and the others all stood up from the ground. Jaws looked at Marco and asked in a deep voice, "Marco, do you really want to join Keyenes' command?" They have been together for decades, and Jaws certainly could see Marco's intentions. It is said to be a discussion, but it is only to ask other people's opinions. Jaws knew that Marco had already made up his mind. "Ah, that's right." Marco nodded. "He killed Teach and took revenge for Dad and Ace. Even if I die for him, I will not hesitate. Presumably Dad knows, and he should forgive me. But you don't need to care about me. Just do it according to your own inner thoughts." Jaws shook his head and slapped Marco on the shoulder. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're not the only one in the Whitebeard pirates who knows how to repay. Keyenes killed Teach and was the benefactor of all the Whitebeard pirates. Although we are pirates, we also have benevolence and righteousness." "That's right." Vista laughed and said, "Keyenes killed Blackbeard and washed away the shame of my father. I think my father would also be willing to let us take refuge under his command." The surrounding pirates also shouted, and everyone did not reject joining the Karo Empire. In fact, they all knew that with their current strength, they could not be Blackbeard's opponents. Forced to fight with the Blackbeard pirates, they must be the losers after 0.9. In other words, with their own power, it is impossible for them to kill Blackbeard and avenge Father Whitebeard in this life. Now that Keyenes killed Blackbeard, that alone deserves all the members of the Whitebeard pirates to follow. "Okay, contact the captains," Marco said solemnly. "Let everyone come to Sibo Island to gather and discuss the matter of joining the Carlo Empire. Meanwhile, there's a banquet." Marco raised Blackbeard Teach's head above his head and said loudly, "Tell them all that Teach who killed Daddy and Ace is dead." The banquet on Sibo Island lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but no one knew what happened here. 3 days later, Marco let his pirates spread the news and announced to the world that the Whitebeard pirates officially joined the killing tyrant John Keyenes. The sea areas and islands that originally belonged to the Whitebeard pirates were now all incorporated into the territory of the Karo Empire. The unicorn flag of the Karo Empire Kingdom was planted on the island, and it fluttered in the wind together with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. It was also the last thought Keyenes left to those of Marco. Whitebeard was dead anyway, and leaving a flag behind wasn't a big deal. After Whitebeard's death, the territory and sea area he left behind became the target of many forces in the New World. Before Whitebeard and naval headquarters fought, Kaido had already sent troops to the sea. It's just that the red-hair pirates blocked the road halfway, and it was nothing. Many people in New World are guessing who will grab these territories and sea areas, inherit Whitebeard's throne, and become the 5th emperor of New World. Previously, the Blackbeard pirates were the most popular candidates. Of course, Keyenes' move was also expected by many forces. But no one thought that the final result would be like this. Keyenes didn't fight the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, not even a single soldier. Marco directly led the entire Whitebeard pirates' remnants to take refuge in Keyenes, surrendering all the sea areas and territories. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have 22 pirates left after the war, and together there are tens of thousands of pirates. After annexing this power and the sea, Keyenes became the most powerful and largest emperor in the New World. Countless forces have sent troops to secretly investigate the reason why Marco took refuge in Keyenes, and there are also countless forces looking for the whereabouts of the Blackbeard pirates. They wanted to see if the Blackbeard pirates would go to war with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates under such circumstances. However, the news they found in the end surprised everyone. It turns out that the Blackbeard pirates have already been destroyed, and everyone in the group died in Keyenes. Keyenes also sent the heads of all the members of the Blackbeard pirates to successfully bring in the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Only then did many underground kings understand why Marco took the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to join Keyenes. Originally based on their human beings, even if they die, it is absolutely impossible to rely on others. However, sending Blackbeard's head, was a completely different situation. If there is a way in this world to make Marco and all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates surrender willingly, the only way is to kill Blackbeard. Keyenes figured it out and succeeded in doing it. So he conquered the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and became the most powerful emperor in the New World. Although Keyenes became famous for only 3 years, it was only 2 years when he was called the 5 Emperors of the New World. However, now it has come to the top, surpassing Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair. The end of the campaign, people all over the world know. New World will no longer have a 5th emperor. It is still the situation of the 4 emperors. At the same time, many underground kings are secretly shocked by Keyenes' strength. Blackbeard eats dark fruit and shock fruit, and his strength is obvious to all. His crew were not simple characters. They were all legendary pirates. Keyenes was able to kill Blackbeard silently and wipe out the entire Blackbeard pirate group, which is enough to show his strength. Overnight, Keyenes' name exploded into the sea, and it gets worse as time goes by. Holy Land, Marineford, Marine Temporary Command Post. Marshal Sengoku looked at the information in his hand, his face ashen. As we expected, the murderer was John Keyenes. After seeing the battle traces of the Blackbeard pirates' burial on the island, Marshal Sengoku and others have already guessed. It's just that this matter is very important, and they dare not make a rash assertion before they are completely sure. Now that the facts are there, they finally have to face the reality. Keyenes has become a monster of monsters, and it's impossible to destroy him. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and sighed softly. It was originally thought that Blackbeard was the final victor of the Summit War. It now appears that Keyenes is the final winner of this war. The Mantis catches the cicada, and the Oriole is behind. The naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates were both defeated and wounded, and Blackbeard was an Oriole, taking advantage of the fishermen. But I don't want to have a bigger eagle behind the Oriole. After the Oriole ate the Mantis, the eagle also swallowed the Oriole. Sure enough, until the last moment, no one can be sure that he is the biggest person behind the scenes. Everything Blackbeard has done is now a wedding dress for Keyenes. Not only was he drained of his use value, he even lost his life. And from the beginning to the end, he didn't know that there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Issue a bounty? Marshal Sengoku sighed. I know that the people in the Holy Land have already issued orders. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Sengoku looked at Keyenes' old reward order. His eyes were blood red, and murderous aura emerged. If I had known this day, I should have killed him in the bud. Sengoku is very regretful at this moment, regretting that he did not cut down the roots of Keyenes sooner. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a serious situation today. It's too late to say anything now. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said, Also, you're about to retire, and it's not your time to worry about Keyenes' hands. Yeah, I'm going to retire. Sengoku put down Keyenes' bounty, frowned, and then asked, Has the new marshal been decided yet? No. The confrontation between Akinu and Jinbe is unexpected. Crane Vice Admiral said helplessly. Both of them have a large number of supporters behind them, and no one can overwhelm the other. The people above gave a suggestion to let them fight. The loser admits defeat, and the winner succeeds as Marshal Marine. It can only be like this now. Sengoku sighed helplessly. In fact, Sengoku was more inclined towards Jinbe as the new Marine Marshal, and the candidate he recommended to the 5 elders was also Jinbe. Although Jinbe is usually lazy, he has no passion for doing things. However, compared to Akinu, who would not hesitate to harm Marine's companions and civilians in order to complete the task, Sengoku naturally prefers Jinbe. He hoped that Marine would remain a righteous organization and justice for the protection of civilians. If Akinu becomes the marshal, with his iron-blooded style, Marine will inevitably be taken to extremes. At that time, although it can suppress the pirates, it may also cause a large number of Marine soldiers and civilian casualties, which is what Sengoku does not want to see. It's just that there are many high-level conquest support behind Akinu, and Sengoku has no right to oppose it. Now who can become the marshal depends on who is stronger. The winner gets everything, the loser has nothing. No matter where, this is the most applicable survival law. The next day, Naval Headquarters announced Keyenes' latest bounty, with a bounty of 4.665 billion Baileys. Keyenes' original bounty was 3.025 billion Baileys, but this time it's a direct increase of more than 1.6 billion Baileys. Not only has it surpassed the Redhead's 4.0489 billion, but also surpassed the Ant's 4.388 billion, and even surpassed Kaido's 4.611 billion, becoming the criminal with the highest bounty in the ocean today. Today's Keyenes, whether in terms of strength, power, territory, or bounties, is already the strongest among the four emperors. Killing Tyrant John Keyenes, with a bounty of 4.665 billion Bailey. Marine's latest announcement of a bounty spread across the ocean, causing a world uproar. Just because this is the largest reward in the ocean today. Whitebeard and Roger are dead. Countless pirates cheered and set sail to the sea. They all wanted to be like Keyenes, to make a name for themselves and make a name for themselves. There are also many pirates who want to take refuge with Keyenes and follow him to become famous in the world. Today's New World 4 emperors, Keyenes is the youngest. This means that he will rule for a long time, and he may rule the New World for decades to come. If you can join his subordinates, it is equivalent to hugging a thick thigh. With him behind his back, no one will dare to provoke him in the next few decades, and he will be able to enjoy himself at will. An island in the New World, where the red-hair pirates are stationed. The red-haired Shanks sat on a rock in the camp, newspaper and Keyenes' reward in hand, silent. I didn't expect it. Marco would join Keyenes. Vice Captain Beckman came over, put a glass of wine beside the red-haired, and said, "Yeah, I didn't even think that Blackbeard would die in his hands." Before, the redhead would ache in the scar on his left, I just thinking about Blackbeard, which Blackbeard had left on him. Because of this, the redhead noticed Blackbeard's ambition early, and when Ace went out to hunt Blackbeard alone, he specially reminded Whitebeard. The redhead is not someone who wants to change the world for his own sake. He wants to maintain the balance of the world in some places, just like conquering the world. At the beginning, I reminded Whitebeard to stop Ace in order to prevent things that would shake the balance of the world. At that time, the redhead had anticipated that Blackbeard would cause a huge change and shake the whole world. What the redhead didn't expect was that Blackbeard, who turned the world upside down with his own power, would be slashed by Keyenes under the sword when he was most in high spirits. He killed Blackbeard and used Blackbeard's head as a gift, and it's impossible for them to refuse this sincerity. The redhead shook his head, understanding Marco's choice. This is the righteousness of the pirate world. After subduing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, coupled with his original power, Keyenes has firmly established himself as the strongest four emperors. Beckman smoked a cigarette and exhaled a ring of smoke. This man is not simple. He is not a man of his own accord. Shanks stared at the photo of Keyenes on the reward and said solemnly, "I can see that he has a huge ambition, and this ambition even surpasses Blackbeard. The next New World will soon be restless. The times are about to run wild." As if against the red hair, the sky above the island suddenly rang out with lightning and thunder. The waves outside the island roared and roared, setting off a huge tsunami that rushed towards the island. At this moment, the island was plunged into darkness within a few kilometers, as if the end had come. On the other side, the New World waters, Wheat Island. The original Biscuit Island has been sunk by Keyenes, and now the headquarters of the Big Mom Pirates has been placed on the Wheat Island managed by Katakuri. In a huge room, Big Mom looked at the photo of Keyenes, her eyes wide and fierce. "Keyenes, the damn brat." The ant looked hideous, looking at the photo of Keyenes as if she was going to bite him to death and eat it into her stomach. Her saliva kept pouring out and dripping on the ground, corroding the marble floor into large holes. Keyenes and Annie had a feud over the Battle of Cake Island, and after that, Keyenes stole the giant she wanted in the Golden City, and the feud grew even more. Big Mom thinks all the time about how to kill Keyenes and drain the life out of him. But Keyenes is not weaker than her, and Auntie can't kill him at all. Now that Keynes' name is getting louder and louder, and the bounty is even above her head, the ant is naturally furious. Wait, damn bastard, my mother will kill you one day. Big Mom snapped Keynes' bounty to shreds. Come on, Katakuri, where's Katakuri? Get some dessert. Grandma screamed and yelled. Come on, Mom, here I am. Katakuri walked in, and his men brought carts of desserts to the ant. Today, the angry ant quelled her anger by eating dessert and ate up 10 tons of dessert. It's not just Redhead and Big Mom who are following Keynes, for Emperor's Kaido is no exception. New World, Wanakuni Ghost Island. For Emperor's Kaido drank the wine with the gourd and smashed it into pieces after drinking it. The strongest 4 emperors, a kid, is actually called the strongest 4 emperors. What is lousy? Kaido is the strongest creature in the world, but now Keynes is called the strongest 4 emperors, which is equivalent to hitting him in the face. Damn its little devil, who even stole the old man's territory from Whitebeard. He's getting more and more arrogant. Kaido looks at Keynes' bounty, furious. Kaido appears in different states after being drunk, sometimes going crazy, sometimes crying. Today he was in a state of rage after being drunk. The sight of the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido originally also took a fancy to it, but it was ruined by the red hair pirates. Now, Keynes ruled that sea, as much as robbing him of food. If you want to be the strongest in the world, you must defeat Lousy first. Kaido's roar caused a hurricane, which made the little pirates under his feet tremble. However, Keynes' name is very loud, and now he is a hot topic in the world. If you underestimate him, what if you underestimate his words? Kaido glared at him, and the pirate who spoke suddenly became cold. Who do you think Lousy is? It's just a mere brat. After a few victories, did he start to be arrogant? He hasn't played Lousy yet. Kaido had apparently been drinking too much alcohol today, so he couldn't recover for a while after going into a frenzy. An angry Kaido suddenly activated the fruit power and turned into a huge blue dragon. The pirates in the room were all affected by the furious Kaido, swept away one by the giant dragon, smashed through the wall, and flew several kilometers away. Being a subordinate in the Big Mom Pirates and Beast Pirates is a high-risk occupation. If you are not careful, you will be killed like an ant by a mad Big Mom or a mad Kaido. New World, Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keynes sat on the throne with his cadres in front of him. In addition to Enel, Badgers, Weibel, and other original men, there are also more masters such as Marco, Jaws, and Bista. Everyone, there is a banquet. Keynes held a red wine glass and laughed at the crowd. Celebrate Marco's group joining the Carlo Empire. Cheers! In the garden, everyone toasted and drank together, and the cheerful and generous laughter resounded endlessly. This banquet is not only to celebrate the joining of Marco's gang, but also to celebrate the fact that the Kingdom of Karo has become the strongest force in the New World, and the bounty of Keynes has become the highest in the world. Living people. The banquet lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and the lively atmosphere of Hentang Sky Garden has not receded. The people attending the banquet here are all the core cadres under Keynes' command. All of them are monsters, and they eat an amazing amount of food. During these 7 days, the banquet consumed a huge amount of food, and the more than 200 chefs in the palace were exhausted to the point of exhaustion. In the sea area of the Karo Empire, a merchant ship with a unicorn flag passed the inspection of layers of checkpoints and entered the core of the Karo Empire. Today's unicorn flag is a symbol that no one dares to mess with in New World. After seeing this sign, the pirates of New World turned their heads and left, daring not to offend the looting at all, except for the 4 emperors and some overconfident supernovae, which are more precise. When the merchant ship entered the kingdom's port, the news was reported layer by layer, and finally it was reported to Keynes, who was in the palace. Captain Keynes, the cargo with Doflamingo has arrived. In the Hentang Sky Garden, Keynes said respectfully, "Is it finally here?" Keynes closed the book in his hand and looked out at the sea, the corners of his mouth cocked slightly. Previously, Keynes had a deal with Doflamingo, in which Keynes bought a batch of artificial devil fruit. It was only because of the sudden outbreak of Summit War that Doflamingo was forcibly drafted into the war, so the deal was delayed for a while. How many fruits were sent? Keyenes asked as he walked. Checked. There are 300 in total. Badger said, but does this thing really work? Badger still finds it hard to believe that devil fruit can actually be made. You know, devil fruit is known as the secret treasure of the sea. Eating one can bring huge power, which is extremely rare. It is precisely because it is powerful and small in number that it is known as a secret treasure and is expensive. If such things can be man-made, wouldn't the world be about to change? Whoever has the power of master has the possibility to rule the whole world. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Artificial devil fruits have shortcomings. Keyenes said coldly. First of all, the artificial devil fruit only has Zoan, and they're all ordinary Zoan. There are no ancient species and phantom beast species. Secondly, of the 10 people who eat the artificial devil fruit, only one will get the ability, and the others will be permanently upgraded. In short, the technology of artificial devil fruit is far from mature. As Keyenes walked, he took the cable car to the floating sky island. The production of artificial devil fruit utilizes the bloodline factor technology, and Judge is undoubtedly an expert in this field. The reason why Keyenes bought the artificial devil fruit from Doflamingo was not only to give his subordinates the ability, but also to research this technology himself. Judge's technical ability is no worse than Caesar's. If Caesar can research it, Judge can also do it. By then, Keyenes will be able to create an artificial devil fruit himself, without having to borrow the power of Doflamingo. Floating on the first island of Sky Island, 300 artificial devil fruits have been delivered to the research room. When Keyenes came to the lab, Judge was Fudge, inspecting an artificial devil fruit. How do you feel? Keyenes asked. It's amazing. When you first told me, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect them to actually make such a thing. Judge said in a deep voice, with a sigh in his tone. It was he and Vegapunk who first discovered the existence of the lineage factor. As a result, the two of them used the technology to develop something different. Judge uses the bloodline factor to evolve the human body and create a clone army. And Vegapunk is to use this technology to create artificial devil fruit. The artificial devil fruit was originally developed by Vegapunk, and Caesar just learned the technology. One technology can extend 2 different technological means, which shows the power of the bloodline factor. Let's see the effect first. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know its power. Keyenes picks up an artificial devil fruit with a strange pattern on it. All artificial devil fruits look exactly the same in appearance, so it is impossible to tell what abilities it contains from the outside. What ability the user can get depends only on luck. You're right. Judge nodded. Keyenes walked to the island Coliseum, where 250 soldiers were already waiting. They are all guards of the Karo Empire, and they have all learned a few styles in the Marine 6 styles, and they are the elites in the guards. These people voluntarily became experimental subjects after knowing the shortcomings of the artificial devil fruit. This is the appeal of Keyenes today, and every soldier in the guard of the Karo Empire is willing to give his life for him. After Keyenes gave the order, several soldiers carried 5 boxes containing 250 artificial devil fruits in front of the soldiers. A total of 300 pieces were sent by Doflamingo, but Keyenes kept 50 pieces for Judge's research. 250 soldiers each took a bite of devil fruit at the same time. Afterwards, 250 people changed at the same time. A part of 26 of them had changed. Some people grow the claws of crocodiles or the heads of lions and tigers, and some people grow wings or the organs of other animals. These 26 people gain power, but only a part of their bodies changed. As for the others, they do not gain power, but become delighters permanently. There was no other expression on his face except a smile. 26 of the 250 people succeeded, which is almost 1/10. Keyenes was expressionless, watching the scene quietly, not moved by the fact that more than 200 soldiers were sacrificed. However, Badgers, Cavendish, and others next to him were sluggish at the moment. They did not expect that the artificial devil fruit actually existed. Although it has major flaws, it is also a terrifying force. Successful people try to see their abilities. With an order from Keyenes, the incapacitated soldiers stepped aside. The 26 people who got the ability immediately scuffled together. They have already mastered several styles and Marine 6 styles, and their combat power is not weak. Now that he has obtained the power of Devil Fruit, his strength has suddenly doubled or even several times. Judge, what do you think? Keyenes asked calmly, watching the battle in front of him. Very good. If the artificial Devil Fruit can be combined with my clone soldiers, the power will be stronger. There was a frenzy on Judge's face. And we also have 1Q plants. Recently, research on human genetic evolution drugs has progressed. If these three forces can be combined, the resulting army will be 100 times stronger than the current army. It's all up to you, don't let me down. Keyenes patted Judge on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, you won't wait too long. Judge said confidently, It won't be too long until Germa regains her dominance over North Blue. That's what Judge told himself. And Keyenes looked at Badgers and instructed, Go to Doflamingo and say that I am very satisfied with the artificial Devil Fruit, and the deal is established. As much as he can provide in the future, I will ask for as much. Yes, I see, Captain Keyenes. Why, aha. Badgers turned and walked away, bursting into his signature shrill laugh. After that, Keyenes left the floating sky island and returned to the royal palace Hentang Sky Garden. Judge, on the other hand, continued his research on artificial Devil Fruit and IQ genetic evolution potion. There are ready-made ability and experimental products, plus Kazi's understanding of lineage factors. Keyenes believes that his research on artificial Devil Fruits will be very fast. In fact, the artificial Devil Fruit provided by Doflamingo is not perfect at this stage, and the first artificial Devil Fruit produced by Vegapunk is the most perfect. That Devil Fruit has no side effects, and its carrying ability is extremely powerful, almost no different from the real Devil Fruit. If Judge can create such a Devil Fruit, he will be able to mass-produce the most powerful and perfect army of able-bodied people. In the palace, Keyenes sat on the main seat. A black hole in the palm of his hand emerged, and a Devil Fruit appeared from the black hole. This is Shock Fruit, the top Paramecia Devil Fruit. If it is placed outside, the appearance of this fruit will definitely cause a war, and even Marine Admiral may be dispatched. Just then, footsteps sounded. Whitebeard came in from the outside with a huge hard knife. Captain Keyenes, are you looking for me? Whitebeard came to Keyenes and asked. Give it to you, eat it. Keyenes puts the shock fruit into Whitebeard's hands. When it comes to who is best for shock fruit, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the most suitable. Keyenes didn't know if he was Whitebeard's son, but he really had the power of Whitebeard's youth. To fully unleash the power of shock fruit, a strong physique and strength are required. Without the basic conditions, even if you eat shock fruit, it is just a waste. Whitebeard was very obedient, and after taking the shock fruit, he swallowed it directly. Then, the expression on his face distorted. Captain Keyenes, this stuff sucks. Whitebeard looked disgusted. Keyenes shook his head and smiled, grabbed Whitebeard, and flew out of the island, suspended in the sky. Try your new ability and see how powerful it is. Keyenes ordered. Understood. Whitebeard nodded and grabbed the Naginata. I saw a transparent ball on the blade of the Naginata. As Whitebeard slashed down, the space atmosphere in front of him suddenly shattered, spreading outward like a spider web. Then the space exploded, and a seismic shock wave roared out, hitting the sea ahead. The endless sea water was blown away, forming a huge tsunami, which was hundreds of meters high and slammed out towards the outside world. The whole sea seemed to be shattered by this blow. Although it is the first time to use it, Whitebeard's power is already amazing. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and the black hole's gravity exploded, pulling the tsunami back out. The boiling sea suddenly calmed down and returned to its usual calm. If Keyenes didn't act, the tsunami would extend out, and it would certainly wash an island away. The island ahead is also Keyenes' territory, and Keyenes will not stand idly by. It's not bad, but it still needs to be developed. How far you can play it depends on you. Keyenes said, Yes, I understand, Captain Keyenes. Keyenes took Whitebeard back to Henteang Sky Garden. Enel, Marco, and others all gathered here. Keyenes, what was the power just now? Marco asked quickly. How could he not know the power of shock fruit? He felt the movement, and when he saw the scene of the space shattering, he immediately recognized it. Ah yes, shock fruit's ability. Keyenes admitted it outright, and had nothing to hide anyway. After Blackbeard died, shock fruit also fell into my hands. It just so happened that Whitebeard was not capable, so he ate it. Everyone glanced at Whitebeard, a little envious. This is the top paramecia devil fruit, previously known as the strongest paramecia. In this world, almost no one can resist the temptation of shock fruit. Only the eyes of Marco and others were a little complicated. Shock fruit is Whitebeard's ability, and they certainly don't want anyone else to get it if they can. Keyenes looked at Marco and the others and smiled lightly. Whitebeard has finally gone, and shock fruit has been reborn several times. Now that I have gained this power, I think Whitebeard won't take it too seriously. Don't underestimate Whitebeard's heart. He's not such a caring man. Marco Jaws and others also smiled slightly. You're right, Keyenes. Daddy is daddy, and shock fruit is just an ability after all. Blue, 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 blue. Suddenly, the urgent voice of the phone worm rang. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and the captain of the Mercury Pirates, Alpha, shouted in panic. Your Majesty, Keyenes, it's not good. An enemy has invaded the island of Trotas. He is very strong. We are not opponents. In addition to Alpha's voice, there were a lot of artillery bombardment, shouting, and screaming. It was obvious that the Mercury Pirates were besieging the intruders. However, it could be heard from the panic screams that they were not opponents at all and were being slaughtered by the invaders. This is the first time since Keyenes became the king of the New World. The pirates who came to challenge Keyenes before have never broken through the defenses of the outer seas. Keyenes frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Who is the enemy?" "It's the Red Earl, the legendary big pirate Red Earl." Before Alpha could finish speaking, he suddenly let out a scream, and then the phone worm vomited blood and completely cut off the call. "Count Red, is this old guy finally here?" Keyenes put away the phone bug with a deadpan expression. If it is the Red Earl, it is understandable that the current situation will appear. Although Alpha is very strong and ranks in the forefront among the captains of the pirate group under his command, there is still a gap between him and the Red Earl. Although the Red Earl is old, his strength is not at the peak. But anyway, it is also a legendary pirate, and it is the kind that stands on the spot. Even if the strength is weak, it is enough to crush Alpha. Keyenes tried to recruit the Red Earl at Impel down, but was rejected. But for the vampire fruit, the Red Earl will come after all, and Keyenes has been waiting for him for a long time. Patrick Red Earl is an old friend, but I didn't expect him to escape. Shiryu of Rain bit his cigar and grinned. Shiryu used to be the head guard of Impel Down, and he even greeted the Red Earl, which made him suffer a lot. This old guy is also a legendary big pirate, so it's not easy to deal with. Marco frowned. Nothing to deal with. Lightning flashes on the surface of Enel's body. Even if it is a legendary pirate who dares to invade our land, there is no way for him to survive. Keyenes, let me go. I really want to see how strong the legendary pirate is. Enel's fighting spirit is high. If that's the case, let's go see it together. Keyenes smiled lightly, just as Whitebeard just ate shock fruit and needs an opponent to hone in. And Shiryu, do you want to try out the power of lion fruit more? Only in actual combat can you quickly evolve the fruit's abilities. I think so too. Shiryu bit his cigar and smiled bloodily. A trace of blood flashed in his eyes, which was fleeting. Ding! Host triggers the mission of destroying the enemy. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. It was detected that the Red Earl invaded the Karo Empire and provoked the majesty of the host. Please host or kill the Red Earl, and let the world see the majesty of killing tyrants. Quest, reward, Constitution evolution, Seastone suppression of host is reduced by 30%. Seastone will inhibit the demon fruit power and make the person with ability weak, which is unavoidable for every person with ability in the sea. It's just that after training, or a monster with a strong physique, Even if it is suppressed by sea stone, it can still exert a powerful force. That is their own power. Even if they are suppressed by sea stone, they still belong to the monster level. Sea stone will inhibit the demon fruit power and make the person with ability weak, which is unavoidable for every person with ability in the sea. It's just that after training, or a monster with a strong physique, even if it is suppressed by sea stone, it can still exert a powerful force. That is their own power. Even if they are suppressed by sea stone, they still belong to the monster level. Like the Four Emperors Kaido or Big Mom, they lose their power when they are touched by sea stone. But the only trace of power they survived was extremely terrifying. The system's reward this time is to transform Kane's physique to make him immune to sea stone. If Kane's immunity reaches 100%, it is equivalent to completely ignoring sea stone. At that point, Kane's can make up for his last weakness. Kalo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. The fire dragon Leviathan roared wildly, burning flames all over his body, leading the crowd into the sky. As Leviathan gets stronger, his flying speed is getting faster and faster. It only took half an hour to reach Zuoda's island from the Imperial Palace of Carlo, 627. Over the island of Trodas, the fire dragon Leviathan fell from the sky. Kane saw that the war fortress built on the Isle of Trodas had now been completely destroyed. Looking at the smooth-cut surface, it was obviously split by a sword. If he can split a war fortress with one sword, the Red Earl is definitely a top swordsman. Is it finally here? On the ruins of the battlefield, Red Earl Rider looked up at the fire dragon in the sky. His eyes were cold, and there was a flash of cold light. On the island of Trodas, the war fortress has been destroyed, and the smoke is everywhere. The Mercury pirates stationed on this island have been wiped out. The ground is full of corpses, and the ground is red with blood. The lonely Red Rider stood alone on the ruins. Holding the umbrella with both hands, his body was straight, and a sense of loneliness was released. There were corpses piled up around his feet, and it was impossible to tell whether there were 200 or 300. Like a mountain of corpses piled up, Kanes descended from the sky on a fire dragon and landed in front of the Red Earl. Marco, Enel, Shiryu, Whitebeard, and others also fell one after another. Finally out, Kid. The Red Earl stared at Kanes with sharp eyes. Kanes ignored him, raised his hand, and sucked the alpha from the Red Earl's feet into his palm. The observation hockey of Kanes could sense Alpha's breath, and although he was seriously wounded and dying, he still had one breath left. Don't let him die, Marco. Kanes threw Alpha into Marco's hands. Understood. A flame ignited on Marco, the flame of a phoenix. All injuries can be healed under this flame. Kanes looked at the Red Earl, his voice cold. Ryder, you broke into my kingdom alone. Did you come to die? Ryder smiled indifferently. Don't talk too early. There are as many people as you want to kill the old man, but the old man is still alive and well. You little devil wants to kill this old man. It's still 100 years early. Although he was surrounded, the Red Earl did not show the slightest hatred. Kanes's voice was cold. Injuring my subordinates, it's impossible for you to leave today. Whitebeard, kill him. Kanes gave an order, and Whitebeard, who was beside him, instantly turned into a black shadow and jumped out. Whitebeard teleported to the Red Earl, grabbed the Naginata, and slashed down. Boom! The earth exploded instantly, and a huge force flew out, leaving a ravine hundreds of meters long on the ground. The Red Earl teleported to the side, dodged the killer move, and swept out with an umbrella in hand. The Red Earl is a top swordsman, and his umbrella is his sword. In the hands of the top swordsman, even if it is just an umbrella, its power is not weaker than that of the big quick sword. The huge flying slash burst out of the air, hitting Whitebeard's waist precisely. It's just that this sword did not leave the slightest scar on Whitebeard. Whitebeard's waist was pitch black, and he defended the Red Earl's slash with armament hockey. It hurts, asshole. Although uninjured, Whitebeard still cried out in pain. He picked up his Naginata and slashed and swept, the transparent ball floating on the blade. Boom! This knife directly smashed out a sonic boom. The space was twisted and shattered, and cracks were spread all over in an instant. The invisible earthquake shock wave hit the Red Earl in front, swept him away, and flew hundreds of meters away. The Red Earl was hit by the earthquake and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, which fell heavily on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Is it actually Whitebeard's ability? The Red Earl coughed violently and vomited blood while staring solemnly at Whitebeard in front of him. He really didn't expect that he would see Whitebeard's shock fruit ability here. In his youth, Red Earl played against Whitebeard several times and was very familiar with shock fruit. Goodbye now, but it is already a matter of right and wrong. Whitebeard is dead and he's old too. Don't run, asshole. Taking advantage of the victory, Whitebeard jumped directly into the air and then slashed down with a knife. Whitebeard's attack methods are open and close, and it has always been a frontal attack. He has come to this day by relying on his terrifying power. Now that his terrifying power has the bonus of shock fruit, the attack becomes even more terrifying. Arrogant brat, don't underestimate this old man. Red Earl's eyes were red. He swung his umbrella and swept away quickly, leaving a sword mark in the air. I saw a blood-red sword chi fly out, and it collided with Whitebeard's seismic shockwave. The extreme tricks collide, and the space bursts. The shockwave of the earthquake was actually split in half, and the Red Earl's sword energy also dissipated. The two moves are evenly matched, and they are actually comparable. Afterwards, the two fought fiercely together. The moves are wide open and close, and every time they touch each other, a powerful shockwave is stimulated to sweep the area. Over time, however, disparities in age and physical strength became apparent. After a few countermeasures, Whitebeard's breath was not disturbed in the slightest, but the Red Earl's breathing was already very fast. Whitebeard was at his peak, and his terrifying physique brought him endless physical strength, even if he continued to fight for days and nights. However, the Red Earl was different. He was old, and his physical strength could not last. Before Keyenes arrived, he had been through a lot of battle. Destroying the war fortress on the island of Trotas and destroying the Mercury pirates all caused the Red Earl to consume a lot of physical strength. Now being attacked continuously by Whitebeard, the Red Earl is exhausted. Go to hell. Whitebeard let out a roar and spun the knife down diagonally. Shock fruit shattered the space, and the ground suddenly cracked with countless spiderweb cracks. Red Earl was hit head-on by the shock wave of the earthquake, and the whole person was shot backwards. Damn it, kid! The Red Earl rolled over and landed in midair, staring at Whitebeard in front of him. Just as he was about to launch a counterattack, he felt a murderous aura appear behind him. Pin! With a flash of sword light, the Red Earl was instantly split in half. However, the Red Earl who was split in half slowly dissipated. It turned out to be the afterimage left by him. Red Earl appeared more than 10 meters away. A sword mark was cracked on his face, and blood slowly flowed out. Reign of Shiryu hovered above the battlefield, biting a cigar in his mouth. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he smiled playfully. Long time no see, Ryder. Haven't you forgotten me? The Red Earl wiped the blood from his face, stared at Shiryu, and said, I just ate a devil fruit. Isn't it too arrogant? Kid. Although Shiryu of Reign is in his 40s, he is still a junior in front of the Red Earl. There's nothing wrong with the Red Earl calling him a kid. You old fellow is still so disgusting. Shiryu of Reign's face sank, and he said coldly, Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder exploded. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, thunder exploded, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and shot towards the Red Earl. The Red Earl flickered, and he avoided the lightning and appeared more than 10 meters away. The lightning struck the ground and detonated, blasting the earth into a huge pothole. Enel held a golden stick, let out an arrogant laughter, and came behind the Red Earl. Logia capable. Red Earl's pupils shrank, instantly seeing Enel's ability. There's Whitebeard in front, Shiryu of Reign, and Enel in the back. The fruit ability of these three people is not simple. Surrounded by three people, Earl Red's heart also sank. I never said I was going to fight you alone, Ryder. Kane stood on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, looked at the Red Earl calmly, and said coldly, "If you only have this ability, you don't need me to shoot. You will die here today." Ryder sneered a few times. Damn, it's little brat. His attitude is arrogant enough. Scare. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryder suddenly disappeared, turning into a bloody light that flew towards Keyenes. Before the figure arrives, a blood-red flying slash has broken through the air. However, the blood-red slash was blocked halfway through. It was Shiryu of the Rain who shot. He was suspended in midair, put away his saber thunderstorm, and smiled indifferently. "You dare to shoot at the captain in front of us, Ryder. You are too arrogant." Pin. 15 Shiryu of the Rain swung his sword diagonally, and a flying slash burst out of the sky. Not only that, attracted by the lion fruit ability of the slash, the island trembled, and a large amount of rock and soil rose into the sky, turning into a mudslide and roaring towards the Red Earl. Lion fruit, top paramecia ability. You can change the terrain casually and trigger a large-scale killing move. Shiryu obtained lion fruit not long ago, but it has developed very well. This is the difference between the top strong and the weak. The top powerhouse, with rich combat experience and abundant stamina. Any move that can be imagined can be performed immediately without practice at all. The Red Count raised his umbrella to the top of his head and slashed down angrily. A flying slash shot out, splitting the slash and the debris flow into two halves as quickly as possible. It's just that this move consumed a lot of his physical strength and also affected the injuries in his body. With one move, the Red Earl vomited blood, and his breathing became more rapid and disorderly. Seeing this, Enel in the sky grinned grimly, raised his arm, and slammed down. The clouds in the sky rioted, and countless thunder and lightning poured down like a torrential rain. The Red Earl and the surrounding thousands of meters were all within the striking range of the thunderstorm, making him unable to hide. The Red Earl cast observation hockey to dodge, but at this moment he was seriously injured and his body couldn't keep up with the reaction. Finally, he made a dodging mistake, and the Red Earl was struck by lightning. And once the evasion is not completed, the subsequent thunder and lightning can no longer be evaded. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of lightning bolts struck Red Earl one after another, and a huge pothole was blasted out of the ground. The Red Earl was swallowed up by the fireball and could no longer be seen. It's just that he hasn't died yet, and everyone can still feel his breath. However, at this moment, Whitebeard's ultimate move has arrived. Whitebeard appeared over the fireball, and the Naginata fell with a bang. The shock fruit ability exploded, and the atmospheric space was shattered. Click, click, click. The moment the space was completely shattered, the power of the earthquake shock wave completely erupted. The fireball of the burning Red Earl was shattered in an instant, and the Red Earl inside bore the brunt of it and was hit by the earthquake shock wave. Boom! The earth shattered, and countless cracks stretched out for hundreds of meters like cobwebs. The Red Earl was lying at the bottom of the pothole, covered in blood like a pool of mud, and there was no place on his body that was intact. Whitebeard, Shiryu, and Enel are all top-notch experts, and they have the best fruit ability to assist. The three of them surrounded and killed an old Red Earl, naturally. Keyenes came over the pit, raised his hand, and grabbed it, and the black hole's gravity exploded. The Red Earl, who was lying at the bottom of the pothole, was caught by Keyenes and threw it on the ground. At this moment, the Red Earl had only his last breath left. If you don't get timely treatment, you will definitely die. How is it, Ryder? Have you figured it out? Keyenes asked coldly. Now you still have a chance. If you take refuge in me, you will not only be able to live, but you will also be able to regain the power of your peak period. It's just that if you refuse again this time, there's really no way to survive. For the average person, Keyenes would never give him a second chance. But the Red Earl is different. He is the legendary big pirate, so Keyenes will be more forgiving. The Red Earl could have a second chance, but only there. In Impel down, the Red Earl has rejected Keyenes once, and now for the second time. If he refused the second time, Keyenes would never show mercy. For such a hardbone, killing is always 100. Stop dreaming, kid. Earl Red sneered twice. This old man has been in the sea all his life, and it is impossible for him to take refuge in someone else's command. Just kill me. Even in the face of death, the Red Earl's face was still calm, without the slightest panic and fear, as if it was not death that was coming, but the most prosaic. What a pity! Kane shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Afterwards, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. Keynes retracted the knife, as if nothing had happened. There was a bloodstain on the Red Earl's throat, and the famous lonely red Baroaric Redfield fell. Keynes did not cut off his head, but left him a whole body, the last dignity for the sea hero. Bury him. Keynes took one last look at Ryder and turned away. Golden Lion, King of Evil, San Juan Evil Wolf, Great Wine Chote, Shinmun Hunter Karen Daime, and now Red Earl Ryder. Counting carefully, the number of legendary pirates who died at the hands of Keynes is already very large. When it comes to killing legendary pirates, even Marine is not as efficient as him. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the task of destroying the enemy. Do you want to receive the reward? The electronic sound of the system played in Keynes' head. Receive. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying the enemy and obtaining a physical evolution. Seastone suppression of the host is reduced by 30%. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. The electronic sound ended, and a burst of energy poured into Keynes out of thin air. Countless cells in Keynes' body are consuming this energy and transforming himself. Soon, the energy is absorbed. It's just that this evolution is over, and Keynes doesn't feel any changes in himself. The previous physique evolved, and after the end, Keynes can clearly feel that he has become stronger. But this time is clearly different. It seems that change can only be detected by touching the sea stone. Keynes thought for a moment, and then he understood immediately. What Keynes evolved this time is the degree of immunity to sea stone. Now that there is no sea stone, Keynes certainly doesn't feel it. Leaving Enel in charge of temporarily taking over the island of Trotas and cleaning up the mess, Keynes took Marco, Weibel, and others back to the royal palace of Carlo. Inside the palace, Keynes was alone. He took a tachi from the knife holder and pulled it out abruptly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. This knife is about the same size as Hei Dao Qiushui, except that the entire blade is made of 100% pure sea stone. The hardness of sea stone is comparable to that of diamond, and the tachi is naturally extremely hard and sharp. Keynes reached out to touch the blade, and a sense of powerlessness flooded his body. It's just that compared to before, there is still a lot of power that Keynes can retain. Although only 30% immune, there is already a noticeable difference. Impel down prisoner. The legendary great pirate of the lonely Redfield invaded the kingdom of Karo Empire and was beheaded by the 4 emperors killing Tyrant. As soon as the news came out, the entire new world exploded. You know, Earl Red is a big pirate who can keep pace with Whitebeard and Roger. But in the eyes of many big people, this is already a matter of course. Since Keynes debuted, the things he's done have gotten more and more amazing. The Blackbeard pirates were all wiped out before, but now killing a legendary pirate is nothing. Kalo Palace, Henteing Sky Garden. Keynes was sitting on the throne, not very happy. With Keynes' current status and strength, killing can't bring him much pleasure. In the original plan, Keynes wanted to conquer the Red Earl. And then use the vampire fruit to restore him to his peak, so that Keynes' men will have an extra Emperor-level strength. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as planned. Keynes looked at little Red Earl's spine. Ryder is worthy of being a legendary pirate who would rather die than surrender to others. Legends and legends are different. Although they're also known as legendary pirates, they're still far from Whitebeard and the Red Earl. Whitebeard, Red Earl, and Golden Lion are all characters who stand at the top of the legendary pirates. People like them are not inferior. After all, it is impossible to rely on others. Even if you take refuge in others, the time will not be too long. With their haki, strength, bearing, and ambition, they will eventually become kings on their own. It's a pity for talent. Keyenes weighed the vampire fruit and sighed softly. The vampire fruit is the top ability of a Zoan mythical beast, and very few people are qualified to be its masters. Apart from the Red Earl, it is difficult for Keyenes to find other suitable candidates. Just then, footsteps sounded, and badgers hurried into the garden. "Captain Keyenes, there's something serious going on with Marine," badgers shouted. Akinu and Qingji fought for the position of Marshal Marine. Keyenes had anticipated this, so he was not moved. He picked up the glass, took a sip of the red wine, and said lightly, "Marine will fight if he wants. No matter what they do, it will affect us. Why are you in such a hurry?" "It's different, Captain Keyenes. Don't you think it's interesting?" Badgers is still excited. The battle between Marine Admiral. This is unprecedented. This is also the highest level of battle in the world. Just listening to it makes one's blood boil. "Wait, ha. If you're interested, you can go watch the battle," Keyenes said calmly. "There are many people who want to come and receive news, and there are also many people who want to watch the game. Just be prepared to fight Marine before you go." The battlefield chosen for the Admiral battle must have been surrounded by Marine at this moment. It is not so easy to see the scene of the battle. "Wait, ha. I'm just waiting for the captain's approval." Enel and the others are also very interested. Badger said, "By the way, Captain, lend us the Leviathan. It flies fast, and it is more convenient to watch the battle in the sky." "Whatever you want, as long as Leviathan wants to." Keyenes said nothing. "Then thank you, Captain." After that, Badgers didn't know what method he used to get the Fire Dragon Leviathan to agree to take him out. Badgers took Enel and Cavendish and left the Kingdom of Cairo. As Keyenes guessed, there were plenty of people who wanted to witness the Admiral battle. The royal family, nobles, or pirates, underground kings, and news and intelligence personnel of various countries all rushed to the first half of the Grand Line. The others were fine, but as soon as the pirates approached, they would be defeated by the Marine fleet. Those pirates who were weak but so far away were all sunk into the sea, and there were no bones left. The battle between Marine Admiral shocked the world. The battle that lasted for 10 days and 10 nights completely changed the climate of an island. Badgers and others successfully reached the sky above Punkasa Island and watched the fierce battle from start to finish. Keyenes, through the videophone bug, also saw the full picture of the fight. As in the original, Admiral Akinu was victorious. Admiral Qingji had a leg broken by Akinu and suffered multiple burns all over his body, and his injuries were very serious. Akinu himself is also covered in bruises and wounds, and his combat power is inexhaustible. Fortunately, there's a Marine fleet guarding the periphery of the battlefield at this moment, and Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and many Marine Vice Admiral are all here. Otherwise, someone would take the opportunity to sneak attack at this time, and maybe they could kill 2 Marine Admirals. Akiji's defeat means losing everything. Akinu won the final victory, earning honor and the position of Marshal Marine. Carlo Emperor Palace, inside the Hentang Sky Garden. Marco, Jaz, and Bista, etc., saw Akinu win the final victory, and most of them looked ugly. In Summit War, Akinu was the one who caused the most casualties to the Whitebeard pirates. Ace was killed by Akinu himself, and Whitebeard was severely injured by Akinu, and finally fell. Speaking of enemies, Blackbeard, who single-handedly caused the collapse of the Whitebeard pirates, is naturally the first evil. Behind Blackbeard is Marine Admiral Akinu. If you want revenge, try to become stronger, otherwise everything will be false. Keyenes shook the wine glass gently and said lightly, "In this world, only strength is eternal. Everything else is empty. If you have absolutely invincible strength, revenge is not a problem." Marco and the others' faces condensed. "We understand." In fact, in Keyenes' view, Marco and the others can continue to grow stronger. They were too well protected by Whitebeard before, so they lacked the sense of crisis and the desire to become stronger. Now that hatred is the driving force, they can naturally stimulate the deepest potential of their bodies. It just so happened that there was an operation in the Karo Empire recently. "Marco, I'll leave it to you to do it." Keyenes ordered. "You go to the Floating Sky Island and talk to Judge He will tell you the specific content of the operation. Yes, I understand. Marco nodded and left the henteing Sky Garden with Joes and Bista and others. After conquering the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and taking over Whitebeard's original territory and sea area, the territory of the Karo Empire is already the largest among the New World Four Emperors. But Keyenes is clearly not planning to stop expanding. Extending from the 27 islands of the Karo Empire and the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, there are also many islands and countries. These islands and countries are the next targets for Keyenes to conquer. It just so happens that a lot of pirates and outlaws have taken refuge in the Karo Empire recently, and the Karo Empire is also recruiting new recruits. Just take this opportunity to practice soldiers and remove the dregs. Although Keyenes now has a large army, he has been practicing meritocracy. What Keyenes wants has always been elite. Those weak pirates who just want to cling to him to survive and wait to die are destined to not survive under Keyenes' hands. Not only that, the German army led by Judge has recently made significant progress in the research on IQ beasts. This is also a good opportunity to experiment with beasts. It's been a week in the blink of an eye. The battle between Akinu and Shinji has come to an end, but the aftermath of the battle is still spreading around the world and intensifying. Countless people are talking about this war, and it's the best talk in the world right now. At the same time, the army under Keyenes began to be dispatched. The expansion war of the Karo Empire has broken out again. The henteing Sky Garden of the Royal Palace. Keyenes is sitting on the throne in front of a huge screen. Enel, Badgers, and Cavendish have returned from Punkazar Island and are looking at the screen in front of them at the moment. On the other side of the screen is the Kingdom of Holland, one of the famous powers of the New World. There are more than 500,000 troops in the country, and they can repel the invasion of foreign pirates without relying on marines. Alabasta has millions of troops, so the number of troops varies. This is the country that the Karo Empire will attack this time, and the leaders are Judge and Marco. The entire process of the war was transmitted to the Karo Empire through the video phone bug, allowing Keyenes to see the details of the scene. On the screen, Judge led Germa's army to the port of Dun in the Kingdom of Holland. First, with a round of artillery bombardment, Germa's army directly broke through the port army defense of Holland and Kingdom. The clone troopers then transported huge iron cages to the port. After opening the iron cage, a huge beast wearing only a collar broke out of the cage and let out a loud roar. A giant tiger with 3 heads, 8 giant lions with strong claws, a monitor lizard covered in hard scales, and a giant snake with 2 heads and a diameter of more than 10 meters. Each beast is more than 5 times larger than ordinary beasts, and the ferocious throat aura emanating from its body is trembling. A full 20 beasts were dropped into the port of Holland and Kingdom, causing the civilians in the port to flee in fear. This is the latest upgraded beast that Judge has cultivated with 10. The level of brutality and ferocity is even greater than before, but Judge has the means to control them. The collars around the necks of the beasts are what makes them obedient. At this moment, the smoke of gunpowder filled the distance. The main force of the Kingdom of Holland finally arrived. Judge stood on the bow and pressed a button in his hand. The collar on the neck of the beast immediately made a sharp electronic sound. When stimulated by the electronic sound, the 20 beasts became even more violent. They all rushed towards the Horntun Kingdom army ahead. The 3 giant tigers jumped directly to a distance of 100 meters. The high-rise buildings under his feet were smashed by it, and huge footprints were also stepped on the ground. 3 giant tigers rushed into the army and immediately tore a gap in the army. The giant tiger's claws slashed and sent dozens of soldiers flying out. The armor of the soldier who was recruited shattered, his internal organs and bones were all shattered, and he died immediately. The giant tiger's tail swept away like a long iron whip used by flying, directly smashing dozens of soldiers into a pool of mud. Countless soldiers slashed, shot, and fired cannons. Countless bullets and shells hit the giant tiger, but they couldn't hurt a single hair on it. The sword and spear pierced through the giant tiger, and the sword broke instead. The terrifying combat and defensive power of the giant tiger made the soldiers of the Kingdom of Holland desperate. 3 giant tigers rushed into the army to kill wantonly, and in just a moment, hundreds of soldiers died tragically under its claws. At the same time, giant lions, monitor lizards, giant snakes, and other ferocious beasts also rushed into the battlefield and launched a ruthless slaughter. The proud escort of the Kingdom of Holland collapsed after just one encounter. The 30,000 vanguard troops were like ants with their arms as chariots, but within half an hour, they were trampled to death by 20 beasts. Even the knight commander of the vanguard army, who once killed 100 million pirates, was bitten off half of his body by 3 giant tigers and died tragically on the spot. The fighting power of these beasts has far surpassed the pirates who offered a bounty of 100 million, and was even stronger than Marines pacifists. Keyenes nodded inwardly as he watched the battle on the screen. Such a beast was what he had always wanted. The lethality is terrifying, the defense is powerful, and the self-healing ability is heaven-defying, and it can also control the formation of an army at will. There's an army formed by such beasts, expanding territory and attacking various countries, which can be said to be unfavorable. At this moment, Keyenes saw from the screen that Marine, who was stationed in the Kingdom of Holland, finally arrived. At the head was a Marine Vice Admiral, but Keyenes didn't know him. I saw Vice Admiral stepped on the moonwalk, moved around in the air, rushed to the top of the 3 giant tigers, and slashed the back of the giant tiger with a knife. The blade was pitch black, apparently covering the armament hockey, but this knife only cut through the fur of the 3 giant tigers, and the wound was not deep at all. The giant tiger roared wildly and slapped Vice Admiral with its claws, Fodge, sending it flying like a fly. Vice Admiral fired backwards, penetrating 3 towers, and was buried in the rubble of a 4th tower. The wound on the giant tiger's back healed in just a few breaths, and not even a single scar could be seen. 1,000 Marine soldiers couldn't stop the beast at all. No matter whether it was gun attacks or other, it was useless. And some colonels who will use armament hockey, because hockey is too weak, can't even break through the beast for defense. By the time Marine Vice Admiral crawled out of the rubble, 1,000 Marine soldiers had already been killed. When Marine Vice Admiral saw the tragic death of his subordinates, he was instantly furious, and his eyes were split. Damn monster! Vice Admiral dashed over a double-headed Lion Majesty and slashed horizontally. With a flash of sword light, Lion Majesty's head was directly cut off, and blood spurted out like a torrential rain. Before Marine Vice Admiral was happy, however, he saw blood surging from Lion Majesty's fracture. A new head soon grew out, exactly the same as the snake's head that had been cut off before. Call! There was a detonation sound in the air. The serpent's tail came furiously, hitting Marine Vice Admiral on the back. Suddenly hit hard, Vice Admiral spit out a mouthful of blood. Then the body turned into a cannonball and flew out. On the other side, there happened to be a monitor lizard. Seeing Marine Vice Admiral flying, he immediately opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it. There are 6 rows of sharp fangs in the mouth of the monitor lizard, and it is as easy to crush steel as it is to crush tofu. A mere Marine Vice Admiral can't even cram his teeth. After killing 1,000 Marine soldiers, Judge controlled 20 beasts and continued to advance into the hinterland of Holland Kingdom. As a result, the entire Kingdom of Holland fell into a crisis of destruction. No matter how many troops the King of Holland sent to fight, they all died tragically under the claws and fangs of the beasts without exception. 3 days later, Judge led the beast to break through the palace of the Kingdom of Holland. The strongest guard general of the Holland Kingdom was defeated by Marco and died tragically on the spot. Half of the 500,000 Holland Kingdom troops died tragically, and the rest either surrendered or fled to the sea. King Holland VI begged to surrender, but was rejected by Judge, and was finally swallowed by 3 giant tigers. Following the order of Keyenes to cut down the grass and root, all the royals and nobles of the entire Holland Kingdom were killed, and not a single fish slipped through the net. In the ruins, Judge planted a unicorn flag on the roof of the Palace of Hollenden, officially announcing the incorporation of the Kingdom of Hollenden into the territory of the Kingdom of Kalo. At this point, the famous Hollenden Kingdom of the New World has perished. In this war of extermination, Judge and the clone army under his command did not spend much effort. The entire process was almost entirely completed by 20 beasts. When the war ended, except for one of the 20 beasts killed by Hollenden's strongest guard general, the other 19 were all intact. Today's group of beasts, unless they can kill with one blow, no matter how good the injury, can be healed. Only 20 of them can easily destroy a big country in the New World. Kalo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes sits on the throne, with the core stems lined up to the left and right, including Judge and Marco, who just returned from destroying the Kingdom of Hollenden. I saw the battle process. It was very good. Keyenes looked at Judge and said, "The next action is to bring 5 beasts at a time, and the rest of the troops will be filled with new members of the pirates. It's not just the beasts who need to train troops, but also them. I don't need the weak and weak ones. Only those who have been tempered by the war can become the official members of the Karo Empire." Keyenes raised his hand, and the huge chart hanging on the wall automatically floated up and hovered in front of everyone. The chart depicts the current territory of the Karo Empire in detail, and there are 67 islands in total. If you add the Kingdom of Hollenden that had just been attacked, there are 68 islands. The 68 islands and the surrounding waters form a half-moon outline on the map. Pointing to the chart, Keyenes said coldly, "Extending from the outermost island of the Karo Empire, Canurfa's Island, there are more than 30 islands in the surrounding area. You choose your own targets, the time to start the battle, and the way of fighting are all up to you. I only need the result to completely occupy this sea area in the shortest time, so that the territory of the Karo Empire will be connected together." Everyone looked at the sea chart in front of them. As long as these more than 30 islands were laid down, the territory of the Karo Empire would no longer be a half-moon, but a circle. "Judge, you don't need to go out in person in the next battle. Just let Iji and Niji lead the troops. Next, you will fully study the IQ Human Evolution Potion and Artificial Devil Fruit." Judge nodded. "I understand. I'll let them know." Okay, that's it. After Keyenes' order was issued, the affiliated pirates of the Karo Empire went to sea one after another. Marco led the first team, Germa led the first team, and Enel led the first team. The three-way army marched hand in hand and headed to the target sea area. A war involving more than 30 islands and several countries broke out. Marco, Germa's army, and Enel under Keyenes are the top powerhouses in the New World, and they are all capable of destroying a country by one person. Although Keyenes told them that they do not need to go all out in this war, they mainly let the pirates and soldiers under them experience actual combat training. But with the current lineup, even if they don't do their best, few countries and forces can stop them. Meanwhile, naval headquarters sensed the seriousness of the situation. With the expansion of the Karo Empire, Keyenes' territory has become larger and larger. You must know that the strongest Whitebeard in the past only occupied 50 islands. Today, Keyenes occupies nearly 80 islands, and the number of islands occupied by the Keyenes will soon exceed 100. This is something naval headquarters doesn't want to see. In addition, when Keyenes expanded its territory, the beasts used to fight also attracted the attention of naval headquarters. With their knowledge, they can naturally see the strength of this beast. Naval headquarters, Marineford. After months of construction, the dilapidated parts of Marineford have been repaired. In the Marine Conference Room, many Marine executives are here. Now that Sengoku has stepped down from the position of Marshal, the former Admiral Akinu is sitting there. On Akinu's left is Admiral Kizaru, and on his right is Marine General Staff and Vice Admiral Crane. Neither the retired Sengoku nor the semi-retired Garp attended the meeting. Of course, Admiral Chingji was not present either. He has officially quit Marine, and no one knows where he is now. Many high-ranking Marines looked up at the images on the huge projection screen in front of them, which were sent back to the headquarters by Marine soldiers of Hollenden Kingdom before they died. Huge body, brutal animal nature, powerful destructive power, invincible defense, and terrifying self-healing ability. No matter which way you look at it, the beasts on the screen are just downright killing weapons. The most important thing is that these killing weapons can be perfectly controlled, and the Sea Master is in the hands of the New World 4 Emperors killing Tyrant Kizaru. The footage ends with the scene where Marine Vice Admiral is devoured. After watching the video, many Marine executives all looked solemn. Regarding the beasts in the images, the Marine Science Unit has already analyzed them. Crane Vice Admiral held a report and said calmly, "It can now be confirmed that these beasts in the hands of Keyenes are not weaker than Marines pacifists. In some ways, these beasts are even stronger than pacifists. You all know the strength of Doran's Vice Admiral, the Vice Admiral stationed in the Kingdom of Holland, but even he failed to kill a beast and was buried in the belly of the beast. The self-healing ability of these ferocious beasts is terrifying. If they can't kill with one hit, they can recover quickly even if they are seriously injured." After Crane Vice Admiral finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Many Marine executives can see the intractability of these beasts. The scientific team confirmed that these beasts should have been researched by Germa's judge for Keyenes. Suddenly, one of Kizaru's Marine Vice Admiral spoke up. Kizaru is in charge of the Marine Scientific Corps. This Vice Admiral is also a member of the Scientific Corps. "Is there any way of restraint?" asked a Marine Vice Admiral. "Not yet." The man shook his head and said, "Currently, Marine has too little information about these beasts, so he can't study restraint methods, and he can't know what methods Judge used to cultivate these beasts. If you want to get more information, you must find Keyenes' beast research base. But the internal defense of the Carlo Empire is too tight, and it is even more difficult for outsiders to penetrate. The Holy Land has already sent CP people to do this, so there is no need for Marine to intervene." Marshal Akinu said suddenly, "The current task of Marine is how to stop Keyenes' actions. Now Keyenes is using these beasts and his pirate army to continue to cause wars in the New World and expand his territory. The situation has become very serious. Marine must send troops, even if it causes an all-out war." A hawkish Marine Vice Admiral said in a low voice, "That's right. Keyenes can't be allowed to expand any longer. Kill him at all costs." Many hawkish Marines advocated war, and the fighting enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. But the Marines aren't strong enough to go to war with Keyenes right now. Suddenly, a Dove Marine Vice Admiral vetoed. After the war with the Whitebeard pirates ended, Marines suffered heavy casualties, and the troops everywhere are still recovering. What's more, the pirate riots on the sea are now serious, and the Marine branches in various places are already exhausted in order to quell the pirate riots in various places. If the army is called to fight at this time, the strength of each branch will be empty, and the first half of the Grand Line will be completely out of control. Some Marine executives shook their heads helplessly, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. In addition, Marine's maximum combat power must also be replenished in time. Crane Vice Admiral added calmly, "Under Marshal Marine, the three admirals stand side by side. This is the Iron Law since Marine was founded. Marine is underpowered right now, and it's too risky to go to war with Keyenes." Marshal Sengoku retired, former Admiral Chingji resigned, and Akinu was promoted to Marshal. Today's Marine Admiral, only Kizaru is the only one left. Former Marshal Sengoku retired, former Admiral Chingji resigned, and Akinu was promoted to Marshal. Today's Marine Admiral, only Kizaru is the only one left. According to the rules, Marshal Marine must guard the naval headquarters and must not be dispatched at will. That is to say, the only one that can be dispatched is Kizaru, an admiral. What is the difference between killing Keyenes with an admiral and killing yourself? Start world conscription, Marshal Akinu said in a low voice. The Holy Land has issued an order for Marine to recruit troops all over the world. As long as the strength is strong enough, Marine can directly give the ranks of Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral, and even Admiral can be promoted exceptionally. As soon as these remarks came out, many high-level Marine executives were in an uproar. Before this, there has never been any concept of extraordinary promotion within Marine. In Marine, if you want to be promoted, you can only rely on seniority and military merit. The greater the credit, the faster the promotion. Among the Marine Vice Admiral present here, which one did not rely on a lot of military merit to rise up? As little as 6 or 7 years, as long as more than 10 years, or even decades. They all spent a lot of time, fought countless times in blood, and were seriously injured countless times. Only with scars all over his body has he exchanged for the glory and status of today. But now, there are people who can go to the sky in one step, do nothing, and can sit directly in the position of Marine Admiral. Will this be fair? If this matter is not handled well, it is likely to cause strong dissatisfaction within Marine. The Holy Land has issued an order, and this matter cannot be changed, Akinu said in a low voice. Besides, given the current situation in the sea, there is no time for Marine to slowly regain his strength. Akinu made a fist with his right hand, and the fist became hot and turned into lava. Marine must restore the strongest combat power as quickly as possible in order to fight the evil pirates and suppress the sea. It's all about justice. In fact, Akinu also wanted to eradicate Keyenes as an enemy as soon as possible. As the only admiral to play against Keyenes, Akinu knows Keyenes' strength. If Keyenes is allowed to develop like this, the power of the Karo Empire will become extremely terrifying. However, Marine is really powerless right now. In the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, the naval headquarters was severely damaged, and the elite soldiers suffered tens of thousands of casualties. Even Marine stalwarts, such as Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral, suffered casualties. More importantly, the retirement of former Marshal Sengoku and the semi-retirement of Garp, as well as the departure of Admiral Chingji, left Marine's top combat power empty as never before. Today's naval headquarters can only be said to barely protect itself, suppressing the first half of the Grand Line. Even New World is almost out of control. World Conscription is a contingency for the Holy Land and Marine in desperation. If Marine cannot recruit enough powerful forces in the world conquest, Marine will not know how much time and cost it will take to redeploy the New World in the future, let alone start a war with Keyenes. After naval headquarters released the news of the world's military recruitment, the sea was instantly detonated. In particular, the promotion of an exception made many strong men in the sea excited. Marine is also a force of justice in the world after all, and there are countless people who yearn for it. Now that there's a chance to ascend to the sky in one step, it makes countless autistic and capable people ecstatic. So after the news of the draft was announced, Marine's bases became overcrowded. The Keyenes sparked war in the New World, and the naval headquarters recruited troops all over the world. The two forces are expanding rapidly. Even if they are separated by a long distance, it seems that they can smell the gunpowder between the two forces. Keyenes, who was in the kingdom of Karo, naturally knew the news of the Marine world's recruitment for the first time, but he didn't pay too much attention. Keyenes' attention now is all on the expansion of the kingdom of Karo. With the three-way army of Marco, Germa, and Enel marching hand in hand, they fought successively in various places. The islands were captured, and the pirates and outlaws entrenched on the islands surrendered one after another. One country after another was destroyed, many of which existed in the world conquering allied countries. The territory of the Karo Empire continued to expand, annexing and occupying nearly 100 islands. Today, the Kingdom of Carlos is truly the strongest country in the world. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes lay on the edge of the pool, sunbathing. Two beautiful maids sat by, kneading and massaging Keyenes. Just then, Keyenes' phone bug rang. After answering the phone, the voice of Sacco, the captain of the low-temperature pirates, came from the opposite side. Your Majesty Keyenes, Jinbe of the Fishman Island has come to Barker Island, and he wants to see His Majesty. Jinbe. Keyenes opened his eyes slowly. He didn't expect that Jinbe would come to him. Let him in. With that, Keyenes hung up the phone bug. Jinbe is here at this time. I think it is for the Fishman Island. Keyenes thought for a moment, and immediately thought of Jinbe's purpose for coming to the Kingdom of Karo. The mermaid on the Fishman Island can be sold for hundreds of millions if you catch one. In the eyes of greedy pirates all over the world, The Fishmen Island is a treasure land full of gold. At the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the life of the residents on the Fishmen Island was very difficult. Even though the Murlocs are innately powerful, there is still no match for humans. In the end, it was Whitebeard who sheltered the Fishmen Island with his flag, so that the pirates in the world dared not attack the Fishmen Island again. But after Whitebeard's death, the deterrent he left behind was gone, and the Fishmen Island was in dire straits again. Even though Jinbe is powerful, he cannot completely shelter the Fishmen Island. Keyenes took over all the sites and waters of the Whitebeard pirates, except the Fishmen Island, which was on the bottom of the sea. The Fishmen Island is still some distance away from the Karo Kingdom, and the location is too lonely to be able to practice a line. In the original book, Jinbe joined the Bigmum pirates in order to protect the Fishmen Island. Now that Jinbe came to the Kingdom of Karo Empire, he wanted to come to him. Keyenes subdues Marco's gang, who are old friends with Jinbe. Based on this alone, Keyenes has an inherent advantage over Bigmum. 2 days later, Jinbe was taken to the Hentang Sky Garden at the Kalo Palace. In the garden, Keyenes sat on the throne, and Jinbe sat cross-legged at his feet. "Your Majesty Keyenes, I am here to lead the Sun Pirates to join the Kingdom of Karo. The only quid pro quo is for His Majesty Keyenes to shelter the Fishmen Island." Jinbe expressed his intention directly. "Sheltering the Fishmen Island is not a problem, but have you thought about it?" Keyenes said coldly. "As long as you join the Kingdom of Karo, you will never be able to leave. I'm very tolerant toward my subordinates. Usually they can do whatever they want, but the only thing I can't tolerate is betrayal. I joined the Karo Empire for 1 day, and I can't leave it for the rest of my life. If you want to escape, you have to die." Jinbe and Straw Hat Luffy are close friends. In the original book, Jinbe also left the Bijun 0.9 pirate group for Luffy, and also took the opportunity to put Annie together. Keyenes doesn't want his own men to have an anti-bone boy. "I understand, Your Majesty Keyenes," Jinbe said in a deep voice. "This old man has made a decision before coming here. As long as His Majesty can protect the Fishmen Island, this old man is willing to give his life to His Majesty." "That's good." Keyenes hooked his finger, and a black hole appeared behind him, shooting a unicorn flag into Jinbe's hands. "Take it and hang on the Fishmen Island." From today onwards, the Fishmen Island is the territory of the Karo Empire. I will officially announce to the world that all forces that dare to hunt down and sell Murlocs will be hunted down by the Kingdom of Karo. I will officially announce to the world that all forces that dare to hunt down and sell Murlocs will be hunted down by the Kingdom of Karo. Keyenes said in a deep voice, "Whether it is inside the Fishmen Island or outside the Fishmen Island, all the Murlocs and mermen in the sea will be blessed." Jinbe took the flag, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty Keyenes. The old man is very grateful." The Murloc's fighting power is not bad. Jinbe himself and the Sun Pirates he leads are also very strong. Jinbe automatically brought the Fishmen Island to his door, and of course Keyenes wouldn't turn him away. Of course, the bigger reason for Keyenes to accept the Fishmen Island is the ancient weapon Poseidon. Today's mermaid princess Shirahoshi is the Poseidon of this generation, and her powers have begun to awaken. The first step to control the Fishmen Island is to first control the power of Poseidon. This is the power that can destroy the world, and Keyenes will not let her fall into her hands in vain. After Jinbe got what he wanted, he left with satisfaction. And from the moment the unicorn flag was hoisted on the Fishmen Island, no pirates dared to make trouble on the Fishmen Island again. The human traffickers on the sea also dare not take any action against Murlocs or mermen. Even the slave auction house on Sabeti Archipelago put all the Murlocs and mermen back into the sea as soon as possible. That's how deterrent Keyenes is today. None of the underground kings behind the slave auctions dared to offend Keyenes and offend His Majesty. Time passed, and before I knew it, 2 months passed. The war that Keyenes sparked in the New World is finally beginning to subside. The target islands set at the beginning of the war have now all been occupied by the Karo Empire. The territory of the Karo Empire of Keyenes is practiced in the New World, with a total of 108 islands. If you add the Fishmen Island in the depths of the sea, it is 109. Keyenes' territory has reached an unprecedented level, and the number of his army and powerful pirates has also reached an astonishing level. Although nominally, Keyenes and Redhead, Kaido, Big Mom are the same four emperors, but strength and power are no longer on the same level. Over the sea of the Kalo Empire, Keyenes sat cross-legged on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan. He held a fishing rod in his hand, and a fishing line dangled deep into the bottom of the sea. Keyenes was fishing, except that his was no ordinary fish. Goo goo goo. Suddenly, the calm sea began to surge, and a lot of lotus drops spread out. There was a sudden pull on Keyenes' rod, and the line was pulled straight. Keyenes mentioned it forcefully, and he pulled a giant sea king's hundreds of meters out of the sea. The ferocious head, sharp teeth, exudes the breath of a fierce throat. However, when Sea Kings sensed the breath of Keyenes from the sky, he felt fear and immediately turned to run away. How could Keyenes let his prey escape? He pulled the fishing rod again and pulled the entire Sea Kings directly out of the sea. Sea Kings weigh hundreds of tons, but they can't make Keyenes' arm shake at all, which shows how strong Keyenes is. Leviathan. Keyenes gave a cold drink. Leviathan, who had been waiting for a long time, spit out flames and started grilling Sea Kings. After one pass of flames, the Sea Kings were cooked from the beginning to the end. The heat was just right, and there was a burst of barbecue aroma. Keyenes raised his hand and slashed out a knife, cutting Sea Kings in half. The half that fell was eaten by Leviathan's mouth. The remaining half, dragged by the black hole's gravity, floated in front of Keyenes. Just as Keyenes was enjoying a delicious meal, the phone worm rang. Blue, 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 blue. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and Sacco's voice came from the opposite side, but the tone seemed a little nervous. Your Majesty Keyenes, I'm Sacco. What's the matter? Keyenes asked. Our men found a suspicious figure on Barker Island who looked like Admiral Akiji. What? Keyenes narrowed his eyes. Are you sure it's him? It looks very similar, but my crew dare not get too close for fear of being discovered by him. Let your people stare, and I'll be right there. After speaking, Keyenes cut off the call immediately. Although Akiji has quit Marine, with his strength and identity, no matter where he goes, he is bound to cause a sensation. Keyenes can't understand Akiji's position today, so he can't guess the purpose of his coming to the kingdom of Karo. The fire dragon Leviathan flew very fast, and in less than half an hour, it arrived at Balk Island. Keyenes released observation hockey to cover the entire island, and soon found the aura of Akiji on a coast. Keyenes had never met Akiji before, and this was his first contact with Akiji. But the breath of the strong is always different, and Keyenes will not be wrong. Stopping the dragon Leviathan in the sky, Keyenes leaped and flew towards the coastline. Warm sunshine, rolling waves, turquoise sea, and moist sea breeze. The climate of Balks is very comfortable and very suitable for human survival. Keyenes fell from the sky and landed on the coastline, seeing Akiji standing in place with his hands in his pockets. Akiji was more than 3 meters tall, and at the moment was sleeping with a blindfold on like a thin bamboo pole stuck on the ground. Hearing the footsteps, Qingji woke up from her sleep, pulled down her blindfold, and saw Keyenes in front of her at a glance. La. Was it discovered so soon? Qingji scratched his head, as if a little distressed. Keyenes smiled playfully. The famous Marine Admiral Akiji came to my kingdom, and as a king, I naturally want to come out and take a look. Are you here to travel? Or to spy on intelligence? Or to die? At the end, there was a chill on Keyenes, an extremely cold, murderous aura. When Akiji heard this, he quickly waved his hand. I'm no longer Marine Admiral. You don't need to be so hostile to me. Keyenes sat on a boulder next to him and said coldly, just say it directly. I don't want to listen to nonsense. What do you want to do when you come to my country? Keyenes' hand was already on the handle of the black knife Chiu Shui, ready to start. If the answer does not satisfy me, 627, you may not be able to leave today. A small black hole appeared behind Keyenes, and the powerful black hole gravitational force tore the surrounding, causing the space to begin to distort. The sand and gravel on the ground were sucked into the black hole and turned into nothingness. Today, Keyenes has the confidence to kill Akinu here. Akinu sighed lightly and said, "If I just got lost in the ocean and came here by accident, what do you think?" Keyenes, "Huh." As soon as Qing Ji's words fell, a flying slash suddenly burst out of the air and flew past Qing Ji's cheek. I saw that the beach and the sea were torn apart, leaving a bottomless sword mark that stretched out for thousands of meters. Qing Ji still stood there, motionless. However, his body was covered with a layer of frost, and he exhaled extremely cold air when he breathed. The knife just now was slashed towards the center of his forehead. If Akinu hadn't slashed the sword chi and deviates from the direction, he would have been cut in half at this moment. Keyenes held the black knife and slowly retracted the knife back into its sheath. "Akinu, are you kidding me? I don't have any friendship with you, and I haven't reached the point where I can make jokes at will. If you talk nonsense again, you're really going to die today. If you talk nonsense again, you are really going to die today." When Keyenes finished speaking, the air fell silent for a moment. The only sound left on the coast was the sound of waves crashing against the sand. After a long time, Qing Ji let out a sigh of cold air, and the ice on the surface of the body slowly retracted into the body, sitting cross-legged on the ground, palms propped up on the chin. After leaving Marine, it was like I lost my purpose and lost my destination, so I was just drifting around. I didn't lie to you when I said that I came to the Karo Kingdom by accident. It's just that since he's here, I also want to see what kind of person he is, the killing tyrant who turned the new world upside down. Keyenes, is this the first time we've met in real life? Qing Ji looked at Keyenes and said slowly, "I'm very curious about you, because you haven't admitted that you are a pirate yet, and you are the first to become the New World 4 emperors as a king. I want to see what kind of country he runs, the villain with the highest bounty in the world." However, what I saw here was beyond my expectations. Qing Ji took a deep look at Keyenes, as if looking at a person covered in fog. The Karo Empire of Keyenes is very different from other kingdoms. Qing Ji has been a Marine for decades and has been to many countries, but he has never seen such a rich and peaceful country. The national life in the country is stable and prosperous. There is no oppression by the powerful, and there is no exploitation by the royal family. Although Keyenes has more than 100,000 pirates under his command, no one in his territory has been persecuted by pirates. Such a country will only appear in fairy tales, not in reality at all, like a miracle. This is the country everyone aspires to. And the one who accomplished this miracle was not Marine, nor the official government of the world, but a notorious, murderous tyrant. I have to say, this is a great irony. A ruthless, murderous tyrant, and a virtuous, wise man who loves his people like a son. These two completely different qualities appear in Keyenes at the same time. He seems to be a combination of contradictions, so that Qing Ji will never be able to see through. "Keyenes, what kind of person are you?" Qing Ji asked coldly. "What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose? What is your ambition?" Keyenes smiled indifferently, walked to Qing Ji's side, and looked at the sea behind him. "What kind of person I am and what purpose I have, the world will one day know. But I have an idea for you right now. Tell me about it," Qing Ji said. As the sun sets in the west, the waves on the coast shone brightly, as if countless diamonds were glowing. Keyenes and Qing Ji talked for a long time, and finally parted ways. No one knows what they said and what deal they reached today. Just on the second day, a news spread from the Kingdom of Karo. Former Marine Admiral Qing Ji joins the Kingdom of Karo as a fighter under Keyenes. As soon as the news came out, the world was shaken. Who is Qing Ji? That's Marine Admiral. Although he has resigned now, the world's impression of him still remains when he served as Admiral. In short, he belongs to the side of justice. And Keyenes is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Although he is not a pirate, he is definitely not a righteous person. The Karo Empire ignited wars in the New World, destroying countless countries. In the eyes of the world, Keyenes definitely belongs to the evil side. But now, the former Marine Admiral has taken refuge with the murderous tyrant John Keyenes and became his combatant. This is simply a fantasy. Keyenes' power is already strong now, and now that he has conquered his predecessor Marine Admiral Qingji, his strength will become even more terrifying. It's hard for outsiders to estimate just how powerful Keyenes is today. Meanwhile, Naval Headquarters got the news. Countless Marines were in disbelief and suffered major blows. Although Qingji resigned, he still has many supporters within Marine. These people regard Qingji as an idol in their hearts to implement their own justice. But now, Qingji has taken refuge in the killing tyrant John Keyenes. This is equivalent to the collapse of faith, and for a time, countless Marine soldiers are doubting the justice in their hearts. Even Qingji would turn to the dark forces. So what's the point of what they're doing now? Many Marine executives had to come forward to stabilize the morale of the army and suppress the decadent atmosphere. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Marshal's office. Akinu sat in the Marshal's seat with a cigar in his mouth and a look of anger on his face. What the hell is that idiot Kuzan doing? Doesn't he understand what his actions mean? Akinu's hands turned into lava. The wound on his face also turned into hot lava, and he was obviously furious. Just like the serious injury he caused Qingji, Qingji also left many wounds on Akinu. His face and body were covered with scars. Now, as long as you get angry, these wounds will immediately turn into lava. Now, I can't even guess what Kuzan is thinking. Crane Vice Admiral looked at the newspaper in his hand and sighed lightly. It's hard to imagine Kuzan and Keyenes coming together. Sengoku, who had already abdicated, sat on the sofa and said, "Anyway, there must be something else hidden in this matter. There must be something we don't know, and that's the key. In any case, John Keyenes is a dark element that must be rooted out. If Kuzan is really determined to join forces with Keyenes, he's the enemy of justice." Akinu's anger surged, and his murderous aura broke out. "I will meet you one day in the future, and I will not be merciful, neither will you. All enemies of justice should be completely eradicated." Akinu became even more ruthless after becoming a marshal. Now, under his guidance, the atmosphere within Marine is beginning to turn hawkish. Marine thus becomes more combative, but also less humane. Whether such a Marine has become better or worse, no one could say. Akinu looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The recruitment of the world has ended, and Marine's highest combat power and strength have been replenished. I have decided to relocate Naval Headquarters to the New World G1 branch." Akinu was the supreme commander of the New World G1 branch before he became a marshal. He has been guarding New World all year round and has been at the forefront of fighting pirates. Making this decision now also represents his determination to fight pirates. The distant New World, Karo Empire, Floating Sky, Island Number 1 Island. In a huge room, Keyenes and Judge stood side by side. In the glass laboratory in front of them, 100 powerful pirates are undergoing human genetic evolution experiments. Wong is good. After spending a lot of time, Judge finally developed the first batch of human evolution medicines using 1Q plants. Today is the day to test the efficacy of this batch of medicines. 100 pirates simultaneously injected the medicine into their bodies with syringes. A turquoise potion that looks like the color of life. But after injection into the human body, it is like the most powerful virus. Keyenes saw that 100 pirates let out shrill screams at the same time after they were injected with the medicine. Everyone rolled on the ground, with blue veins all over their faces, sweat pouring out, soaking their clothes instantly. These 100 pirates are not ordinary. All of them are tough guys. But at this moment, they made such a shrill scream, which shows how much pain they are suffering at the moment. In a glass laboratory, 100 pirates fell to the ground, twitching and wailing miserably. Keyenes watched the scene quietly and asked blankly, "Is this normal?" "No problem. It's just a necessary process of genetic evolution." Judge nodded calmly and said, "If a person's genes evolve, they must start from cells. As I expected, the cells in their bodies were in a process of constant death and rebirth. Weak cells will be eliminated, and only strong cells will survive. Evolution will not end until all cells in the human body have been replaced." Keyenes nodded, understanding what Judge said. Keyenes had also gone through this process when the system had allowed his physique to evolve. It's just that the evolution given by the system is perfect, so Keyenes doesn't feel any pain, but feels very comfortable. Suddenly, a screaming pirate stopped twitching, and the screaming stopped abruptly. I saw the swollen muscles in his whole body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the muscles in his whole body shrank in an instant, and soon turned into a mummified corpse. Evolution has failed, Judge said calmly. The first batch of evolutionary medicines is not perfect. If human cells cannot withstand the enhancement brought by genetic medicines, the cells will die out in the process of evolution, resulting in evolutionary failure. And the consequence of evolutionary failure 643 is that cells stop dividing and die, and the human body dies. After the first loser appeared, the second loser appeared soon after. Then the third, the fourth, the 10th, the 20th. Keyenes watched the pirates die one by one, his face unmoved. If the evolution is successful, the strength will suddenly increase several times, but 10 times. If evolution fails, you must die. This is the price of wanting to gain power. Before starting the experiment, these 100 pirates already knew the consequences. Keyenes is very tolerant towards his subordinates and never forces his soldiers or pirates to participate in experiments. Whether it was eating artificial devil fruits or participating in human evolution medicine experiments, they voluntarily signed up after understanding the consequences. As long as you succeed, you can gain strength. For these pirates who are hungry for strength, this is an irresistible temptation. Compared with this temptation, a mere risk is nothing at all. Inside the glass laboratory, the screams became smaller and smaller, and eventually subsided and disappeared. Of the 100 pirates who participated in the genetic evolution experiment, 22 survived. The other 78 people all failed to evolve and became mummified corpses. 22 people who have successfully evolved have changed a lot. The most obvious is their bodies. Not only did the body grow bigger, but the whole body was covered with muscles. At a glance, you can see the power of the muscles. Everyone listen. Try your current strength. Keyenes issued the order coldly. I saw the ground of the laboratory cracked, and the test instruments slowly rose up one by one. 22 people listened to the orders and tested their strength, speed, defensibility, reaction, and speed successively. After testing, after the successful evolution, all the indicators have obviously evolved. The least evolved 3 times, and the strongest evolved 10 times. How? Is the data useful? Keyenes looked at Judge and asked. According to the data collected so far, the situation is not bad. Judge nodded in satisfaction. Gene evolutionary medicine can perfectly make human beings evolve rapidly and enhance their physique in all aspects. The death rate is also not as high as it appears on the surface. From the current data analysis, it is known that the stronger the person, the higher the success rate of using the evolutionary medicine. Of course, the increase in strength after evolution is also less. Just like Your Majesty, the success rate of using genetic medicine can reach 100%, but it is almost impossible to increase strength. If you want to make a stronger evolved potion, you must increase the 1Q molecule content in the potion. At that time, this potion will also be useful for the stronger. The human body becomes stronger through exercise, which is an evolution in itself. The stronger the person, the stronger the cells in the body. The stronger the ability to absorb the genetic medicine, the lower the failure rate. Of course, the original cells of the strong are already strong, so after evolution, the increase in cell strength is not as great as that of the weak. In conclusion, the current gene evolution agents have been successfully studied, and although there are many limitations, they can be put into use. Keyenes said, the current batch, named Q1, will start mass production immediately. At the same time as mass production, we will continue to develop the evolutionary version of IQ. In short, the overall progress of the experiment is still up to you. Yes, I understand. Judge was pleased with the freedom Keyenes gave. When doing scientific research experiments, it is most taboo to point fingers at people who do not understand. Of course, Keyenes understood this, so he never interfered in everything about the experiment. It was enough for him to be sure of 2 points. 1. Judge will not betray. 2. Judge can produce experimental results that satisfy him. As long as these 2 things are done, no matter what Judge needs to do, Keyenes can satisfy it. At this moment, a rapid alarm sound suddenly sounded in the laboratory. Judge's face changed, and he roared, "What happened?" 2 clone troopers from outside ran in and respectfully reported, "Report to Your Majesty Keyenes, Lord Judge, an intruder has been found on the island, and the strength is extremely strong." Intruder? Anger rose in Judge's eyes. This is the Floating Sky Island. Where did the intruders come from? Also, there are surveillance phone bugs all over the island. How did the intruders come up? Judge was furious, and the Floating Sky Island was the territory Keyenes put him in charge of. The appearance of an intruder here is equivalent to saying that he is incompetent and is simply hitting him in the face. Keyenes was not in a hurry, but smiled playfully. Since there's an intruder, just catch it and ask. It's just that even if you don't ask, you can guess who sent it. Keyenes couldn't think of any other candidates except the CP agents under the command of World Conquer, who could send someone to sneak into the Carlo Empire Kingdom at this time and have the ability to sneak into the Floating Sky Island. All CP agents have undergone rigorous training, Grandmaster stealth, makeup, assassination skills. If coupled with some special devil fruit abilities, it is still possible to successfully dive into the Floating Sky Island. Judge's expression changed, obviously thinking of it with Keyenes. If you don't hurry up and arrest people, let EG and Niji go. If you can't catch the intruder, you can all die. Also, protect the research materials and never let them leak out. Yes, the clone troopers were absolutely loyal, and even if they were told to die immediately, they would not hesitate at all. After receiving the order, all the clone soldiers stationed on the number 1 Floating Sky Island were dispatched to capture the invaders. Inside the lab, Keyenes taps the monitor screen. I saw hundreds of screens installed on one wall. The pictures above are all images sent back by the surveillance phone bugs on the island. On one screen, Keyenes saw the presence of an intruder at the door of the laboratory. There were 7 intruders, each wearing a black suit and a white pattern mask. Only the CP agents inside World Conquer can have this kind of dress on the sea. Germa's army has been dispatched, led by EG and Niji. The 2 were strong enough to lead the clone troopers to defeat the CP agents. Within minutes, for people had already been killed by them. The other 3 fled in 3 directions, escaping towards the edge of the island. EG and Niji led people to chase, and also left the periphery of the laboratory. In the core laboratory of Floating Sky Island, Keyenes was sitting on a sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand, quietly watching the autonomous hunting on the screen. There are countless surveillance phone bugs installed on the entire Floating Sky Island, and it can be said that there are no dead ends. CP agents can sneak in disguise, but as long as they are exposed, they can no longer escape the pursuit. It's really a bunch of rubbish. Just a few people it took so much time. Judge was still angry at the presence of intruders on the island. Keyenes smiled lightly. The appearance of the slaughtering weapons in the Carlo Empire will inevitably arouse the fear of world conquest and marine, and the arrival of CP agents is only expected. Surveillance phone bugs are nice, but it's fairly easy for a trained CP agent to get around it. What's more, they have a special demon fruit power. As soon as he finished speaking, Keyenes made a sudden move, aligning his palm with a firm grip somewhere in the room. I saw that the space was suddenly distorted, and a black hole appeared out of thin air. And under the gravitational pull of the black hole, a pitch-black gap cracked open in the space, and 2 figures were pulled out from the gap. With a wave of Keyenes' palm, 2 figures slammed into the ground. Strong gravity pressed on them, making them unable to move. Space system ability? When Judge saw this scene, his face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that the intruders outside were just trying to hide people's eyes and ears, but they were actually trying to keep tigers away from the mountains. The real intruder has been lurking in the different space and has already sneaked into the core laboratory. If Keyenes hadn't been here today, The two intruders might have taken research material from the lab. The ability of the space system ability person is amazing, just like the person in front of him. They can hide in different dimensions, and no matter how powerful outsiders are, they can't hurt them without special means. The ability to save life and escape is extremely strong. Unfortunately, they met Keyenes. Keyenes' black hole ability can ravage space at will. After Keyenes' observation, Hockey found their breath. They had nowhere to run. Judge stepped forward and took off their masks. One of them Keyenes did not know, but the other Keyenes did. Former member of CP9 Blueno, Paramecia Door Fruit ability. In 1520 of the Wahara calendar, CP9 was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates in the Keyenes lobby, and all of them were hunted down by the world government. Later, I don't know what method they used, but they actually returned to the world government, and also got transferred from CP9 to CP0. If you use Blueno's Door Fruit ability to sneak into the core laboratory, it's really easy. Blueno and the other agent were crushed by the force of gravity, unable to move or even speak. Keyenes looked at Blueno and shook his head. It's a pity that a good ability has encountered a waste. When the words fell, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and a black hole appeared above the two of them out of thin air. The black hole slowly rotated, and a powerful swallowing force erupted, sucking the two into it. The powerful gravitational force of the black hole shredded the bodies of the two, and they were finally swallowed up by the black hole, leaving no bones behind. Then, Keyenes waved his hand, and the black hole dissipated. The two disappeared completely, leaving no traces, as if they had never appeared in this world. Now, with Keyenes' strength, crushing such a guy is as easy as crushing an ant. Afterwards, Keyenes looked at Judge and instructed, "Order someone to check it out, and if the door fruit is reborn, bring it back." The door fruit belongs to the space system. As long as it is used properly, it is actually very powerful. Infiltrating, assassinating, stealing classified information, or leading a human invasion can make a huge difference. As long as he cannot control the space, he will never be able to hurt him, which can be said to be invincible. It's a pity that this fruit met the reckless Blueno, and a good ability was wasted in vain. Yes, I understand. Judge responded respectfully. At this time, Niji and others from the outside world have also cleared all the invaders on the island. In the core laboratory, Keyenes looked at Judge and instructed, "The core laboratory of Floating Sky Island is the top priority, and World Conquest will definitely send people to steal confidential information. The defense will be strengthened in the future. In addition, the fewer people who know where the confidential information is stored, the better." "Yes, I understand," Judge said in a low voice. "What happened today, I won't let it happen a second time. Then I'll wait and see." Keyenes smiled lightly and turned away. By cable car, Keyenes returned to the royal palace, Hentang Sky Garden. As soon as he sat down, his exclusive phone rang. Keyenes answers the phone, and the snail takes on the appearance of Doflamingo, with his trademark giggles coming from the opposite side. "Boiled, long time no contact, Keyenes." Keyenes poured himself a glass of red wine and said lightly, "Is there anything you want to do with me?" "It's boiling. There's nothing wrong. It's just that the latest batch of artificial devil fruits is already ripe. You can call someone to transport it away." Keyenes calmly said, "You can just let your subordinates contact Cavendish for such trivial matters. You don't need to contact me in person, right?" "Ah, it's you, Keyenes. You got a really sharp instinct." Doflamingo said, "I'm very interested in the murderous beast in your hands, so you want to pay for it?" Keyenes quipped, "I'm not short of money, Doflamingo." No. Of course I know that you're not short of money. I will exchange devil fruit with you." "How about that? Artificial?" "Of course not the real thing." Keyenes thought for a while and said, "Yes, if it is a real devil fruit, there's a need for a transaction. For a faction, devil fruit is not too much." Although Keyenes' men are now cultivating artificial devil fruits, it is always good to have a few more real devil fruits. Keyenes has now mastered the mature beast training technology, and it is very simple to cultivate a few beasts. Besides, the beast Keyenes gave to Doflamingo would not be the best. In the process of cultivating the beasts, There were a lot of failed products, and it would be a waste to keep them to kill each other. It is better to exchange them for devil fruit. Hush, hush. I knew you wouldn't say no, and the deal was done. Okay, it's a deal. With that, Keyenes cut off the call. On the other hand, Doflamingo, who has completed the deal, is clearly in a good mood. Hey, Dover, exchanging devil fruit for the beast. Is this business a loss for us? Toripole was a little puzzled. Doflamingo opened his mouth and smiled. It's just a few devil fruits. It's nothing. I will naturally keep the really useful abilities. I want a beast, and I will give it to Caesar as a sample for research. If Caesar can use the samples to find out how to make these beasts, then I will be able to control this power. Not only can it enhance the strength, but also have a business that can be traded with those guys. This is also the shackle that binds those monsters, and the master must be in his hand. I see. After Doflamingo's explanation, Toripole also understood Doflamingo's plan. It's getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo walked to the window with the steps he did not recognize, and opened the window to let the sea breeze blow on his face. The familiar laughter sounded again, resounding throughout the palace. Just as Keyenes was calculating Doflamingo, Doflamingo was calculating Keyenes. This is the law of getting along between big people. All the time, every word and deed is full of endless conspiracies and calculations. But as long as they have common interests, the two forces can reach a delicate balance and keep trading. But what Doflamingo doesn't know is that 1Q plants are the key to creating murderous beasts. Without this, no matter how much research he did, he would not be able to cultivate a slaughtering beast. After Keyenes occupied 108 islands, he temporarily stopped the pace of expansion. The soldiers of the escort and the pirates under his command have undergone a lot of war and have changed their minds. The weak, those who are greedy for life, and those who try to fish in troubled waters with Keyenes have all been eliminated, and those who remain are all worthwhile. At the same time, under the cultivation of the artificial devil fruit and the genetic evolution agent IQ, the number of capable and evolutionary people under Keyenes is increasing day by day, and the strength continues to grow. At the same time that Keyenes expanded its territory and increased its strength, the New World, as Keyenes had expected, became more cloudy and treacherous. Without Whitebeard suppression, pirates all over the world have become more ferocious and violent. In addition to Keyenes, Kaido, Big Mom, and Redhead are also recruiting men in New World to expand their power. The very evil era, which was born in the year 1520 of the Kaiyuan calendar, also began to show its prominence and became famous in the New World. Many powerful pirate groups that own a territory in New World have become the stepping stones for them. Not to be outdone by Marine, the new Marshal Akinu finally relocated the naval headquarters to the G1 branch of the New World. Through World Conscription, Marine has gained more power. Not only did he replenish his troops, but he also recruited 2 monsters and was directly promoted to Marine Admiral. It can be said that Marine is now even stronger than before the Summit War. Akinu, who belongs to the absolutely radical faction, immediately started a vigorous weeding operation after entering the New World. The new officer took office 3 fires, and Akinu's first fire burned directly to the pirates of New World. Directly dispatched by naval headquarters, a large number of marine fleets are arbitrarily hired in the waters of New World to hunt and kill New World pirates. Before that, New World was almost a pirate's lair, and Marine's control over New World was extremely weak. As long as many pirate groups rush into the New World, it is difficult for them to be hunted down by naval headquarters. But now, the naval headquarters fleet can hunt pirates in the New World. Once the weeding operation was launched, a large number of pirate groups were annihilated. For a time, the entire New World sea area was shaking. There are pirates and marines fighting every moment, and countless people died tragically. Pieces of the sea were stained red with blood, and murderous aura pervaded every corner of New World. Today, the waters of the New World are no longer safe. Only by hiding in the territory of the 4 emperors can you guarantee not to be hunted down by Marine. Boom, 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 boom. On a sea area of the New World, 3 pirate ships were bombed to rubble by the artillery bombardment of Marine warships. Hundreds of pirates on the ship were sunk into the sea. Some were killed before they fell into the sea, and some were swallowed by the Sea Kings after they fell into the sea. In short, none of the hundreds of pirates on the ship survived, and all were killed. A flag with a corner missing from the bombardment was suspended on the sea, slowly fluttering with the waves. Above that flag is a mighty unicorn. Report Butler Vice Admiral. The Black Light pirates have been wiped out, and the target has no survivors. On a Marine warship, a Marine colonel saluted a Vice Admiral. Ha! Well done for the evil pirates. It is to kill them all. Butler Vice Admiral grinned, with a cross-shaped scar running through his right cheek, looking extremely ferocious. At this moment, on his right hand, he is holding a bloody head. It was the head of Slav, the captain of the Black Light pirates, who was killed by him alone before the battle. It was because the captain of the Black Light pirates was killed and the dragons were headless that they were easily wiped out by Marine. However, the Flash pirates are affiliated pirates of the 4 emperors killing tyrants. We have exterminated them, and killing Tyrant Keyenes will probably not give up. At this time, a staff officer next to him said in a deep voice, What's there to be afraid of? Butler Vice Admiral snorted coldly. As Marine, it is our responsibility and obligation to hunt down pirates. Could it be that we're going to watch the Black Light pirates slip away from our eyes and turn a blind eye? What face does Marine have? Will Marine's justice be placed? As a Marine, I want to kill pirates, no matter who he is. I can't let it go. Butler is a newcomer to Marine through world recruitment. Said to be a rookie, but because he is strong enough, he was directly promoted to Marine Vice Admiral. Not only that, he is also an absolute supporter of Marshal Akinu, an absolute Hawk Marine, who most pursues Akinu's complete justice. Since the weeding operation began, Butler led his troops to hunt and kill countless pirates. He dared to kill the pirates that others did not dare to kill. He dared to move those that others did not dare to move. Even the pirate group under the 4 Emperors Keyenes, he did not hesitate to shoot. Among the exceptionally promoted Marine Vice Admiral, Butler's record is one of the most outstanding. After annihilating the Black Light pirates, Butler was in a good mood, and the Marine soldiers on the warship were also stimulated and felt very proud. They are all new soldiers who join Marine to kill pirates. Since they went to sea with Butler, they have achieved outstanding records, as if they have fulfilled their long-term wishes. Only Staff Marine on this ship was a little uneasy. He is not new, but old Marine. Only he knows what the title Killer Tyrant means. Since Keyenes became famous, none of the people who have messed with him have had a good end. Staff Marine felt a faint unease in his heart, feeling that he might have made a big mistake this time. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Soft music reverberates in the garden and is soothing. Keyenes sat back on the balcony sofa, letting the 2 beautiful maids massage his shoulders. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the garden, and Enel appeared behind Keyenes. When the 2 maids saw Keyenes, they got up and saluted respectfully. Anything? Enel. Keyenes asked softly. Something happened. The Black Light pirates were wiped out by Marine. Enel said in a low voice. Black Light pirates? Keyenes frowned, not remembering who Enel was talking about. Today, the number of pirate groups under Keyenes has exceeded 50, and Keyenes can only remember the names of the most powerful dozen. The rest, Keyenes is not very familiar with. Black Light Slav, the giant 5 meters tall, used to come to the Karo Empire to hold a banquet. After Enel reminded him, Keyenes remembered Black Light Slav. This guy's a crazy fan of Keyenes and adores him. At the beginning, Slav's pirates were not called the Black Light pirates. It was after he took refuge in Keyenes that he changed his name to Black Light. It's a homage to the fruit of Keyenes' black hole. I remember that Slav's bounty is 298 million Bailey, and his strength is not bad. Who can kill him? Keyenes asked coldly. It's Marine Vice Admiral Butler. Enel said, before the annihilation, the people of the Black Light pirates once asked Alpha for help and mentioned the identity of the murderer. It's a pity that the call didn't last long and was cut off under the fire. Later, through the life car verification, it was confirmed that the Black Light Pirates had been wiped out. Keyenes, why don't you do something? Enel's body showed a trace of killing intent. It has been a long time since no one dared to do anything to the people of the Karo Kingdom. If we don't do anything, we're going to lose face at sea. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. If that's the case, you should go. Merely a Marine Vice Admiral should let him know that the New World is not a place for him to run wild. Keyenes said nonchalantly, let him die a little more exciting, so the next life will know who to not mess with. I understand. Enel smiled bloody, turned into a bolt of lightning, and shot out of the window, disappearing. After Enel left, Keyenes screened away the maids left and right. Looking at the sea in the distance alone, his eyes darkened. Keyenes had heard of the so-called weeding operation launched by Naval Headquarters. It's just that the Marines in the past were afraid of Keyenes' vicious name and didn't have the guts to attack the people of the Karo Empire. As for the rest of the Four Emperors' pirates, Marine barely touched. Between the Naval Headquarters and the Four Emperors' pirates, there is a silent tacit understanding that the well water does not violate the river water. This new addition to Marine Vice Admiral Butler, who has a lot of guts, is the first to upset the balance of the moment. It's just that people like this are often short-lived. New World, a ring-shaped island in the ocean of Wanyang. The island is divided into 2 rings inside and outside. The middle 15 is the trench. There are countless islands in the New World, but it is rare to see an island with such a peculiar terrain. So the island was occupied by Marine and turned into a Marine fortress. On the inner ring of land are Marine's various houses and buildings. On the outer ring of land, countless heavy artillery pieces were built. This kind of terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it can achieve 360 degrees without dead and to meet the invasion of foreign enemies. Since the weeding operation was carried out, the Marine fleets operating in the surrounding waters will stop and rest in this fortress to replenish weapons and supplies. Clouds over the fortress, lightning flashed, and Enel appeared in the air. After leaving the Kalo Empire, Enel traced it all the way and finally found the route of Marine Vice Admiral Butler's actions. According to the route, Enel found the Marine fortress. Observation hockey spread out, covering the entire Marine fortress. Enel sensed that there are thousands of human auras in the fortress, and there are also many strong ones. It's here. Enel gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the electric light surged on his body, causing the surrounding clouds to change immediately. I saw the sky that was originally blue and white clouds was covered with dark clouds in an instant. Enel released a large amount of thunderbolt, which was connected with the thunderbolt in the dark cloud. Countless lightnings were controlled by him and gathered together to form a ball lightning. The ball lightning grew bigger and bigger, and soon the diameter exceeded 100 meters, then 200 meters, then 300 meters. Eventually, a huge black ball lightning with a diameter of more than 500 meters was formed. At this moment, the ball lightning is filled with countless electricity, and any lightning can cause a huge explosion. Enel waved his hand, and a huge ball of lightning fell like a meteorite. At this moment, the Marine soldiers in Marine Fortress did not know that a deadly murderous intention had descended from their heads. The climate of New World is fickle. It is not uncommon for the climate to be cloudless one moment and thunderous the next. The Marines in the fortress thought it was just a normal climate change. By the time the Marine soldiers on guard outside found laying falling, it was too late. Under the terrified eyes of many soldiers, ball lightning struck the Marine building in the fortress. The building was instantly destroyed, the rock turned to powder, and the bodies of countless Marine soldiers turned to dust in an instant. Boom! A huge fireball suddenly appeared above the sea, and the entire Marine fortress was engulfed by the fireball. Then there was a mushroom cloud that rose to the sky, which was several thousand meters high. The violent explosion shock wave triggered a giant tsunami that spread in all directions. When the power of Lei Ying's explosion dissipated, a huge sea eye appeared on the sea. Endless sea water is pouring back, but it cannot fill the sea eye in a short time. The Marine fortress, which was originally located at the CEI, has completely disappeared. The entire Marine fortress has been wiped from the sea by Enel. All the Marine soldiers in Marine fortress, from the Marine Vice Admiral to the Corps sailors, were all killed in an instant, with no bones left. Yahaha, this is the power of God, ignorant mortals. Above the sky, Enel was suspended in the sky, laughing loudly, and the proud color was hard to hide. The terrifying and destructive power of Thunderfruit is finally revealed to the world at this moment. As long as Enel is willing, he can completely destroy Marine fortresses all over the place one by one. Without admiral defenses or effective restraints, no one can stop Enel. He alone is equivalent to an unsolved bombing force. A laying is equivalent to a nuclear explosion, which can be called a strategic weapon. About 4 hours after Enel left, 2 Marine warships came from afar. They were Marines who had come to resupply the fortress. However, when they arrived at the location of the fortress, they found that the fortress no longer existed. Presented in front of them is the boundless sea as far as the eye can see. The Marine Vice Admiral on the warship thought he had lost his way and tried to contact the fortress. But all the phone worms could not be connected, as if everyone disappeared into the sea. At the same time, Naval Headquarters has also been aware of the anomaly in the fortress. After investigation, it was finally determined that the Marine fortress had not disappeared, but had been completely destroyed. Through the abnormal weather detected on the warships in the surrounding seas, Marine immediately analyzed who the murderer of the fortress was. Thor Enel. There can be no one else but him. In the marshal's office, Marshal Akinu punched through his desk. Hot lava burned the wooden desk, causing the fire to thicken and smoke. It's just that the flames were finally inhaled by Akinu and did not spread out. It can only be him. The Thunderfruit ability, the destructive power, is really terrifying. Rao Shurha, Vice Admiral, is well informed, and at this moment, he can't help but feel a little scared. A single attack can destroy a Marine fortress, and if he comes a few more times, no matter how many Marine fortresses, he will not be enough to fight alone. The expressions of many of the Marine executives in the conference room were a little solemn at the moment. Some of the new Vice Admiral Rear Admiral even felt a tinge of fear. There's Keyenes, who can summon meteorites and throw islands as toys, and an Enel who can easily destroy a war fort. These two alone can do a devastating blow to Marine. Has the 660 casualties been counted? Akinu asked in a deep voice. This time, the casualties are too large to be counted in a short period of time. But the officers with the rank of colonel have already been counted. Crane Vice Admiral's lieutenant stepped forward and delivered a record to Akinu. According to statistics, as many as 3 Marine Vice Admiral, 8 Rear Admiral, 16 Commodore, and 200 colonels were killed this time. These are the backbone of Marine. Other than the losses of the Marine Buster Call and Summit War many years ago, Marine has never had such massive casualties. Damn bastard, John Keyenes, he's damned. And that Enel, damn it all. Akinu was so furious that his palms turned into lava, directly burning the records to ashes. Why did Keyenes suddenly attack Marine Fortress? Could it be that he wanted to fight Naval Headquarters? A Marine Vice Admiral asked suddenly. We have already investigated this matter. Crane Vice Admiral said calmly. The cause of the incident is that Butler Vice Admiral annihilated Keyenes' Blacklight pirates. This incident should be a retaliatory attack. Butler Vice Admiral is also on the dead list. The cause of the incident is that Butler Vice Admiral annihilated the Blacklight pirates under Keyenes. This incident should be a retaliatory attack. Butler Vice Admiral is also on the dead list. After Crane Vice Admiral finished speaking, the Marine executives in the conference room were all in a heavy heart. Just to avenge a pirate group under him, he brutally destroyed a Marine fortress and killed more than 7,000 Marine soldiers. The brutality and ruthlessness of Keyenes is generally seen. Many newcomers finally know the origin of Keyenes' name of Killing Tyrant. After this incident, everyone sighed, and sure enough, only the wrong name was taken, and there was no wrong nickname. Keyenes is not only the most powerful 4 emperors, His murderousness and cruelty are also ranked first among the four emperors. Damn it, this bastard can't be left alone. Hawk's Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider roared. 7,000 Marine soldiers can't die in vain. The two bastards Keyenes and Enel must pay for it. That's right, send troops, you must send troops. Go war with Keyenes and let them know Marines' power. One by one, the Hawk's Marines were murderous, and they threatened to go to war with Keyenes. Of course, in addition to Marine who was in favor of war, there were also those who opposed total war. This is the new world. If Marine and Keyenes break out into a full-scale war, I'm afraid it will give other four emperors a chance. A vice admiral's words eased the tension in the conference room. That's right, New World is too close to the territory of the other four emperors, and once a full-scale war breaks out, they will definitely not sit idly by. Fight with the Whitebeard pirates, because the battlefield is in Marineford, and the New World is still across the Red Road. Today, however, the battlefield is located in the New World. Once the four emperors' pirates received rumors, they would definitely intervene immediately. At that time, even if Marine wins the battle, he will face the siege of other four emperors. Is that so? Vice Admiral roared angrily. 7,000 Marine soldiers can't die in vain. If Naval Headquarters does nothing, where should their heroic spirits go? This is a disgrace to Marine, and a disgrace to justice. The Hawk Marine still insisted on going to war. The loss of 7,000 Marine soldiers made them unable to suppress the anger in their hearts. This anger, only Keyenes and the blood of his men can quell it. Use the cannibalization strategy. At this moment, Crane Vice Admiral spoke. Move the fleet, headed by Marine Admiral, and comprehensively hunt down the pirates under Keyenes' command, compressing their living space. This battle is mainly to weaken the strength of Keyenes and to observe the situation of the battle at the same time. If the other four emperors do not move, the naval headquarters can take advantage of the situation to launch an all-out war. And if the other four emperors change, Marine can also withdraw in time. In any case, Marine must take the initiative to start the war. At the same time, transfer the Marine soldiers of the other two fortresses back to the headquarters to prevent Enel from launching another devastating attack. Naval Headquarters has a total of 3 fortresses in New World, serving as a transit point for communication with Naval Headquarters. One was destroyed by Enel, and there are 2 left. After listening to Vice Admiral's plan, everyone nodded secretly. Crane is Marine's chief advisor, not only because of her strength and seniority, but also because of her wisdom. She, Crane Sengoku, are both Marine's brains. Okay, just do it. Akinu said in a deep voice, send my order to summon Fujitora and Kizaru back to the headquarters. Marine is fully prepared for the battle, and this time John Keyenes must be completely eradicated. Akinu clenched his fists with both hands, turned into lava, and thick smoke billowed. The temperature of the lava, at this moment, is the temperature of the anger in his heart. After Akinu issued the marshal's order, Marine immediately started the first-level preparation state. The Marine soldiers in the other 2 fortresses also returned to the headquarters for the first time. At the same time, Naval Headquarters also released Enel's latest bounty, destroying a Marine fortress, slaughtering 7,000 Marine soldiers, and the terror threat posed by the Thunderfruit sent Enel's bounty skyrocketing. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 1.675 billion Bailey. Through newspapers and various channels, Enel's bounty was spread all over the world in an instant. With such a high bounty, the name Thor shook the world again. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Enel's arrogant laughter sounded in the garden, and it didn't go away for a long time. Yaha, those bastards of Marine finally realized the power of God. Enel held the reward order, a little overwhelmed. Badgers, Cavendish, and the others were a little resentful when they saw Enel's high bounty. What a joke. Why did this guy's bounty go up so much? That's right, no matter what, with this guy's strength, he can't get such a high bounty. Previously, Enel's bounty was 830 million Bailey. This time, the reward is 1.675 billion Bailey, which is almost doubled. Marine sets the bounty amount not only based on strength, but also on the threat level of that person. At this time, Marco explained, Enel destroyed a Marine base this time, resulting in the death of a large number of Marine soldiers. Marine saw the terrifying, destructive power of the Enel Thunder Fruit and set such a high bounty. Marco's current bounty is 1.374 billion berry, but that doesn't mean he's weaker than Enel. On the contrary, if fighting alone, Marco is definitely stronger than Enel. However, if the two were to compete in destructive power and killing efficiency, 10 Marcos would not be as good as 1 Enel. Enel could destroy the entire Marine fortress with a single blast in less than 10 minutes. And Marco wants to bloodbath a Marine fortress and slaughter thousands of Marine soldiers, and he may not be able to do it in a day and a night. That's the difference between the two. In Marine's eyes, Enel's threat level has far exceeded Marco's. In other words, the threat level of Enel surpassed 99% of the pirates in the ocean and was only slightly weaker than the 4 emperors. Keyenes looked at the reward order in his hand and smiled contemptuously. The reward order has come out, so Marine's pursuit must be coming soon. Will Marine go to war with us? Badgers asked aside. Of course, Marco replied. The loss of a Marine fortress is also meat for Marine, and they will never sit idly by. And with the character of the new Marshal Akinu, it is even more impossible for him to remain indifferent. If I'm not mistaken, Marine is calling up the army now. Speaking of Akinu, Marco still couldn't calm down. After all, it's only been a year since Summit War ended. Apart from the dead Blackbeard, Akinu is their greatest enemy. Keyenes smiled lightly. It's not necessarily the case that Marine declares war immediately. I guess they will send troops to hunt down my affiliated pirate group, Wong's, first and weaken my strength. Then, based on the movements of the other 4 Emperor's pirates, decide the next move. Keyenes was not too wise and knew exactly what these schemes were. What's going on in the New World, Keyenes knows very well that although the 4 Emperor's pirates are at odds, the naval headquarters is their biggest enemy. If the naval headquarters are weak, they will surely attack. Naval headquarters in such a forward-looking situation. Launching a full-scale war requires careful deliberation. If the person caught in the Summit War is not of Roger's bloodline, naval headquarters will not go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. This is naval headquarters, and there are always constraints. Unlike the Keyenes or other 4 Emperor's pirates, there is no scruples in doing things. Pass my order, and all the pirates in the foreign country will return to the sea area of the Karo Empire, and at the same time prepare for the war. Hinting gardens at the royal palace, Keyenes gave the order. Keyenes, have you made up your mind? If you go to war with naval headquarters, win or lose, there will be huge losses. Marco said in a deep voice, when the time comes, the other 4 emperors will definitely move. Let's not talk about Red Hair or Kaido, Big Mom, who has a grudge against you, will definitely not sit idly by. Keyenes smiled indifferently. The situation is no longer something I can stop if I want, and the war cannot be stopped. The loss can be made up after the war. As for the old woman in Big Mom, if she really dares to come, I don't mind sending her to hell. After Keyenes' order was issued, it was immediately passed on to the captains of all the pirate groups under his command. Afterwards, all the pirate groups that were roaming outside all headed towards the sea area of the Karo Empire. At the same time, the entire Carlo Empire kingdom began to prepare for the war, and the situation was full of turmoil. The actions of the naval headquarters of the Carlo Empire were naturally hidden from outsiders, and the news quickly spread to the outside world. The cause and process of all things were found out in the shortest possible time. At the same time that Thor Enel became famous, all forces in the world also began to pay attention to the kingdom of Carlo and naval headquarters. They knew that a full-scale war was likely to break out. This is another war between the 4 emperors and naval headquarters after the Summit War. Thousands of miles away from the waters of the Karo Empire, 4 pirate ships are heading for the Karo Empire. This is the Nord Pirates, one of Keyenes' affiliated pirates. Just as the Nord pirates were about to enter the waters of the Karo Empire, a burning flame hit 4 pirate ships. In just an instant, The 4 pirate ships were smashed into powder and sank into the sea. Hundreds of pirates on the ship were all killed, and no bones were left. On the bow of a marine warship in the distance, Admiral Fujitora slowly retracted the knife and sheathed it. He opened his eyes forcefully, but only revealed a pair of pure white pupils. Although blind, Fujitora shocked the world with his powerful abilities and took the position of Marine Admiral directly. Smile, Admiral. The Nord pirates have been defeated. A nearby Colonel Marine reported the results to him. Understood. Let's change to another destination. Fujitora gave the order. Yes. The soldiers on the warship listened to the order and began to turn and sail to another sea area. Just as Fujitora defeated a pirate group, Admiral Kizaru also launched an attack on the other side of the sea. Countless light bombs were fired from the sky, and the bombing range enveloped the 3 pirate ships on the sea. After some indiscriminate bombing, the 3 pirate ships were bombed into ruins. All the pirates on board were killed, and none survived. Admiral Kizaru fell from the sky and landed on the mast of the warship. Subsequently, the warship left this sea area. The war between Naval Headquarters and Karo Empire has begun. Naval Headquarters, according to the tactics of Crane Vice Admiral, began to hunt down Kane's pirate group on the sea, headed by Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Kizaru. With Admiral at the head, all battles were won without exception. Most of the pirate groups under Keyenes who did not have time to return to the waters of the Karo Empire were intercepted on the way back, and they were finally wiped out. Of course, none of the pirate groups that were destroyed were the elites under Keyenes, so Keyenes didn't feel too distressed. And while Marine was attacking him, Keyenes also sent Enel and Marco to hunt down Marine's fleet. With the strength of both Enel and Marco, as long as they do not encounter Admiral, they can successfully destroy each other's warships. Even if they encounter Marine Admiral, they can escape completely with their flying ability. Today, Keyenes and Naval Headquarters, while calling up their armies, are draining the other's forces. And the sea area of the Karo Empire is the dividing line of this war. At this moment, the battle between the 2 sides has not crossed this dividing line. And once this dividing line is crossed, it means that the level of war is about to escalate. Karo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes sat on the balcony sofa, with Badgers reporting on the casualties of the war behind him. 7 pirates, including the Nord pirates, Thorns pirates, Philip pirates, and Vulture pirates, were wiped out by Marine, with more than 3,000 casualties. However, Marco Aini and Lu also destroyed 8 warships, costing the Marines more than 4,000 men. Overall, we have the upper hand. Keyenes didn't change his face and asked lightly, "Now, have the pirates that were abroad come back?" Badgers nodded. Excluding those annihilated by Marine, a total of 48 pirate groups have now returned to the waters of the Karo Kingdom and are now stationed on each island. Well then, the war should break through. Summoning troops to return is only the first step. Before the 2 sides consumed their troops, it was just a small fight, and Keyenes was not satisfied at all. At this moment, the voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and Enel's voice came from the opposite side. Keyenes found the trail of Admiral Kizaru in the Sea of Moron. Keyenes' eyes lit up, and he said, "Bite him. I'll be right there." After speaking, Keyenes directly hung up the phone bug. Instead of passively waiting for opportunities, it's better to take the initiative. Keyenes looked at the sea beyond the balcony, his eyes gleaming coldly, and they disappeared. Being sloppy is not his style. Killing some ordinary Marines, Rear Admiral Vice Admiral, can't hurt the vitality of Naval Headquarters at all. Only beheading Admiral can make Naval Headquarters feel distressed. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Host triggers the kill mission. Detected, Marine Admiral Kizaru is invading the kingdom of Karo Empire. Please kill him. The mission reward. Physical evolution. Seastone immunity increased by 40%, a top devil fruit. It came just fine. Keyenes leaped and jumped over the head of the dragon Leviathan. Badgers, I'll go out and call me if there's an emergency. The voice fell, and the fire dragon Leviathan shook his wings, took Keyenes up into the sky, and shot into the clouds in the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Moron Sea. The sky over the sea was densely covered with dark clouds, and the thick dark clouds enveloped the area for thousands of miles. Lightning flashes and thunders in the clouds, and the electric snake roams, as if the sky will collapse at any time, exuding a terrifying aura. Under the shroud of clouds, the three warships on the sea were like three ants in Wang Yang's sea, wrapped in the waves blown by the strong wind, drifting with the waves. Well, that's kind of scary. Admiral Kizaru looked up at the sky and said with his lips raised, "Kizaru Admiral, now is not the time to say that." A Marine rear admiral ran up behind him and shouted in a panic, "This must be the work of Enel, the god of thunder, who must be gathering lightning from the sky at the moment. If the thunderstorm falls, we are in the sea and there is nowhere to escape. Turn the rudder quickly, and get out of this cloud. Be sure to escape from the range of lightning." The Marine Vice Admiral on the other two ships issued orders one after the other. However, the gust of wind caused by the cloud ride at this moment is too strong, and the waves are too terrifying, and the Marine warship is not controlled by the rudder at all. At this moment, the pupils of the many Marine soldiers who had been looking at the sky shrank at the same time, their eyes rounded. There was endless fear on everyone's faces, and the whole body was cold. They saw that the black clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a huge spherical lightning with a diameter of several hundred meters fell from the sky, falling towards them like a meteorite. Over the sea, the black cloud layer was torn apart, and a huge spherical lightning with a diameter of several hundred meters fell from the sky, like a meteorite falling towards the warship at sea. The three warships were in the center of the falling ball lightning, and there was no way to avoid it. "No, I can't escape at all. Dead, we're dead. Is this the power of God?" Thousands of Marine soldiers were terrified and looked dull at the ball lightning falling from the sky, full of despair. Such strength is not in the same dimension as them at all. In New World, Enel's title is Thor. He has always called himself God. Many Marine soldiers thought it was just bragging, but now they feel that they are really facing a god. "Don't be intimidated by him, idiots," one Marine Vice Admiral roared. "We still have Kizaru Admiral. What's there to be afraid of?" Numerous Marine soldiers looked towards the bow, only to see Admiral Kizaru leaping forward, turning into a golden streamer and rising into the sky, flying towards the sky with spherical lightning. The speed of the two sides was extremely fast, and they were about to meet in the sky in the blink of an eye. 8-foot Kiangu Jade. Admiral Kizaru's hands glowed, and countless laser bullets were fired from them, hitting the sky with ball lightning. Whoa, 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 whoa. The huge ball lightning was instantly turned into a sieve, with countless holes all over the surface. Finally, in a series of shocking explosions, the ball lightning shattered. The shock wave of the explosion slammed into all directions, sweeping away all the dark clouds in the sky. Admiral Kizaru fell from the sky and landed on the mast of the warship, still with his hands in his pockets. Thousands of Marine soldiers cheered loudly in celebration of the aftermath. Enel was suspended in the sky, with a solemn expression on his face. This was the first time he faced Marine Admiral, and the pressure he felt was not unreal. With just one move, Kizaru broke his laying, as simple as eating and drinking. No wonder it is called Marine's highest combat power, which is interesting. Enel was provoked to be competitive, and the fighting spirit in his heart spewed out. "Look whether your laser is stronger, or my lightning is stronger." Enel waved his hand, and the clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, piercing towards the three warships at sea like a torrential rain. This move is similar to Kizaru's 8-foot Kiangu Jade, which is a large-scale discrete attack. Among the thousands of Marines, only Admiral Kizaru could handle it. 8-foot Kiangu Jade. Kizaru fired the laser projectile again, facing the lightning in the sky. The laser projectile and the lightning collided and exploded violently. For a time, fireballs were born in the sky, like miniature suns. However, the number of lightning bolts was too large, and it was impossible for Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanga Jade to hit every bolt of lightning. The lightning storm broke through the blockade of the Kizaru laser projectile and flew towards the warship and the sea. Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral could not resist such a dense attack, and lightning eventually struck the warship. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions blew out large holes in the warship. The hull was damaged, and the sea water poured back. Marine soldiers were struck by lightning, and they were split into coke on the spot, and their souls went to 9 springs. No, it can't go on like this. Enel's attacks are too dense. We are in the center of the battlefield, and we can't escape. A Marine Rear Admiral slashed a flash of lightning with his sword and shouted sharply, "If we continue like this, we may live, but the soldiers on board will die." Enel's lightning can only be received by Marine above Marine Rear Admiral. Colonel Marine would be seriously injured or even killed if he tried to pick him up. Over time, the Marine soldiers on the 3 Marine warships will be wiped out. It's not good to slaughter my subordinates like this, thought Enel. Admiral Kizaru was obviously also angry. His figure flashed, and it turned into a golden light that shot into the sky, flying towards Enel in the sky. Kizaru's speed is extremely fast, and the distance of thousands of meters is instantaneous. The golden light flashed and appeared directly beside Enel. Boom! Kizaru kicked Enel's head, but was blocked by Enel's arm. However, the speed of light kick is not so easy to catch. Speed is power, and the powerful impact burst out, and Enel was kicked out of a distance of thousands of meters. If he hadn't elementalized in time to remove the impact, this kick would likely have kicked him directly into the sea. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Before Enel could recover, Kizaru's fast break had come again. I saw a golden light refracting rapidly in midair, and Kizaru appeared beside Enel again. With another lightspeed kick, Enel's body was directly kicked in half. Enel elementalized in time, dodged the killer move, and then flipped his hand and hit a thunder dragon, piercing Kizaru's chest. Unfortunately, the big hole in Kizaru's chest healed quickly, and he was still unscathed. This is the haki of Admiral Kizaru. Although Enel's armament haki cultivation base is not weak, there is still a gap with Kizaru. The old man is very difficult to deal with. After Kizaru finished speaking, the golden light in his palm condensed and turned into a long sword, and then he took advantage of the trend and slashed across Enel's arm. Enel turned into electric light and appeared more than 10 meters away. There was a bloodstain on his arm, and the dark red blood slowly flowed out. This is the Sky Tsone Cloud Sword, a lightsaber that Kizaru uses to condense photons. Kizaru is not only superb in his fruit ability, he is also a great swordsman himself, and his swordsmanship should not be underestimated. Marine Admiral is not easy. Enel grinned grimly. He was hit with anger, and the ferocity in his heart also broke out. Boom! I saw the thunder and lightning riot on Enel's body, and a lot of lightning fell from the clouds, all of which fell on him. In the blink of an eye, Enel transforms into a giant Thor form. Just show you the true power of God. Enel roared, holding the golden stick and using it hard. A large amount of thunder and lightning formed an angry dragon, biting towards Kizaru. The corners of Kizaru's mouth twitched, and he still had that smug expression on his face. You monsters of a new world, all of you look really scary. The Tsone Cloud Sword pierced through the sky, splitting a huge, invisible sword energy into 2 parts. Afterwards, Enel and Kizaru fought together. Lightning flashes in the sky, photons explode, and the sound of rumbling is endless. I didn't expect Thor, Enel, to be able to tie Kizaru Admiral. On the Marine warship, a Marine Vice Admiral said solemnly, "No, it's not a tie. Enel has fallen behind." Another Marine Vice Admiral sneered, "A mere Enel can't be a match for Kizaru Admiral. It won't be long before he will die at the hands of Kizaru Admiral." "Well said." A Marine Rear Admiral growled, "Ernie, road be damned. His sins are beyond forgiveness." As the murderer who destroyed Marine Fortress and killed 7,000 Marine soldiers, he alone cannot be forgiven. Thousands of Marines on the 3 warships all looked up at the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, all eager for Admiral Kizaru to kill Enel, the god of thunder, and avenge the dead Marine. They could all see that Admiral Kizaru had the upper hand, and Enel had been injured constantly under Kizaru's onslaught. In just a little while, Enel is likely to be beheaded. However, they forgot that the Morency area they were in at the moment was bordering the sea area of Carlo Empire Kingdom. Keyenes has the fire dragon Leviathan as his mount, and his support is extremely fast. And while Kizaru and Enel are fighting fiercely, Keyenes is close. When Keyenes reached the Moron Sea, the sky over the sea was covered with black clouds. Among them, lightning and thunder, interspersed with golden light flying, caused a series of explosions. Enel and Admiral Kizaru are both Logia-capable. One is the Flash, the other is the Thunder. The power of the Flash and the Thunder can be triggered at any time, and the center of the battlefield has become white-hot. Keyenes' observation hockey spread out, finding the Marines' fleet in the waters below the battlefield. They haven't left yet, or rather, they can't leave at all. Enel in the sky has driven Thunderfruit's ability to ultimate, and the climate in this area has been affected by him, resulting in huge waves and tsunamis. The sails and rudders of the Marine warships are useless at all. At this moment, many Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral shot one after another, breaking the waves so that the warship did not sink. Keyenes descended from the sky aboard the fire dragon Leviathan, and Leviathan let out a roar that immediately spread throughout the entire sea. On the Marine warship, thousands of Marine soldiers are watching the fierce battle in the sky. Although the speed of the two was so fast that they could only see afterimages, these Marine soldiers were still reluctant to look away. The sudden sound of dragon roars rang in the ears of thousands of Marine soldiers, and Kizaru, who was above the sky, noticed the appearance of the fire dragon Leviathan for the first time, and his face changed greatly. Keyenes' methods he knew, ruthless, murderous. If not stopped in time, thousands of Marines on the warship will surely die. Stop! Kizaru turned into a golden light and shot towards the warship below. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning pierced through the golden light transformed by Kizaru, causing it to appear in real life. Don't think about it. Damn yellow monkey. Enel, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, laughed loudly. The battle between Lousy and you is not over yet. An undisguised, cold, killing intent erupted from Kizaru. Do you just want to die? Enel, Kizaru is the first person to paddle and release water in Marine, no matter what kind of battle. Even in Summit War, he fights with a light-hearted and happy mood. Don't do it if you can. Save effort if you can. If the pirate wanted to escape, he would only go after it symbolically, and if he couldn't catch up, he would give up. This time, for the naval headquarters in Keyenes' war, Kizaru also had the same idea. But at this moment, Kizaru really broke out with murderous intentions. He had never wanted to kill someone so much for a single moment. Kizaru can accept that he can paddle himself or let the pirates run away, but he can't accept watching thousands of Marine soldiers die in front of him. Enel interrupted his rescue, tantamount to sending thousands of Marines to a dead end. After the moment he was blocked, it was too late to think about it, and Keyenes had descended on the bow of the warship in the Dragon Leviathan. Seeing Keyenes coming, thousands of Marines panicked. But this here is boundless sea, and they have nowhere to escape. Really weak. Keyenes looked indifferently at the thousands of Marines below. With a wave of his hand, countless black hole streamers blazed out. Under the terrified eyes of thousands of Marines, a black streamer hit 3 Marine warships. Then the black hole disintegrated, producing a violent explosion. The twisting power of the black hole also erupted at the same time, swallowing everything around it. Marine soldiers were killed at the same time in a split second. Some were swallowed by the black hole and decomposed directly, and some were killed by the disintegration and explosion of the black hole. Even Marine Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral couldn't stop Keyenes' random move and died on the spot. Boom! A huge fireball soared into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Then the space in the center of the fireball was distorted, and a black hole appeared, which devoured the fireball, the mushroom cloud, and even the shockwave. By the time everything subsided, 3 warships had disappeared, thousands of Marines had all been killed, and no one survived. Just then, a laser beam fell from the sky and flew towards the back of Keyenes' head. At the same time as Keyenes turned around, he raised his hand and grabbed it. A black hole appeared in the palm of his hand, and a laser was swallowed into it. The fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar, his wings fluttered, and he took Keyenes up into the sky and flew into the sky. Admiral Kizaru was just 100 meters in front of Keyenes, his face frosty. The murderous aura emanating from his body caused the temperature of the air to plummet. Boom! An electric light shot from a distance and landed on the back of the fire dragon Leviathan. It was Enel. At this moment, Enel was dripping with blood, and there were multiple wounds on his body, and there were 2 blood holes on his chest that ran through his front chest and back. These were all hit by Kizaru. In fact, with Enel Thunderfruit's ability, if he chose to fight instead of fighting Kizaru head-on, he would not have suffered such a serious injury at all. It's just that Enel has always been arrogant, and he really wanted to experience Marine Admiral's combat power for himself. So this time, instead of fighting, he chose to face off. Ow! Not dead yet. Keyenes asked coldly. This yellow monkey is a long way from trying to kill me. Enel smiled forcefully, but the wound was involved, making his expression a little distorted. Keyenes looked at Kizaru in front of him and smiled indifferently. This is the first time you and I have met, Kizaru. Your subordinates are dead. You can only blame them for being too weak. Even I can't catch a single move. Kizaru's face was gloomy, and he exuded killing intent. Keyenes, we have nothing to say. This old man just wants to kill you today and completely eradicate your scourge. Kizaru and Akinu have completely different styles. But at this moment, Kizaru felt that for Keyenes, Akinu's approach was the most appropriate. Someone like Keyenes who slaughtered Marine recklessly and treated Marine soldiers like ants should not live in this world. Can you do it? Keyenes sneered, then raised his hands, revealing an open door. Do you believe it? Even if I stand still and let you beat me, you can't hurt a single hair of me. Before Keyenes could finish speaking, Kizaru had already started. A laser beam shot out from his fingertips and disappeared in a flash. Keyenes stood motionless, letting Kizaru's laser hit him in the chest. However, the moment the laser hit Keyenes' chest turned into a black hole, swallowing the laser. The laser, which was enough to kill hundreds of millions of pirates in 1 second, was dissolved by Keyenes. Is that all it takes? Keyenes shook his head slightly, looking a little disappointed. In the next moment, Kizaru has launched the 8-foot Kyanga Jade. Countless laser projectiles blasted towards Keyenes like a torrential rain. Keyenes smiled indifferently, raised his hand and grabbed it. The space in front of him was distorted, and a black hole suddenly appeared. At the same time as the black hole rotates, a strong black hole gravitational force erupts. The incoming laser is pulled by gravity, and all is sucked into the black hole and disappears. You know what? Kizaru, your abilities are the most useless to me. Keyenes sneered. You are light, and you are very fast, but I'm a black hole that can swallow even light. You can't beat me with a 0.9 bet. When the voice fell, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and Kizaru in the distance was suddenly pulled by the gravitational force of a black hole, and his body flew towards Keyenes involuntarily. Kizaru's face changed, and his body suddenly became elemental, turning into photons, trying to unload this black hole's gravity. However, Kizaru was wrong. Even if he turned into a photon, he could not escape the gravity of the black hole. Keyenes suddenly drew his knife, and a flying slash burst out of the air, directly splitting the absorbed photon in half. Kizaru revealed his body. The suit on his chest had been stained red with blood, and there was a huge wound on it. Kizaru, today you are dead. With a bloodthirsty smile, Keyenes suddenly disappeared, appearing beside Kizaru out of thin air. As the autumn water of the black knife cut through the sky, A pitch-black half-moon-shaped slash smashed out of the sky. Crucially, the edges of the black slash are red. Kane started out with full force, not only with armament haki, but also with Conqueror's haki. Kizaru held the sky-sewn cloud sword, aimed at the slash and slashed down. Unexpectedly, with a flash of sword light, Tiansung Yunjian broke with a sound. The slash smashed the air and hit Kizaru's chest with precision, tearing open his flesh. Blood spurted out, flying into the sky. Kizaru was severely injured, and his body was shot backwards, turning into a photon in mid-air, barely removing the impact of the slash. When he recovered his body, there were already 2 cross wounds on his chest. The blood continued to flow out, trickling down. Your strength. Kizaru gave Keyenes a slightly horrified look in disbelief. Obviously, Keyenes' strength is completely beyond his imagination. He knew that Keyenes was strong, having badly wounded Akinu and beheaded Blackbeard. But Kizaru is not weak in his own strength. Even if he is not as good as Keyenes, the gap should not be so big. The battle between the two had only just begun, and Keyenes had only made 2 moves, and he had already been seriously injured, and he was pressing him to fight. Since becoming Marine Admiral, Kizaru hasn't tried being beaten in years. You seem surprised? Keyenes sneered. It's been years since I seriously injured Akinu. Don't you think I'm still standing still? Wrongly judge my strength, but will die. Kizaru's pupils twitched, and in his sight, Keyenes had vanished out of thin air. His observation haki simply fails to capture Keyenes' presence. Suddenly, a knife sounded, and Kizaru felt a chill behind him. Before he had time to turn around, he directly elementalized and split his body and burst into a mass of photons. And the next moment, a flying slash swept across the photon, bringing a cloud of blood. Keyenes appeared behind Kizaru, a black hole slowly dissipating behind him. After awakening the black hole fruit, Keyenes can already travel through space through the black hole. The photons condensed in the distance, and Kizaru emerged as a solid body, with a bloodstain on his cheek. Obviously, although he dodged the slash, he was still bruised. This time, Kizaru didn't hesitate and turned into a laser beam and shot out into the sky. At this point, Kizaru knew that he was no match for Keyenes. If you stay and fight to the death, you will surely die. Is the famous Marine Admiral Kizaru just running around now? Keyenes smiled sarcastically, aiming his palm at the laser in the distance and grabbing it hard. The powerful gravitational force of the black hole erupted, and Kizaru's escape speed was immediately blocked, and his body shot back involuntarily. The gravitational force of a black hole is extremely terrifying. Even if it is light, it cannot escape the tearing of the black hole's gravitational force. It can be said that the black hole fruit of Keyenes completely restrains the sparkling fruit of the yellow monkey. Keyenes had his sword in front of him, and the armament haki in his body gushed out like a tsunami, covering it all over the autumn water of the black sword. Then red lightning appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Keyenes. Red Dragon Shadow / reverse kill. Keyenes fell with a knife, bursting out of the air without any effort, forming a crimson dragon and biting towards Kizaru in the distance. The slash of the peak swordsman, the armament haki that is released from the body, the superior conqueror's haki, plus the ability of the awakened black hole fruit. All the power hits in this slash, and wherever the slash passes, the space distorts and shatters. The Qilong slashed and roared with rage, and Kizaru's tiny body was like an ant in front of Qilong, and was finally swallowed by Qilong. After the Qilong swallowed the yellow ape, it flew out for several kilometers, and the knife gas split the sea, forming a bottomless ocean trench. In the end, the endless power of the black hole exploded, forming a giant great fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters. An invisible shock wave soared into the sky and penetrated the thick clouds in the sky. The sea was torn apart, setting off a huge tsunami dozens of meters high. When everything subsided, Kizaru's figure had disappeared, leaving no trace. Sparkling fruit can't absorb damage after all. Blackbeard was able to survive this move because Dark Fruit could absorb damage, which barely saved Blackbeard's life. Now seriously injured Kizaru was hit by Keyenes' ultimate move, and his body was torn and swallowed by a black hole in an instant. All the photons are crushed into nothingness by the black hole, and there are no bones left. So far, Marine Admiral Kizaru dead. Above the sky, Keyenes hover in the sky, slowly retracting the knife back into the sheath and exhaling a long breath. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! It was detected that the host beheaded Marine Admiral Kizaru, and the task of killing the enemy has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? The clear prompt from the system also proved that Kizaru had been killed. Don't retrieve it now. Keyenes glanced into the distance, and Enel was approaching very fast. He didn't want to expose the existence of the system. There was a flash of lightning, and Enel appeared behind Keyenes. I didn't expect that the yellow monkey was killed by you like this. Enel is still a little unwilling. He was defeated by Kizaru this time, and he wants to regain his position in the future. It's a pity that Kizaru is dead. He is destined to not have this chance. Let's go back, Keyenes said coldly. Kizaru is dead. Naval headquarters must have received the news, and the final battle will begin soon. Rather than waiting for a powerful enemy to come to your door, it is better to take the initiative to attack. You're thinking? Ah, yes, storm naval headquarters. Leaving his sentence, Keyenes swayed and teleported to the top of the fire dragon Leviathan. Thor Enel smiled grimly, feeling the blood in his body boiling. The war between the Karo Empire and naval headquarters is destined to surpass the Summit War a year ago, because a Marine Admiral fell before this war started. Just as Admiral Kizaru was killed, Marine soldiers who belonged to Kizaru's subordinates in naval headquarters immediately discovered that the life cards belonging to Kizaru had been burned out. The life card is closely related to the owner's vitality. It is self-evident that the life card burns out and the owner's life is like. The scientific team was shocked and rushed to the naval headquarters and rushed directly to the office of Marshal Akinu. It's a big deal. Marshal Sakazuki. John Tomer didn't knock on the door, but directly broke in. Several people sitting in the office looked sideways, and they could all sense John Tomaru's panic and fear. Don't be in a hurry. What's your style? Akinu growled. Something happened. Kizaru, Mr. Kizaru was killed. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several vice admirals in the office, including Marshal Akinu, changed greatly. What did you say? Akinu stood up directly from the position, and a large amount of magma poured out of the surface of his body. Master Kizaru's life was just burnt to ashes. He died in battle, Jean Tao said sadly. Impossible. Kizaru Admiral is Marine's highest fighting force. How could he die in battle? Yes, you must have read it wrong. It's impossible, absolutely not true. Several vice admiral roared sharply, not believing what Jean Tomaru said, and no one could accept that a Marine admiral was beheaded, and it is the fastest Admiral Kizaru with the strongest escapability. However, life cards don't lie, and even if they don't want to believe it, they can't change the facts. Boom! Marshal Akinu smashed the desk in front of him with one punch, and the most terrifying and hot murderous aura erupted from his body. Keyenes, it must be Keyenes. This damn brat, this old man, can't spare him. Send my order. Forcibly summon the 7 warlords of the sea, recall all the Marines, and gather the whole army. This time, the old man must completely destroy his kingdom and burn every inch of his flesh to ashes. Akinu's roar roared throughout the naval headquarters. At the same time, news of Admiral Kizaru's beheading by the murderous tyrant John Keyenes began to spread in the naval headquarters. The news caused an uproar at naval headquarters. While the countless Marine soldiers were terrified, they also aroused anger in their hearts. They want vengeance. Vengeance for the dead Admiral Kizaru, and vengeance for the countless Marine soldiers who died at the hands of Keyenes. This is a total war, and no one can stop it. After Akinu's order was issued, the warships that were out hunting and weeding returned one after another. All of Marines elite, all gathered towards naval headquarters. In the sea of New World, Wang Yang's boundless sea, A warship of the highest specification is riding the wind and waves. On the ammunition box on the bow of the main ship, Marine heroes Garp and Sengoku sat together, their faces gloomy and gloomy. Unexpectedly, Kizaru died like this. Sengoku shook his head slightly and sighed lightly. Kizaru was the Marine Vice Admiral on his ship when he was still an admiral. It can be said that Kizaru is his direct subordinate. This is the cruelty of the sea. Garp no longer had the hippie smile of the past, but a heavy heart. Regardless of their previous relationship, the death of a Marine admiral is always heartbreaking. Neither Sengoku nor Garp are absolutely sure of the impending war. Keyenes' beheading of Admiral Kizaru has confirmed both of their speculations. The strength of Keyenes has really reached, or even surpassed, the realm of Whitebeard and Roger. The two of them had also set foot in that realm at the beginning, but as they grew older, their combat power declined a lot. Only when you have truly achieved it can you know the power of that power. Both Sengoku and Garp knew in their hearts that in this all-out war, countless Marine soldiers would die on the Marine side, even more tragic than the Summit War. But they couldn't stop it. Now that a Marine admiral has been killed, the naval headquarters must go to war. Otherwise, the majesty of the naval headquarters will be lost and will no longer be able to suppress the sea. The era of Berserk is about to begin, and in this wave of the era, we may be the ones who will be destroyed. Both Sengoku and Garp looked deeply at the sea with the rolling waves and fell silent for a while. On the other side, the army of the Karo Empire is also rapidly gathering. The pirate groups and guards stationed on each island rushed towards the designated meeting point at the fastest speed. On the edge of the Karo Empire, the island of Rensa. This is an outer island in the sea area of the Karo Empire. Usually there is only a small pirate group station here on the island. There is no city on the island, and it is almost no different from a desert island. At the center of the station, Keyenes sat alone. The electronic sound of the system sounded in my mind. Ding! It was detected that the host beheaded Marine Admiral Kizaru, and the task of killing the enemy has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Ding! Host completes the task of killing the enemy and gets a reward. Physical evolution. Seastone immunity increases by 40%. A top devil fruit. At the end of the electronic sound, a surge of energy poured into Keyenes' body, causing his physique to transform again. Today, Keyenes is 70% immune to Seastone. Even if he is bound by 100% pure Seastone, Keyenes can still retain most of his strength. At the same time, a devil fruit appeared out of nowhere in Keyenes' hands. The whole body of the fruit is golden, with sharp spiral patterns all over it, as if it still exudes golden light. Keyenes recognized at a glance that it was the sparkling fruit of Admiral Kizaru. Kill the strong and gain his fruit ability. Keyenes doesn't have the power of dark fruit and can do it now. Blue, 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 blue. Suddenly, the phone rang. Keyenes put away sparkling fruit, took out the phone bug, and connected. Captain Keyenes, I'm on the Isle of Linsa, and 50,000 troops have been assembled. Badger's voice came from the opposite side. The number of escorts in the Kingdom of Karo has exceeded 100,000. In this war, Keyenes only allowed Badgers to bring 50,000 people. The rest are also responsible for guarding the kingdom's territory. Okay, I see. After arranging your army, come to the station to gather. Keyenes said, Understood, Captain Keyenes. After speaking, Badgers cut off the call. Over the next few days, several affiliated pirates under Keyenes arrived on the island of Rinsa one after another. New Giants pirates, Marco's crew, low-temperature pirates, Mercury pirates, and more. There are more than 40 affiliated pirates under Keyenes, and this time, 30 of them were summoned by Keyenes, and a total of 50,000 pirates were collected. 50,000 guards plus 50,000 pirates is 100,000 troops. If you add the 30,000 clone army, led by Judge and the slaughtering weapon beast, this force has far surpassed the force that the Whitebeard pirates used to participate in the Summit War. In the center of Linsa Island, 130,000 troops assembled. Keyenes stood at the top of the station tower, looking at the army under his feet, and his heart was filled with pride. And the electronic sound of the system also sounded at this moment. Ding! Host triggers a total war mission. It is detected that the host is about to break out into a full-scale war with naval headquarters. Please the host to win the final victory of the war and drive Marine out of the New World. Quest rewards. Physical evolution. Seastone immunity increased by 30%. Strength evolution. World class. Keyenes doesn't know how strong the world class is, but considering the difficulty of this mission, Keyenes can estimate 1 or 2. If he really reached the world class, he would definitely be invincible in this world. The 4 emperors have been unable to stop him, and the only thing that may hinder him are the ancient weapon Uranus, the most deeply hidden ancient weapon in the world, and the king of celestial dragons. Suppressing the fire in his heart, Keyenes leaped into the sky. The fire dragon Leviathan flew from a distance, caught Keyenes, and finally flew over the head of the 130,000 army. Seeing Keyenes appear, 130,000 people roared wildly, their eyes wild. They're the most elite troops under Keyenes, and they're willing to fight for Keyenes and even give their lives. This is a full-scale war between the Kalo Empire and the naval headquarters. If this battle is won, the Kalo Empire will rule the New World and become the strongest in the world. Keyenes' voice boomed, and it spread to every corner of the island. Of the king. In this battle, you must let the world see your strength and the strength of the kingdom of Karo. Destroy naval headquarters, destroy Marine. Keyenes proclaimed war, and the 130,000 troops roared and ripped apart the sky. Declare the world, war is about to break out. Keyenes let out a loud roar, then grabbed with a big hand, and the entire island of Linsa began to shake violently, then slowly rose, and finally broke free from the shackles of the sea. With all-out war at naval headquarters, Keyenes certainly wouldn't go to naval headquarters on a warship. That's too inefficient and not shocking enough. With his current strength, pulling an island to naval headquarters is as simple as eating and drinking. While the naval headquarters and the Kalo Empire were tensely deploying troops, the various forces in the New World also began to move. The Red Hair Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Bigman Pirates all got the news at the same time. Less than a year has passed since the Summit War, and the second war between the 4 emperors and the naval headquarters is about to break out. No one can predict what the future of this world will be like. New World, among the clouds in the sky, an island is flying fast. Keyenes stood at the top of the tower with 130,000 troops at his feet. Soon, the island came to a sea area of New World. No pirates dare to approach this sea area, because this is where naval headquarters is located. The new, rebuilt naval headquarters is more stately than the old naval headquarters in Marineford. Above the sky, Keyenes' observation hockey spread out, locking the naval headquarters beneath his feet. Everyone, it's time for a war. Enter naval headquarters and leave no one behind. A roar from Keyenes spread throughout the island. Then everyone saw that Keyenes raised his hand and shot a thick black hole streamer ray from his palm. The rays penetrated the clouds in the sky and shot to the sky. Then the sky rumbled, and red fireballs suddenly appeared in the clouds. It was hundreds of meteorites burning with flames, and 660 was falling at an extremely fast speed. The target is the naval headquarters at their feet. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and pirates roared furiously, all watching this scene frantically. Such a powerful force, such a terrifying strength, can destroy the world with a single action. This is the man they are loyal to, the slaughter tyrant John Keyenes. At this time, in the naval headquarters combat conference room, many Marine executives were sitting together to discuss the battle plan. Marines are different from pirates. When they start a war, they must make the most perfect battle plan before the war. This will ensure the victory of the war and reduce casualties. Now, Marines' elite troops have been assembled, and as long as the battle plan is drawn up and Marshal Akinu gives the order, it can be dispatched. Suddenly, Admiral Fujitora, who was sitting in the seat, suddenly stood up. Everyone saw that Fujitora drew his knife and slashed, and a purple circle of light shot up into the sky, directly piercing the ceiling of the conference room and flying high into the sky. Before Vice Admiral Rear Admiral asked about it, Marshal Akinu, Sengoku, and Garp had already changed their colors at the same time. Apparently, their observation haki also sensed the coming of the meteorite. "Quick! Issue an emergency warning signal." Field Marshal Akinu roared loudly. "There is no need to send troops. That bastard Keyenes has already attacked." Akinu, Sengoku, and Garp stared at the ceiling that was pierced by Fujitora and saw huge meteorites falling from the sky. If this meteor shower hits naval headquarters, it will cause huge casualties in naval headquarters. At that time, before the war begins, it can be declared over. Fujitora's slash flew into the sky, and a strong upward gravity erupted, causing all the meteorites that fell at extreme speed to stop in the air. Afterwards, Fujitora held the knife and slashed hard, and a strong horizontal gravity suddenly erupted, causing the meteorite to deviate from the falling direction and fall into the sea. However, hundreds of meteorites still slipped through the net. Several meteorites fell to the edge of naval headquarters, instantly smashing the building into rubble. Thousands of Marine soldiers were killed in the fire. The urgent siren sounded, spreading to every corner of naval headquarters. At the sound of the siren, Akinu, Sengoku, Garp, and others soared into the sky, smashed the ceiling directly, and jumped onto the pigeon's wings. The new naval headquarters is in the shape of a pigeon. Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral also rushed to the outside world and began to direct operations. In all Marines' terrified eyes, an island descended from the sky, slowly descending to the edge of naval headquarters, bordering naval headquarters, forming a piece. Then there was a deafening scream. Countless soldiers, pirates, and Germa-cloned soldiers and slaughter beasts rushed out of the island and directly entered the naval headquarters island. The war broke out without warning. Kane's raid caught them off guard and took the lead. Many Marine soldiers didn't even know what happened, and they were already smashed by the army of the Karo Empire and cut to the sword. Boom, 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 boom. The artillery roared, resounding. Countless Marine soldiers were killed while fleeing in panic. There are also huge slaughtering beasts rushing into the battlefield, and they can kill a large number of Marines by moving their claws at will. Within a few minutes of the war, Marine side had already retreated across the board with heavy casualties. Don't panic. All Marine soldiers obey the order and kill the incoming enemy. Kill them and leave none. Justice for Marine. Fight to the death. Where's Shichibukai? Let them also come out and fight. One by one, Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral drew their swords and roared, leading their soldiers to meet the enemy. On the pigeon's wings, Marshal Akinu's face was ugly, and hot lava flowed down his face like sweat. Both Sengoku and Garp were also solemn. No one expected that Keyenes would appear so suddenly. Damn bastard, dared to attack naval headquarters directly. Marshal Akinu was furious, his fists turned into hot lava, and he fired countless volcanic bombs into the sky. The volcanic bomb fell and bombarded the army of the Karo Empire. Akinu's lava fruit is an absolute killer on such a battlefield. A single move can kill thousands of people. Black hole gravity. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. I saw that the falling volcanic bomb suddenly changed direction, deviating from the trajectory and falling among the countless sea soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The volcanic bomb caused a series of explosions that directly killed countless Marine soldiers. The screams, and calls for help resounded incessantly, making people tremble. Roar! With the dragon's roar, Keyenes descended from the sky aboard the Fire Dragon Leviathan and appeared over the battlefield. The Fire Dragon Leviathan spit flames and swept away from the Marine camp, leaving a trail of flames. Hundreds of Marine soldiers were burned to ashes along the way, with no bones left. When the 7 warlords of the sea heard the movement, they rushed out of the room, and what they saw was the white-hot battlefield. Because of the Summit War and the emergency, the 7 warlords of the sea have yet to gather 7. This time only Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Empress Hancock, and Clown Buggy came to this battlefield. Doflamingo looked at the tragic battlefield and laughed wildly, looking very excited. Hawkeye's pupils shrunk, his eyes locked on Keyenes above the head of the fire dragon in the sky, and his fighting spirit was high. He fought Keyenes once and lost. This time Hawkeye wanted a challenge again. Empress Hancock was not interested in this war and did not intend to take action. As for the clown buggy, it's a mess. Seeing such a tragic battlefield, as well as the fire dragon Leviathan in the sky, was already frightened with cold sweat and trembling all over. He knows how much strength he has, not to mention the many cadres of Keyenes and the Carlo Empire. Even some small soldiers can crush him at will. On this battlefield where the strong are like forests, he is only a cannon fodder. The core cadres under Keyenes' command have already rushed into the battlefield. Has Shiryu of Rain from Lion Fruit from Shock Fruit, Enel from Thunder Fruit, Helding the Giant from Electric Fruit, Bag the Giant from Tyrannosaurus Fruit, Cavendish from Speed Fruit, Badgers from Saber-Tooth Fruit, and C of Whitebeard the Gang of Thieves. All of them are top masters, and all of them have top abilities. Marine, who did not complete the formation, was directly torn open by them, and the formation was in chaos. Because of being caught off guard and suffering heavy casualties, Marine's morale has begun to decline, showing a trend of rout. On the Marine side, headed by Marshal Akinu, plus 2 legendary Marines, Admiral Fujitora, Sengoku, and Garp, there are 4 Admiral-level combat powers. There are also 2 Quasi-Admiral-level combat powers, Momosaji and T-Dolphin, and the lineup is extremely terrifying. But somehow, Keyenes didn't think he was going to lose it all. Meteor Volcano. Akinu's onslaught. Countless volcanic lava fists rained down on Keyenes, leaving him with nowhere to run. Keyenes leapt out of the dragon Leviathan and flew into the sky. With a slash of his sword, the space was torn apart, and a black hole appeared. As the black hole rotates, a powerful black hole gravitational force erupts, swallowing all the lava fists into it. Red Dog, I said a long time ago, your tricks are useless to me. As soon as the voice fell, Keyenes slashed with the sword, and a huge flying slash burst out of the sky, spanning a distance of thousands of meters, and flew towards the red sky. Rounds of black lotus ripples reverberated in the air, distorting the space. Akinu's lower body turned into lava, propelled himself into the sky, and flew towards Keyenes after dodging the slash. Behind Akinu, the huge naval headquarters building slowly cracked a gap in the middle. Afterwards, half of the tall buildings broke away from the rock wall and rose into the sky. Keyenes slashed the naval headquarters building in half. Come on, what a joke. Naval headquarters is split open. Countless Marine soldiers were dumbfounded by this scene. Hurry away, everyone. Hurry up. The tall building is about to fall. Run fast and stay away from high-rise areas. Marines shouted loudly, and countless Marine soldiers fled in a hurry. The naval headquarters tower is no less than a mountain in size. The falling of tall buildings is like the fall of a mountain. At the critical moment, Admiral Fujitora took action, slashing with a stick and a knife, directly suspending the building in the air and finally slowly placing it on the ground. The monster that dominates the new world, it's getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo laughed wildly, getting more and more excited. However, he just randomly found a few soldiers to shoot and did not face the cadres under Keyenes. Keyenes has cooperated with Doflamingo in private. Doflamingo's participation in this war is just a passing game, and of course he will not choose to fight with Keyenes recklessly. But after seeing this knife, Hawkeye's eyes radiated an unprecedented light, which was an indescribable fighting intent. He could see that Keyenes' sword skills were no weaker than him. In the previous battle, Keyenes used the power of Devil Fruit to defeat him. Lightsaber, Keyenes was no match for him. But things were different now, and Keyenes' swordsmanship had caught up. Hawkeye would love to have another head-to-head sword fight with Keyenes. Hawkeye took a step forward, slowly pulled out the black knife behind his back, and slashed down. In an instant, a huge flying slash burst out of the air, traversing the entire battlefield, and flew towards Keyenes. Those along the way, whether Marines or on Keyenes' side, were slashed straight into the air. Keyenes ignored Hawkeye's attack because Akinu had already killed him. Just as the slash was about to arrive, Shiryu of the Rain suddenly appeared and blocked Hawkeye's slash with one blade. Captain Keyenes doesn't have time to talk to you now, Hawkeye. Shiryu bit his cigar and smiled bloodthirsty. Let me teach you your swordsmanship. Shiryu of the Rain. Hawkeye certainly knew Shiryu's identity. As the former Impel Down warden who defected to world conquest, Shiryu of Rain has a great reputation. After following Keyenes, Shiryu also ate the lion fruit of the Golden Lion, which made Shiryu's name even louder. Keyenes hovered in the sky, looking down at Marshal Akinu indifferently. Long time no see, Sakazuki. Is your chest injury better? Hearing Keyenes' taunting words, Akinu was even more angry, and the scar on his chest was aching. That's what Keyenes left on him years ago. Although it has long since healed, the scar still ached just thinking about Keyenes. This is the shame that Keyenes left Akinu. As long as Keyenes does not die, Akinu's scar will not heal completely. Today you're going to die here, goddamn brat. Sinners like you don't deserve to live in this world. A large amount of magma emerged from Akinu's body, the lava boiled, and thick smoke billowed. Keyenes sneered. Kizaru said the same thing before he died. It's just a pity that he's too weak to hurt me at all. So in the end, I killed him. It's the same for you today. I'll send you down to see that yellow monkey right away. As soon as the words fell, Keyenes and Akinu shot at the same time. After the two disappeared for a moment, they met in the center of the battlefield. A shock wave erupted, sweeping in all directions. Keyenes held the black knife Autumn Water, pushed Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki to the limit, merged the black whole fruit ability, and then slammed the knife down. A black-red slash burst out of the air, hitting Akinu's magma head-on, and instantly slashed it hundreds of meters away. Akinu turned into a cannonball and shot backwards, knocking all the Marine soldiers along the way and flying away. Your Excellency, Akinu. Your Excellency, the Marshal. Numerous Marine soldiers paled in disbelief. Who would have thought that in just a split second, Field Marshal Akinu was flown by Keyenes? Sure enough, Keyenes has reached that level. Sengoku and Garp, who were fighting Enel Weibel and others in the distance, suddenly changed their faces when they noticed this scene. Such power they often met when they were young, and they fought no less than 100 times. Hello, Garp. Sengoku gave a cold drink. Ah, you go, there's an old man here. Sengoku only called out his name, and Garp already understood what Sengoku was thinking. This is the tacit understanding honed by them fighting side by side for decades. After receiving Garp's response, Sengoku suddenly activated his fruit ability, and his body grew rapidly, turning into a huge golden Buddha with a height of several tens of meters. Golden Buddha jumped directly to a height of several hundred meters and flew towards Keyenes. Seeing this, Enel and Weibel quickly stepped forward to stop them, but were stopped by Garp alone. The old man is still here, arrogant little devils. Let the old man be your opponent. Garp ripped off the coat on his back, clenched his fists, and made a crackling sound. He faced Enel, Weibel, Jaws, and Bista by himself. On the other side, Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha and came to the top of Keyenes' head, hitting Keyenes with a big Buddha shockwave. Keyenes' pupils were blood red, and he had already seen this scene with his ability to predict the future. I saw his left hand clenched into a fist, a black hole circle appeared on his fist, and a backhand punch slammed out. Boom! Keyenes' fists and Sengoku's big Buddha shockwaves met face to face. Black-red lightning suddenly erupted, spreading in all directions. The ground beneath the two of them cracked inch by inch, and the Conqueror's domain surged out like a tsunami, impacting countless people around. In an instant, countless figures fell to the ground. Their eyes turned white and they lost consciousness. Conquerors erupted at the same time as Keyenes and Sengoku, and an invisible shock wave soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. Everyone saw that in the sky above the two of them, the deep cloud layer slowly separated, and a huge crack opened through the entire sky. A Marine, who was able to awaken conquerors, and even cultivated it to this level. Sengoku, you are really good, Keyenes said while nodding appreciatively. A Marine who can actually awaken conquerors and cultivate to this level. Sengoku, you are really good. Keyenes laughed wildly, suddenly unleashing the power of the black hole fruit. Sengoku also showed no signs of weakness, and the shock wave of the great Buddha continued to launch like waves. The place where the two touched each other has formed a domain. One is the black hole power, and the other is the golden Buddha power. The two fields are clearly separated and cannot stand each other. Sengoku, you are old and not my opponent. Keyenes' eyes were blood red, and he suddenly exerted force, and Sengoku suddenly felt a huge gravity pressing on him, making him unable to move. Subsequently, Keyenes' field prevailed. Insolent brat. Sengoku gritted his teeth, angry but unable to stop Keyenes' inexhaustible power. Finally, the golden light field of the great Buddha exploded. Keyenes punched Sengoku's huge golden Buddha's chest, and an invisible shock wave ran through his huge body, leaving behind a huge ravine that was thousands of meters long. All the Marine soldiers along the way, 660, were beaten up, vomited blood, and fractured their tendons. The huge golden Buddha incarnated by Sengoku was also smashed into the air, vomiting blood in the air, and finally slammed into the remaining tall buildings of naval headquarters, smashing it into ruins. Keyenes chased after the victory and slashed down. A round of half-moon-shaped black slashes roared out and flew towards the Buddha. Sengoku was too late to return to his senses, and the Buddha's body was too huge to dodge it all. At the critical moment, a large amount of lava erupted from the ruins, blocking the front of the Buddha and also blocking Keyenes' slash. Marshal Akinu appeared from the lava. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the killing intent was boiling. Damn Keyenes, the old man won't let you go. Only you, I must execute myself. Akinu strode forward. A large amount of lava emerged from his body, and then his body expanded rapidly. In the end, the whole person turned into a wave of magma tsunami that swept towards Keyenes. The power of the magma tsunami was extremely terrifying, and everything along the way was burned. In the presence of high-level hockey users, expanding the area of the body is no different from seeking death. Red Dog, are you courting death? Keyenes made a sudden move, and the black knife slashed into the sky, leaving behind afterimages. The next moment, the 9 slashes burst out of the air, tearing apart the magma tsunami, cutting it into 10 pieces. This time, however, Akinu seemed to be unharmed, and the speed of the magma surge suddenly increased, completely submerging Keyenes. The surrounding Marines cheered when they saw that Keyenes was hit by Akinu's attack. But only a few Marine executives remained frowning. They knew that Keyenes would not have been killed so easily. If it was so easy to kill Keyenes, then killing tyrants wouldn't be such a headache for naval headquarters. The golden Buddha, transformed by Sengoku, stared at the magma sea in front of him. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he roared wildly. Get out of there, Sakazuki! However, it was too late for Sengoku to warn. A black beam of light penetrated the magma, formed by Akinu, and shot straight into the sky. Then a round of black holes appeared above the magma, emitting a terrifying black hole gravity. A large amount of magma was torn by gravity, sucked into the black hole, and swallowed into nothingness. The surrounding Marine soldiers were also affected, and they were swallowed into the black hole one after another. The moment they touched the black hole, their bodies were torn apart, leaving no bones behind. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, blasting in the ears of countless people. Black hole devouring 6 spaces unbounded. The next moment, the black hole was divided into 6 parts, turning into 6 paths black light, shuttled through the magma tsunami at the speed of light. Wherever the black hole passed, the magma was swallowed up and disappeared. Akinu's entity was attacked, screaming miserably. The magma rioted in the next moment, like a volcanic eruption, flying in all directions. Keyenes broke through the magma to reveal his true body. Observation Haki enveloped all the fleeing magma and instantly found Akinu's breath. Raising the palm of his hand, 6 black holes shot out, accurately hitting the large mass of lava in the distance, leaving 6 large holes directly. The black hole flew thousands of meters away and finally disintegrated and exploded, producing 6 huge fireballs. Thousands of Marine soldiers were swallowed by the fireball, burned to ashes in an instant, and ashes disappeared. Despite the frontal attack by the magma tsunami, Keyenes remained unscathed. On the other hand, his opponent, Akinu, had 5 huge blood holes on his body after he changed from magma back to the real body, which directly penetrated his chest and back. What is even more terrifying is that his left arm has disappeared. It is empty, and blood is dripping continuously. Akinu spurted out a mouthful of blood, ran after a few steps, and fell to the ground with a bang. Looking at Keyenes with the only remaining consciousness, his face was unwilling, but his eyelids were already heavy, and it was difficult to open them with all his strength. Keyenes' figure was already blurred in his eyes. Not dead yet. Keyenes is a little different. With the move just now, Keyenes pushed the Black Hole Fruit's ability to the limit, and added the best armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Originally thought that he could kill Akinu completely, but he left his last breath. Although not far from death, he is still alive after all. Just let me give you the last ride. Keyenes suddenly drew his knife, slashed diagonally, and flew a half-moon-shaped flying slash, breaking through the air. Marshal Akinu. Your Excellency, Sakazuki. Countless Marines roared in rage, trying to block Keyenes' ultimate move. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Marshal Akinu is already at the end of his shot, and he can't take any more damage. If this knife hits, Akinu will surely die. At the critical moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Akinu, smashing Keyenes' slash into pieces with one punch. It was Garp who came. At this moment, Garp is no longer the same as before, but has a solemn expression on his face. Not only that, but Sengoku also appeared above Keyenes' head, with a shock wave of the Buddha's palm hitting his attack. Keyenes slashed it flying with a backhand knife, leaped and landed in a corner of the ruins, forming a 3-legged situation with Garp Sengoku. Hey Garp, how is Sakazuki? Sengoku asked sharply. No way. The injury is too serious and must be rescued as soon as possible. Garp glanced at Akinu, who was completely in a coma. The 5 blood holes in his chest and the broken arm continued to bleed, and the internal and external injuries were extremely serious. If you don't get treatment in time, you will definitely die. At this moment, Garp's eyes are a little complicated. During Summit War, Akinu killed Ace with his own hands and seriously injured Luffy. At the time, Garp wanted to kill Akinu. If Sengoku had not suppressed him in time, he would have been unable to control himself. Unexpectedly, now, he would actually take action to save him. And Akinu, who had been Marine Marshal for only a year, is now beaten like a dead dog. Although Garp is condescending, there is no formality. But he has a position. He doesn't deny that he hates or even hates Akinu, and even thought about killing him. But now on the battlefield, Garp's position prevented him from watching Akinu be killed right in front of him. Medical class, come and save people. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider ran behind Garp, resisted Akinu, and left quickly. Keyenes glanced coldly, a hint of sneer. You still want to take people away in front of me. Don't you take me too seriously? At the same time, when the voice dropped 0.9, Keyenes disappeared directly in place, and teleportation generally appeared behind Vice Admiral's Ghost Spider. The black-knifed Shoshue that exudes cold air has already raised up and slashed towards the Ghost Spider and Akinu. The Ghost Spider's eyes were splitting, and it was hard to hide the fear in his heart. Shocked by Conqueror's Haki, he didn't have the courage to fight back, and he couldn't even control his body or move. Knowing that the Ghost Spider is not Keyenes' opponent, he tried his best to move half of his body, but he actually protected Akinu in front of him and used the flesh and blood on his back to block Keyenes' ultimate move. It has to be said that Akinu is really well supported by the hawkish Marine generals within Marine. These hawkish Marine Vice Admiral, all of them were willing to give their lives to save him. Keyenes locked onto the seriously wounded Akinu and attacked. The light of the sword was piercing, and the murderous aura was astonishing. At the critical moment, a pitch-black fist suddenly appeared, blocking Chioshue's blade. Garp appeared in front of Keyenes, the other fist already unleashing the ultimate move. Keyenes punches with his left hand and goes head-to-head with Garp. A shock wave erupted, and both of them retreated. At this moment, Sengoku also came from a distance, and the shock wave of the big Buddha hit Keyenes and whizzed past him. The earth cracked inch by inch, and the gravel shot out. Keyenes took the shock and nearly lost control and flew out. But soon, a black light appeared on Keyenes. The moment the shock wave touched the black light, it was swallowed up and disappeared into nothingness. Keyenes is not a Logia-capable person and cannot evade damage by elementalization. But his black hole ability can swallow damage, and his power is stronger than Dark Fruit's ability to absorb damage. It's more difficult to actually damage Keyenes' entities than it is to attack Logias. Keyenes swept his sword and slashed to split the shock wave of the Buddha, and then swayed, chasing and killing the ghost spider again. Marshal Akinu was seriously wounded and dying, with only his last breath left. He is the best target to kill. Killing Kizaru has already caused enough pain to the headquarters of the 15th Marine Corps. If Akinu is also killed, the naval headquarters power will plummet. Naturally, Keyenes would not pass up the opportunity. Don't even think about it. Damn it, kid. At the critical moment, Garp came to the rescue again. His iron fist slammed into Keyenes' black blade, and the blade trembled. Although this old guy is old and no longer at the peak of the year, his combat power should not be underestimated. Coupled with Sengoku and his team behind him, Keyenes couldn't get away for a while. Boom! At this moment, the sky thundered with lightning, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, hitting the huge golden Buddha. Enel finally came from afar. Subsequently, Whitebeard also rampaged all the way and intercepted in front of the ghost spider. With a mad slash in the air, the atmospheric space shattered inch by inch, and an invisible earthquake shock wave roared out, hitting the Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider with precision. The Ghost Spider was severely injured, vomited blood, and its body turned into a cannonball and was knocked into the ground. Marshal Akinu, who fell into a coma, was also traumatized again. He spat out a mouthful of blood while in a coma, and his body fell powerless. Keyenes and Garp fought head-to-head, and in a single breath they had a dozen moves. Seeing Enel and Whitebeard coming, he immediately gave the order, "Don't worry about the others, kill Akinu first." "Yeah, I think so too." Enel gave a grim smile and turned into a bolt of lightning that flew towards Akinu. Whitebeard also jumped and quickly approached Akinu. "Stop! Don't give up on the two of you!" Both Sengoku and Garp were furious at the same time, and even tried to save people. But how could Keyenes let them go so easily? "You still want to save people in front of me? Stop dreaming." Keyenes crossed the sword in front, armament haki roared out, covering the blade, and immediately slashed a huge flying slash. Destroy the air attack and become a black hole ball after breaking away from the blade. Devouring knife vacuum world. Wherever the slash passed, the earth and rocks disappeared inch by inch and were swallowed up. Sengoku and Garp faced the attacking ultimate move and had to defend themselves with all their strength. Sengoku hit a shock wave of the Great Buddha. Garp hit an iron fist, and the two used armament haki at the same time, forming a transparent wall of haki, which barely blocked Keyenes' ultimate move. But because of this, the two also lost their last chance to rescue Akinu. Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers on the battlefield could only watch Enel and Whitebeard kill Akinu, who was severely wounded at the same time. Enel's arm turned into lightning, covered armament haki, and plunged straight into Akinu's chest. Whitebeard held a Naginita's sword. The blade was pitch black, and it slashed towards Akinu's neck. Akinu was unconscious, unable to fight back and dodge, and could only wait for Shinigami to come. No matter whose ultimate move hits, Akinu will surely die. Stop! Your Excellency, Akinu! You dare! 5 or 6 Hawks Marine Vice Admiral, with their eyes split open, rushed towards the place where Akinu was located. But they were too slow and too far away to arrive in time. At the critical moment, 2 huge flying blows came out of nowhere, directly defeating the ultimate move of Enel and Whitebeard. The ones who shot were Momosaji and Shadow in the distance. Both of them are quasi-admiral, although they are not as good as Akinu, Kizaru, and Shinji, but they are enough to hold the position of admiral. This time, if it wasn't for the world's conscription, Fujitora and Shinobu were recruited. Momosaji and T should succeed admiral. Great! Momosaji Vice Admiral and T-Vane Vice Admiral are here. With their help, Lord Akinu will be fine. Many Marines breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of the rest of their lives. However, before they could be happy, they saw that Keyenes had turned into an afterimage and quickly approached Akinu. The distance of hundreds of meters was only a moment for Keyenes, and before everyone could react, Keyenes was already standing on top of Akinu's head. Sure enough, you will still die at my hands after all. With a bloodthirsty smile, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed Akinu directly into his palm. Then, a blade of light like a lightning silver shuttle suddenly appeared. Draw a knife and quickly shadow in a flash of light. Akinu is already dead in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so fast that everyone couldn't believe it, so fast that it seemed like a dream. Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers on the battlefield, former Field Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Momosaji, T-Dolphin, 7 Warlords of the Sea, and many core cadres under Keyenes. Their eyes were all on Keyenes at this moment. As soon as Keyenes fell with a knife, Akinu's head immediately left his neck and rose into the sky. A column of blood spurted out, staining the ground beneath Keyenes' feet. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed Akinu's head in his hand. Marshal Marine Akinu is dead. Keyenes' roar echoed through every corner of the battlefield. At this moment, Keyenes, who was holding Akinu's head, was like a god, making countless Marine soldiers tremble with fear. What? Suddenly a scream spread throughout the battlefield. There was endless panic in the hearts of countless Marine soldiers. Your Excellency Marshal, Your Excellency Marshal has been killed 660. Keyenes, the Keyenes guy, he's not human. He's a monster. How could we possibly have one such a monster? Marine soldiers on the battlefield involuntarily began to back up, put down their weapons, and some even fell to the ground in fright. With a bloodthirsty smile, Keyenes threw Akinu's head into the sky, and then threw the black knife in his hand. The autumn water cut through the sky, leaving a blade of light behind, pierced through Akinu's forehead, and stuck it on the wall of the ruined Naval Headquarters high-rise building. On this battlefield, anyone who looks up can see the head of Akinu nailed to the wall. Marshal Marine was killed, and Marine's morale collapsed and fell to the bottom. This time the world is really going to run wild. Doflamingo, crouched on the back of a pile of pirate corpses, watched this scene from a distance and laughed wildly. At this moment, Doflamingo's heart was also filled with infinite shock, and in addition to the shock, there was fear and fear. He could only hide his truest thoughts in his heart with wild laughter. Marine Admiral was killed in plain sight, something he had never even heard of. Marshal Marine Akinu was killed, and Keyenes remained unscathed. The scales of victory have tipped, Marine's morale has collapsed, and the odds of winning are slim. Blood-washed Naval Headquarters, not a single one left. Keyenes' voice boomed throughout the battlefield. Seeing the scene where Keyenes beheaded Akinu, his soldiers and pirates were all in high spirits. Ha ha, kill Marine! Follow Captain Keyenes, Bloodbath Naval Headquarters. Marine on the island, don't even think about leaving. Countless Kuroti Guard soldiers and pirates fell into a state of frenzy one after another, chasing down Marine soldiers even more fiercely without fear of death. Especially the remnants of the original Whitebeard pirates. After seeing Keyenes behead Akinu, he was even more excited and his blood boiled. A year ago, during the Summit War, Akinu killed Fire Fist Ace and seriously injured Whitebeard, causing the Whitebeard pirates to collapse. It can be said that Blackbeard, Teach, and Akinu are the biggest enemies of the Whitebeard pirates. Now, Blackbeard and Akinu have both died one after another at the hands of Keyenes, and they have their revenge. The kind of hearty pleasure directly caused them to roar involuntarily. The high-spirited Karo Empire's side pursued and killed Marine, whose morale had collapsed. Marine Admiral Fujitora was entangled by 5 of Marco, Jaws, Vista, Badgers, and Jinbe, and could not escape. Both Enel and Weibel deal with Momosaji and Chato, respectively. A dozen Marine vice admirals were dragged by Kane's pirate captain. While the other Marines were headless, they were frantically hunted down by the Germa army and the Beast army. Even though Marine dispatched pacifists, he was not at all a match for the slaughtering beasts and was beaten to the ground. Under the extreme pursuit, countless Marine soldiers fell and suffered heavy casualties. At the center of the battle, Keyenes faced 2 legendary Marines alone. Seeing Akinu being killed, both Sengoku and Garp were in a state of rage. "Damn it, kid! The old man must kill you today." Sengoku radiated golden light, and a shock wave of the Buddha directly shattered the ground, forming a huge crack that was several hundred meters long. Cobweb-like cracks spread out, directly burying hundreds of pirates alive. Bang! 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 Every step of the giant golden Buddha made the island tremble. The invisible conqueror's haki enveloped the golden Buddha, causing the sky to tumble violently. Marine hero Garp's figure flashed and disappeared, appearing behind Keyenes. The pitch-black fist slammed down suddenly, and before the fist arrived, the fist wind was already blowing towards the face, causing the space to begin to distort. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly and punched the same head-to-head with Garp. Boom! A shock wave erupted, shaking all directions. Keyenes' eyes are red. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki are driven to ultimate, not inferior to Garp, even stronger than him. The two fought hand-to-hand, fists bumping each other. Every collision will set off a powerful shock wave. "You're old, Garp." The legendary Marine is indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you are not at your peak. The roar fell, and Keyenes suddenly exerted his strength, and the power on his fist increased by another level. A punch fell, directly smashing Garp's iron fist and knocking it flying hundreds of meters away. And just then, Sengoku's attack arrived. A shadow shrouded Keyenes, and behind him was a huge golden Buddha dozens of meters tall. When the huge Buddhist hall fell, and the space was suddenly distorted, Keyenes felt a force on him, and the ground shattered under his feet. Keyenes leaped, dodging Sengoku's big Buddha shockwave, and came to the top of his head. Boom! Keyenes kicked the Buddha in the face, and a shock wave pierced through the Buddha. A powerful burst of power kicked Sengoku directly to the ground. Even if he faced two legendary Marines by himself, Keyenes did not lose in the slightest. And as the war continued, Marine casualties were increasing. "Sengoku, you can't go on like this. Retreat." Garp came to Sengoku's side and said in a low voice, "We lost this war. If it goes on, Marines' casualties will exceed the red line." Sengoku glanced around the battlefield. Marine's side had been beaten steadily. Almost all of the people being hunted down in the field are Marine. Sengoku's huge Buddha eyes flashed with grief and bitterness. And finally, Sengoku raised his voice and ordered, "All Marines obey orders and leave naval headquarters." Sengoku's voice ripped through the sky and spread to every corner of the battlefield. Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral retreats under cover. Must lead Marine back to the Holy Land. The voice fell, and all the Marine soldiers began to withdraw to the port. One by one, Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral stood up to block the powerful pursuers. "What about Marshal Sakazuki's body? Be sure to take the body with you," Vice Admiral said, holding on to his severely injured body. "No matter what, Lord Sakazuki must not be shamed. If you can't even bring back the remains of Marshal Marine, then Marine's face will be completely lost." Several Hawks Marine Vice Admiral fixed their eyes on the headless corpse lying on the ground in the distance, which was Akinu's body. However, Akinu's corpse was easily accessible, but his head was not. Akinu's head was nailed to the wall of the naval headquarters building by Keyenes, and in order to remove it, he must first cross the Keyenes level. Anyway, be sure to bring back the head of Marshal Akinu. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider jumped, stepped on the moonwalk, and flew towards the naval headquarters building. However, the next moment, a blade of light suddenly appeared, passing over his body. A bloody long knife flew through the air and was inserted above the naval headquarters building. Puff! Blood spurted out, flying into the sky. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was split in two by a long knife, and its body fell from the sky in two halves. Keyenes retracted his palm, a sneer flashing in his eyes. Want to get back the Red Dog's head? Have you asked me? Obviously, it was Keyenes' killing move just now. Although there is no black knife, but Keyenes uses the black hole gravity to control a standard saber and kills a Marine Vice Admiral with ease. Stop it, damn brat! Garp slammed it down, and the ground beneath Keyenes' feet shattered into cracks and cobwebs. Sengoku also ordered it this time. All of you withdraw in order to preserve your strength. Saying that, Sengoku glanced at Akinu's head in the distance, his eyes flashing red. I will bring Sakazuki back. Many Marine Vice Admirals are helpless. They have realized the huge power gap between themselves and Keyenes. Even if they all went together, it was impossible to get past the Keyenes line and get back Akinu's head. If you want to take it forcibly, it is nothing but death in vain. Subsequently, a number of Marine Vice Admiral began to cover the retreat of his soldiers. Seeing Marines retreat, the 7 warlords of the sea naturally stopped fighting and withdrew from the battlefield. Doflamingo was suspended in the sky, stepping on the thin line under his feet, smiling wildly while holding his forehead. Do, is it going to retreat so soon? Hey, is this too fast? Hawkeye and Shiryu of the Rain fought each other, retreated to the back, and retracted the black knife behind his back. He is the same. After the battle situation is clear, there is no need to fight. Empress Hancock left a pile of stone statues of Marine and pirates, and also withdrew from the battlefield. As for the clown Buggy, he didn't know that he had escaped to that corner soon after the war started. In the center of the battlefield, Keyenes smiled bloodthirsty as he watched Marine fleeing in a panic in the distance. Want to go now? It's too late. Keyenes leaped and flew straight into the sky. With a big wave of his hand, countless black hole streamers shot out, flying towards the fleeing Marine soldiers. Want to go now? It's too late. Keyenes leaped and flew straight into the sky. With a big wave of his hand, countless black hole streamers shot out, flying towards the fleeing Marine soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions detonated in the port, and the port instantly turned into a sea of fire. Countless Marine soldiers were killed, and the Marine soldiers who survived were unable to escape across the fire. Keyenes, damn you! Furious, Garp teleported to Keyenes and punched Keyenes in the chest. Keyenes raised his hand to block it, but was blown away by the strong impact. And Sengoku took this opportunity and jumped directly into the fire. I saw him hit a shock wave of the giant Buddha, directly tearing open the sea of fire, creating an escape route for Marine soldiers. Above the sky, Enel roared loudly, causing endless thunderstorms to bombard Marine. Don't let them run away, Bloodbath Naval Headquarters, not a single one. As soon as he finished speaking, Momosagi's flying slash suddenly swept across his chest, directly splitting Enel in half. Enel's body slowly healed, but a huge wound was left on his chest, and the white bones were faintly visible. Enel vomited blood. His body was unable to fall from the sky, and he was caught by the fire dragon Leviathan and flew into the distance. Enel fought hard with Garp, Momosagi, and others successively. Although there were helpers every time, he still suffered a lot of injuries. This time, Momosagi's knife directly cut him into serious injuries. However, in the current situation, even if Enel withdraws from the battlefield, Marine is still unable to Revolving Heaven. After Momosaji slashed Enel, he was stabbed in the back by Whitebeard and was seriously injured. T-Dolphin and Momosaji beat and ran, retreating towards the coastal port. However, under Judge's leadership, the guards and pirates were still in pursuit, causing huge casualties to Marine. Sengoku was anxious and even more furious when he saw the Kuroti escort chasing after him. A big Buddha shock wave ran through the battlefield, instantly beating hundreds of soldiers and pirates in a blood mist. The hard ground rumbled, and then a huge crack that was several thousand meters long and 10 meters wide opened. This crack divided the battlefield and blocked the footsteps of the pursuers. In Summit War a year ago, Whitebeard had used the same trick to block Marine's pursuit. Things were now reversed, and Keyenes led his troops to a head-to-head victory over naval headquarters. It's Sengoku's turn to create an escape route for his minions. Such a huge ravine is impossible for ordinary people to cross, and it is impossible to forcibly pursue it. Keyenes came up to Sengoku and smiled sarcastically. Is it worth it to stay and die for a bunch of trash? Like Whitebeard, Sengoku did not leave, but chose to stay behind. Sengoku knew that if Keyenes was not held back, even if Marine escaped to the sea, Keyenes would overtake him. When the time comes to face the battlefield in the sky, the Marine fleet, which is helpless on the sea, will be a plaything in Keyenes' hand, and it will definitely die. For Marine's future, whatever you do is worth it. Garp also came to the edge of the rift from a distance, standing with Sengoku. Both of them knew that Keyenes could not be stopped by one person alone, and they had to work together. Keyenes shook his head and sneered. Marine is almost dead. What's the future? But that's fine. It's just a bunch of weak money ants. I don't care if they escape. As long as I can kill the two of you, it's better than killing 100,000 Marines. The voice fell, and the surface of Keyenes became dark, and armament hockey had covered his body. Keyenes disappeared instantly, bursting directly in place, leaving a wave of invisible air waves. Garp's pupils shrank, and he rushed forward, punching the invisible air. Boom! The two pitch-black fists were facing each other, and a powerful shock wave erupted. Keyenes' figure flickered, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and his movement speed was as fast as ultimate. The same is true for Garp. The two attacked at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In just one breath, the two of them had already hit hundreds of punches. Bang! 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 Blocks of boulders exploded, and one after another invisible shock wave ran through the battlefield, mixed with blood flowers. Keyenes punched Garp in the chest, and the shock wave went straight through his chest and back. Garp's chest was sunken directly, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Garp's iron fist hit Keyenes in the face at the same time, but as the black hole spins, all the damage is undone. Boom! Keyenes kicked Garp out of the back and shot directly to 100 meters away. Just then, Sengoku's palm hit Keyenes' back, and the shock wave went straight through his back. Keyenes groaned, feeling his internal organs shifted, and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Keyenes melted the impact in an instant, punching Sengoku's golden Buddha body with a backhand punch. A punch fell, the space distorted and exploded. The black hole was born and annihilated, and the power of devouring erupted. The surface of Sengoku's golden Buddha body was directly cracked, leaving not only a fist mark, but also cobweb cracks. A piece of the Buddha's body above was directly swallowed by the black hole. While Sengoku vomited blood, he didn't take a step back when a shockwave from the great Buddha hit Keyenes' head. This is a life-for-injury play. Sengoku chose this style of play, which means that he has put his life and death aside, leaving no room for himself. Keyenes flickered, dodging the shockwave. And Garp also appeared behind Keyenes at this time, and the black iron fist was already hitting the back of Keyenes' head. Keyenes raised his hand to block the punch, and his arm made a crunch, clearly broken bones. Garp's iron fist is not empty. Its power is terrifying. There are no special tricks in his fighting style, all relying on a pair of iron fists and armament hockey, who is cultivated to the peak. Just move your fist, The power will be unimaginable. Keyenes was punched in the front, only slightly injured, and the defense was already terrifying. While blocking the Iron Fist, Keyenes kicked Garp in the chest. The Black Hole's ability exploded, causing a violent explosion directly. Garp was blown away by the blast shockwave, and his body turned into a fireball and shot back, flying 100 meters away. Sengoku and Garp have been fighting side by side for decades, and the two have a lot of fighting experience and a tacit understanding. However, Keyenes was 1-2. Although he was besieged by two people, he did not lose in the slightest. Instead, he fought more and more bravely. Sengoku and Garp are strong, but they are old after all, and Keyenes is at the peak. Fruit ability, physique, strength, speed, defense, conquers hockey. No matter which aspect, Keyenes has cultivated to the peak. Both Sengoku and Garp were injured one after another under the onslaught of Keyenes. On the other side, the Marine Corps, led by Admiral Fujitora, had retreated to the edge of the port. A large number of Marine soldiers had already boarded and left. Using observation hockey, Fujitora sensed the attack of Marco, Shiryu of Rain, and other chasing troops, used gravity fruit to attract the wreckage of the battlefield, and built a wall hundreds of meters high on the edge of the port, completely blocking the chasing troops. Seeing this scene, Sengoku looked excited. Keyenes' Marine will not perish. As long as Marine justice exists, you are doomed to fail. You're talking too much nonsense. Keyenes blasted a black hole, engulfing Sengoku's shockwave, and then punched Jin Buddha in the chest. I saw the surface of the golden Buddha collapsed and shattered, and Sengoku's huge golden Buddha body was directly punched by Keyenes. Mouths of blood spurted out of Sengoku's mouth, weakening his breath to the extreme. Sengoku! Garp paled in shock, dodging behind Keyenes, and the Iron Fist roared. Keyenes kicked Garp's Iron Fist into the air with one kick, then kicked Garp's chin with the other, sending it into the sky. If you want to die so much, I'll give you a ride first. If you want to die so much, I'll give you a ride first. A black hole appeared in Keyenes' palm, raised his hand, and the black hole laser shot into the sky, locking on Garp and flying away. The black hole laser is faster than the speed of light, and the kilometer distance is instantaneous. However, at the critical moment, Garp actually shifted half of his body in mid-air, causing the black hole laser to deviate from the key point and only penetrate his shoulder. A purple halo appeared on Garp, leading him toward the distant sea. It was Admiral Fujitora, and he shot overseas. Want to go? Garp is seriously wounded and dying. Now is the best chance to kill him. How could Keyenes let him escape? However, just as Keyenes was about to make his move, Sengoku made his move. Keyenes, don't think about it. The Buddha incarnated by Sengoku released a dazzling golden light, and its size increased several times again, with a height of hundreds of meters, and the light seemed to cover the entire island. A huge Buddhist temple fell from the sky, and a terrifying shock wave hit Keyenes, sending him directly into the ground. The shock wave then pierced through the island's rock formations and poured in all directions along underground fissures. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire island trembled violently. Centering on the spot where Sengoku's Buddha palm fell, the island shattered inch by inch, and the shock wave ripples spread in all directions. I saw large tracts of underground rock formations soaring into the sky, and countless huge cracks spread directly across the entire island. Sengoku's punch actually smashed the island where naval headquarters is located. The escort soldiers, pirates, and Germa-clone soldiers of the Karo Empire, anyone who can't stay in the air or fly, were all swept away by Sengoku's terrifying blow. Countless people fell from the cracks and fell into the bottomless abyss. Boom! Keyenes emerged from the underground ruins and turned into a black light that directly penetrated the chest of Sengoku Golden Buddha. A large amount of blood was spilled, causing the golden light of the Buddha to dim and disappear in an instant. After wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Keyenes suspended in the sky and saw a fragmented island. The people under him were all crying and begging for help, and they didn't know how many people died. Ha ha ha! Keyenes, You can't kill a Marine so easily. Sengoku, who had a huge hole in his chest, was seriously wounded and dying, but he was still laughing. He could no longer use the power of devil fruit to maintain the Buddha's body and gradually return to its original shape. The hole in Sengoku's chest also shrank as his body shrank, but the injury did not ease. Kane's move just now had completely shattered his guts. It's just that Sengoku's last all-or-nothing move bought time for Marine to evacuate. Today, more than half of Kane's army has fallen into the chasm, and the other half are on the verge of life and death. If Kane's came to the rescue, those who fell into the abyss and were in danger would still be saved. However, he could no longer pursue Garp and Marine. Should Kane's forcefully pursue Marine, his army would sink along with the naval headquarters. 70% of Kane's troops gathered on this island, and it took Kane's countless efforts and energy to form them. Without these, Kane's power would instantly plummet to rock bottom. That's a price Kane's can't afford. Old guy, you're going to cause trouble for me even when you're about to die. Kane's face looked ugly. He raised his hand and grabbed it in the air, and a terrifying black hole gravitational force erupted, shaking the sunken island. The cracked earth instantly stopped trembling. The island's escort soldiers, pirates, clone troopers, and people who fell into the abyss. As long as the breath of life still exists, it is all locked by Kane's observation haki and pulled to the sky. For a time, countless figures were suspended in the air of the island. Densely packed like locusts, there were nearly 100,000 people. Shiryu of the Rain also assisted Kane's in saving people, but his efficiency in saving people was far less than that of Kane's. By this time, Admiral Fujitora had rescued Garp, and Marine fleet had left. Countless Marine soldiers stood on the warship, looking at the fragmented naval headquarters island with sad expressions. They know that they have lost, and they have lost extremely miserably. Not only the current Marshal Akinu was killed, a large number of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral fell, and even the former Marshal Sengoku, in order to cover their retreat, chose to perish together. Sengoku, the seriously injured Garp, stood at the bow of the boat, endured the severe pain, and looked at the shattered island burning with flames in the distance. Tears flowed unconsciously. The same goes for the many high-ranking Marines and soldiers behind him. Sengoku dedicated his life to Marine, has a high reputation within Marine, and is a pioneer of Marine. Now that he was about to fall, the Marines were naturally sad, especially Garp and Crane. The three of them have been fighting side by side for decades, and their relationship is better than relatives. Now that Sengoku is one step ahead, their grief is unparalleled. Suddenly, Garp spat out a mouthful of blood again. Apparently, his injury worsened again. Garp's chest collapsed, there were several punch marks, and all his internal organs were seriously injured. There's still a large hole in the shoulder, and the flesh and blood have been swallowed up. Ordinary people have long since died from such an injury, but Garp can still survive thanks to his tenacious vitality. Medical class. Where's the medical class? Come and save people. Several Marine executives exclaimed. Now that Admiral Kizaru is killed, Marshal Akinu is killed, Sengoku is alive and dead, and probably will be killed, Marine can no longer afford Garp's fall. On the other side, over the islands of naval headquarters, Kane's released the powerful gravity of the black hole, pulling all the surviving people into the sky. Finally, Kane's raised his hand and grabbed Sengoku in the palm of his hand. Sengoku now has no power to fight back. Is it worth taking your own life to save a group of ants? Kane's looked at Sengoku and asked coldly. Of course it's worth it. Sengoku coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood again. The old man is old, but the Marine is still young. As long as they survive, one day, they will grow into powerful Marines and completely eradicate your sin. Sengoku stared blankly at the sky above and muttered, Marine will not perish. This world needs Marine. Only Marine can protect the sea from evil. As he spoke, Sengoku's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. At the same time, Sengoku's heart stopped beating, and the last flame of his life was finally extinguished. At this point, the legendary Marine, the former Marshal Sengoku, has completely fallen. Only Marine can protect the sea. Keyenes remembered Sengoku's words with a hint of sarcasm. Marine is attached to world conquest, but he doesn't know that world conquest is the existence that causes the greatest harm to the world. Pirates kill countless people, and indeed cause great harm to the world. But world conquest is more damned than pirates. Pirates kill people, they can all be seen. But the world conquers and kills, but it is invisible. In order to hand over a high amount of heavenly gold, I don't know how many countries have gone bankrupt and destroyed. It is unknown how many civilians endure hunger and poverty and then die in despair. There are also some countries that are not part of the world government, although they are not guilty, but they will suffer the persecution of the world government. Just like the country on the bridge in East Blue, the whole country was forced to build bridges by world government because it refused to join world government. Continued for 700 years. In 700 years, I don't know how many people died because of the bridge construction. Pirates kill people, but in just a few days they are gone. But the world conquered and murdered, but it lasted for 700 years. For 700 years, people have died in pain all the time, and the fear and despair brought about by world are never-ending. Degenerate regimes are the greatest evil in this world, and Marine is just a knife. Compared to the darkness of the regime, what are mere pirates? Keyenes grabs Sengoku's corpse, just about to devour it with the black hole. Suddenly, a cold air roared from the sea in the distance, instantly freezing the entire fragmented island. The sea was frozen into frozen continents, and the shattered remains of islands stopped sinking. In this world, there is only one person who can do such a thing, the former Marine Admiral Shinji. Under the perception of Keyenes' observation haki, an icy aura slowly approached and came to the island. Keyenes fell from the sky and put all the 100,000 people suspended in the sky back on the island. He looked at Shinji and smiled indifferently. "You're too late, Kuzan. The war is over." Shinji had already joined the Karo Empire Kingdom and became a fighter. Before the war, Keyenes had called Shinji to join the war, but he did not respond. Although Shinji left Marine, he still didn't want to fight Marine. He gave up the war and chose to stand by. "I know, that's why I'm here." Half of Shinji's body was covered in frost, and he said with a cold breath, "Can you give me Mr. Sengoku's body? He should be useless to you, right?" This is the purpose of Shinji. Although he left Marine, he still had affection for Marine. His position does not allow him to participate in the war, but it is his duty to ask for the corpse to be buried in the ground for Sengoku. It's not about the position. It's about the benevolence and righteousness of a man. Keyenes casually threw Sengoku's body to Shinji and said coldly, "Take it. I haven't fallen to the point of shooting at a corpse." Shinji took Sengoku's body and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." After speaking, Shinji turned around and left. It can be seen that he is not in high spirits and is not in a good mood. In any case, Naval Headquarters suffered such a big loss. Shinji's mood is very complicated. Afterwards, Keyenes grabbed it with a big hand, and a long knife flew from the ruins in the distance and fell into Keyenes' hands. It was the black knife in autumn water. Sengoku's last move shattered the entire island. The remaining half of the Naval Headquarters building was also directly smashed, and the black sword, autumn water, and Akinu's head nailed to the outer wall were completely buried. Thinking about it, Sengoku also knew that he couldn't get Akinu's head back, so he chose to bury it together with the Naval Headquarters. The current Marshal Marine, who was killed in battle at Naval Headquarters and buried under the ruins of Naval Headquarters, is also considered a proper death. "You guys, we won this war." Keyenes flew into the sky, and the voice exploded in everyone's ears. Above the frozen ruins of Naval Headquarters, more than 100,000 people fell into ecstasy, cheering loudly and laughing wildly. Everyone was excited and frenzied. Never before had their blood boiled, especially the former members of the Whitebeard pirates. A year ago, they suffered a major defeat in Summit War. They didn't expect the day of revenge to come so quickly. In just 1 year, they defeated naval headquarters head-on. Even the enemy Akinu died in this battle. The pleasure brought by the great revenge cannot be described in words. Killing Marshal Marine, destroying the naval headquarters, beheading the legendary Buddhist Sengoku. We're the only people in the world who can do this. Although Enel was seriously injured, he was full of energy and excitement of the moment. Wahahaha, Captain Keyenes is the strongest. I've always known that. Badger sat cross-legged on the ground while two ship doctors stitched up his wounds. He didn't use anesthesia, but sutured directly without frowning. Destroy the naval headquarters. The territory of the Kalo Empire can be fully expanded again, and Germa's army can fight again. Judge's enthusiasm for the war has not faded, and he seems to be still unfinished. The Germa army is known as the Army of Evil, but the war it participated in the past is completely incomparable to this one today. The blood in Judge's heart was poured out, and he became more convinced of Keyenes. With this start today, Germa's return to rule North Blue in the future is just around the corner. The killing of Ultimate really brings me the purest pleasure. Shiryu of Rain is biting his cigar and wiping his knife, Thunderstorm. In today's battle, Shiryu killed a lot of people, and the pent-up killing desire in his heart seemed to be filled all of a sudden, and he had never felt so happy and satisfied. Keyenes didn't lie to him and gave him what he wanted most. Keyenes hovered in the sky. Shun Shung issued an order. Marco, Base, Cavendish, Judge, gather your team and return to Rensa. The war is over. We should go back. The war was won, and naturally the teacher returned to China. After Keyenes issued the order, the core cadres under his command gathered together and began to gather the team. Everyone returned to Lensa Island in an orderly manner. Afterwards, Keyenes used the gravity of the black hole to pull the island of Lensa up to the sky and flew towards the sea area of the Karo Empire. The island where naval headquarters was originally located has been reduced to ruins. Although it is frozen by Qingji now, it will not sink in a short time. But as soon as the ice melts, the remains of the island sink to the bottom of the ocean. At that time, there will be no more islands in the world. In the battle between the Kalo Empire and the naval headquarters, there are many forces that are secretly concerned about. In other words, in the offshore waters of naval headquarters, there are no less than 30 surveillance ships, all of which were sent by various forces in the New World. When the victory and defeat were completely decided, all the forces were shocked. No one could have imagined that the final winner would be the Kingdom of Karo. How strong is naval headquarters? They all know it. Field Marshal Akinu, Admiral Fujitora, Buddha Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Admirals Momosaji and T-Vane, and 100,000 Marine elites. This kind of strength, just listening to it will make people terrified. However, Keyenes smashed such naval headquarters head-on. Even Marshal Akinu and Buddha Sengoku fell to his hands, and Marine Hero Garp was severely wounded by him. Even Garp would have perished in the war had it not been for Admiral Fujitora's rescue. The many forces who saw the war scene through the video phone bug are very clear. The reason why King Carlo was able to win this war was the key to John Keyenes. The strength Keyenes showed in the war was terrifying. He faces Akinu, Sengoku, and Garp all by himself. Marshal Akinu was crushed by him the whole time, and he was almost unable to fight back. Sengoku and Garp's two legendary Marines teamed up for an all-out onslaught, leaving Keyenes only slightly injured. In the end, the two escaped, and the end was tragic. The fruit abilities, swordsmanship, hockey, physical skills, and physiques displayed by Keyenes are all monster level. Keyenes is already a monster through and through, and the kind that no one could stop. Through this battle, Keyenes has firmly established the name of the strongest in the world. At this moment, the news has not been fully spread, so it has not caused a sensation in the world. But it is clear in everyone's heart that it will not be long before the results of this war will be spread around the world. At that time, the name of the killing tyrant John Keyenes will be unprecedented. The New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and the Four Seas will all be affected. Especially in the New World where Keyenes is located, his influence will expand again. Naval headquarters has been defeated by Keyenes, exiting New World. From now on, Naval Headquarters will completely lose control of New World. When the time comes without Marines' restraints, the seas of the New World will become more chaotic, and Keyenes is the only one who could decide the situation of New World. After the Marine Grand Fleet exited Naval Headquarters, it returned directly to the first half of the Grand Line at the fastest speed. At the same time, the Holy Land Marineford was informed of the total collapse of the Naval Headquarters. New Marshal Akinu and Buddha Sengoku were killed, plus Kizaru, who was beheaded by Keyenes before the war. Marines' highest combat power suddenly fell to the three of them. If you add the tens of thousands of Marine soldiers killed in the war, Marines' strength suddenly weakens to the extreme. Not even before the World Conscription. The total fall of the New World was unstoppable, and Marines' power and majesty was at a minimum. If he didn't come up with a solution in time, Marine couldn't even suppress the first half of the Grand Line. Such a serious situation can be said to be rare for hundreds of years. The existence of Keyenes has directly threatened the reign of world conquest. The five elders almost thought they were dreaming when they got the news. The mighty Naval Headquarters has suffered such heavy losses. Admiral Kizaru was killed, Marshals Akinu and Sengoku fell, and Marine hero Garp was seriously wounded and lost half his life. The Marine elite suffered heavy losses, and most of the main force was also lost. Never since the inception of world conquest has Marine faced such a gaffe. What on earth does Marine eat? Why does this happen? Inside the huge palace of Marineford, the five elders are furious. The dignified Naval Headquarters was beaten like this by a mere brat. Has Marine fallen to such a state? Damn Keyenes, who dared to do such a thing? Why didn't he kill him in the first place? Sakazuki, that incompetent idiot, thought that making him a marshal would completely defeat the pirates, but such a thing happened in less than a year. Isn't that how Marine is giving back his support for world conquest without even being a kid? A roar sounded, representing the five elders who conquered the highest power in the world, all with grim expressions and murderous aura. A Marine Rear Admiral, who was in charge of delivering the message, knelt on the ground, shivering and sweating profusely. Now is not the time to blame or to take responsibility. A low voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was Kong, the former Marshal of Marine, who is currently the Commander-in-Chief of the World Conqueror Army, with a very high status, second only to the five elders. I don't think Sakazuki is incompetent. On the contrary, as Marshal Marine, he has always been serious and responsible. Kong said in a deep voice. This time, Sakazuki, as Marshal Marine, fought with Keyenes to the last moment and paid the price with his life. What he did was worthy of Marshal Marine, and even more worthy of world conquest. And Sengoku, who was also killed by Keyenes, gave his life and life for Marine, and they should all be respected. The priority now is not to hold anyone accountable, but to re-establish Marine's majesty. Several days have passed since the end of the war, and the news of the defeat of Naval Headquarters must have spread in the New World at this moment, and it will soon spread to the first half of the New World and the Four Seas. At that time, the pirates in various places will become more violent and cruel, and the Revolutionary Army who has been hiding in the dark will also take this opportunity to shoot. At present, Marine's strength is weak, and if there is no effective means, it is likely to completely lose control of the sea. After Kong finished speaking, the huge palace fell into a dead silence. The angry five elders also suppressed the anger in their hearts and opened Shirkai to resolve the top priority. Do you have any idea? Sword-wielding five elders asked. There is no other way but to carry out the world conscription again to replenish the troops lost in the war. Kong said. And what about the position of Marshal Marine? Who should take over? The bald five elders asked key questions. The current Marshal Marine and the former Marshal Marine were killed at the same time, and Marine could not find a suitable replacement in a short time. In general, the post of Marshal Marine is usually taken over by Marine Admiral. After Sengoku retired from office, Akinu, Kizaru, and Shinji all had enough achievements to take over the post of Marine Marshal. At first, Kizaru was not interested in the position of Marshal, So there were two candidates, Akinu and Shinji. However, now, Akinu and Kizaru were killed at the same time, and Fujitora and Admiral are new additions, and they have not accumulated much actual results. It would be a rule breaker to promote them as Marine Admiral. It would be impossible to choose a marshal from the two of them. If Sengoku is not dead, you can ask Sengoku to come back. With his seniority and prestige, there would be no problem taking over as Marshal Marine. It's just a pity that Sengoku also perished in this war. Go get Kuzan back, he's the perfect fit, Kong said in a deep voice. Kuzan? What nonsense are you talking about? The blonde five elders were instantly furious. Don't you know? Kuzan has taken refuge with Keyenes. How can he still take over as Marshal Marine? Keyenes is the culprit behind this critical situation, and now you're looking for Kuzan, who had taken refuge with Keyenes, to come back? Is your brain broken? The sword-wielding five elders were also furious. I don't think Kuzan is really going to be with Keyenes, and even if he quit Marine, there's still justice in his heart, Kong said solemnly. This time the Keyenes invaded naval headquarters. Kuzan did not appear on the battlefield, which is the best proof. If Kuzan can be retrieved, Marine will not only have a suitable candidate to take over as Marshal Marine, but also retrieve a supreme combat power. As if persuaded by Kong, the angry five elders immediately suppressed the anger in their hearts. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the palace, and a Marine rear admiral hurried over and knelt down in front of the five elders. Qingxiong, Akiji Admiral is back, and he has brought back Marshal Sengoku. Rear Admiral's words instantly made five elders and Kong change color. Akiji? Sengoku? Isn't Sengoku dead? Where are they now? Shocked by the momentum of the six men, Marine Rear Admiral panicked for a while and hurried to report. No, Marshal Sengoku is indeed dead. What Admiral brought back is Marshal Sengoku's body, just below the port. Immediately take me there. Kong let out a low roar, and after leaving the palace, he immediately rushed towards Hong Kong. By the time he took the cable car to Hong Kong, countless Marines had gathered here. Admiral Fujitora and Crane Vice Admiral are at the forefront, as well as Marine Vice Admiral, such as Momosaji and Shadow. All eyes were on the huge ice block in front of them. Former Marine Marshal Sengoku was frozen in ice, and Akiji was not here. Where's Kuzan? Where is Kuzan? Kong asked in a low voice. Although no one was seen, there would be no one but Akiji who would bring Sengoku's body back in ice. None of us saw Akiji Admiral show up. It was already when Marshal Sengoku was found fit. A Marine Vice Admiral responded. Many Marines looked at the sea in front of them and saw a trail of ice on the sea. There are various signs that Qingxiong must have come, but he left immediately after leaving his body. Everyone knew what Akiji meant, and he didn't plan to go back to Marine. Kong's heart also sank. This means that it is impossible for him to find Qingxiong to come back to take over as Marshal Marine. Take Sengoku back. Kong touched the surface of the ice cube. His expression was sad, and there were tears in his eyes. Old friend, you're home. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Marines burst into tears. Some of the resolute Marine Vice Admiral, while still stern-faced, were also in tears. New World, Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. When Marine fully exits New World, the system's electronics should finally ring. Ding! It is detected that Host won the final victory in the war with Marine and has driven Marine out of the New World to complete the task of total war. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Ding! It is detected that the Host has completed the all-out war mission and has obtained physique evolution. Seastone immunity increased by 30%. Strength evolution, world class. Rewards are being distributed, and the distribution is completed. A surge of energy poured into Keyenes and began to reshape his body. Keyenes felt that all the cells in his body were shaking, and the cells in his body were rapidly strengthening. That is an evolution of the essence of life. The original cells die out after aging, and new cells are born to replace the aging cells. After the end of an evolution, Keyenes' strength has been improved. But in just a split second, the cells in Kane's body had already completed a transformation. However, after an evolution ended, this evolution did not stop. In the next time, Keyenes has no idea how many times it has evolved. After the strength was improved again and again, the quantitative change finally led to the qualitative change. Keyenes feels that not only has his physique evolved, but his observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, swordsmanship, and physical skills have all improved. Keyenes swept the observation haki at will, and all the life breaths in the entire island were locked by him. Armament haki gushed out from the body, and at the same time as it was consumed, haki was recovering rapidly. This kind of recovery efficiency is more than 10 times faster than before, which can be said to be endless and inexhaustible. Conqueror's haki is also more powerful than before. Keyenes just glanced ahead, and the hard wall pierced a huge hole. This is Conqueror's haki off-body attack, 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Keyenes' immunity to Sea Stone has finally reached 100%, and his strength has also transformed, reaching world class. Picking up the Sea Stone's sword in front of him, Keyenes held the blade, no longer feeling weak and powerless. Sea Stone has been unable to restrain his devil fruit ability, and Keyenes has finally overcome this biggest weakness. This is world class. Keyenes felt the power inside him carefully, and the power was so satisfying. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the garden, and Badgers hurried in, holding a stack of bounties in his hand. Wahaha, Captain, our latest reward order is out. The amount of the bounty this time is really scary. Badgers came to Keyenes and handed a bounty to Keyenes. Keyenes took the bounty and opened it, and of course the first one was his. Killing Tyrant John Keyenes, the world's most brutal criminal, has a bounty of 6,056.5 million Baileys. In addition to being a murderous tyrant, Marine called Keyenes the world's most brutal criminal. Keyenes remembered that Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was the most vicious criminal in the world. Now Keyenes and the dragon are the best of the two worlds. On top of that, Keyenes' bounty is finally at an all-time high. Back then, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, had a bounty of 5.046 billion Bailey. One Piece Roger's bounty is 5,564,800,000 Baileys. And Keyenes has completely surpassed Whitebeard, One Piece Roger, reaching 6.0565 billion Bailey. This is an amount that has never existed in the past, and is unlikely to ever exist in the future. Marine set the bounty amount for Keyenes, not only to represent Keyenes' strength, but also to represent Keyenes' threat level. Forcibly destroy naval headquarters, kill Marine Admiral and 2 Marine Marshals, destroy naval headquarters, and drive Marine out of the New World. The actions of Keyenes have completely shaken the reign of Marine and world conquest. The group of people who conquered the world already had a sense of crisis, or in other words, their fear of Keyenes had surpassed Roger, the pirate king who first created the era of pirates. Roger, the pirate king, created the era of pirates, but only made the sea a little chaotic, and Marine was enough to suppress the sea. But what Keyenes is doing today is much more than that. From the fact that Keyenes is still a king and his various actions, world conquest, it can be seen that Keyenes does not want the identity of One Piece. What he wants is the world, the same as the most terrifying rocks. Compared with Roger, the pirate king who only pursues freedom, Rocks who wants to be the king of the world, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army who wants to overthrow the rule of world conquest, and now Keyenes, they're the biggest threat to world conquest. As long as the domination of world conquest can't be shaken, it's not a big deal to have a few more pirates like Roger. Time will erase everything. But only domination is the bottom line of world conquest, which they absolutely cannot tolerate. The new bounty order issued this time. In addition to Keyenes' bounty amount has skyrocketed, the bounties of his core cadres have also increased. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 1.875 billion Bailey. Phoenix Marco, with a bounty of 1.568 billion Bailey. Edward Weibel, Whitebeard 2, with a bounty of 1.343 billion Baileys. Shiryu of the Rain, with a bounty of 1.278 billion Bailey. Diamond Joe's, with a bounty of 863 million Bailey. Foil Bista, with a bounty of 857 million Bailey. Jinbe, the captain of the Sun Pirates, has a bounty of 750 million Bailey. The Wind Scythe Cavendish, with a bounty of 698 million Bailey. Fighting Champion Giza's Badgers, with a bounty of 660 million Bailey. The Tyrant mounts the Fire Dragon Leviathan, with a bounty of 540 million Baileys. The captain of the New Giant Pirates, the Power Giant Helding, has a bounty of 57,200 Bailey. The New Giant Pirate Group, the Tyrannosaurus Rex Giant Goldbag, has a bounty of 46,600 Bailey. The captain of the Mercury Pirates, Jackie Alpha, has a bounty of 629 million Baileys. J.K. Sacco, the captain of the Cryogenic Pirates, has a bounty of 584 million Baileys. The captain of the Corruption Pirates, Pullman Ron, has a bounty of 533 million Baileys. Katie Cullen, captain of the Sonic Pirates, has a bounty of 522.5 million Bailey. It may be because the influence of this war is too great and Keyenes' reputation is too fierce, so the bounty set for the cadres under the command of Keyenes is generally high. Today, Enel, Marco, Weibel, and Shiryu of the Rain all have more than 1 billion bounties. There are more than 20 people with a bounty of more than 500 million. If some people are in the outside world, with their strength, it is impossible to have such a high reward. Part of the reason their bounty is so high now is because of Keyenes. Keyenes is now a major concern for Marine and World Conquer. As long as he is involved, everyone will be identified as dangerous by Marine and World Conquer, and there will be additional bonuses to the bounty amount. The reward order came out. They're all very happy, Wongs. Keyenes threw the reward on Table Mountain and asked lightly, "Way ha ha ha, they've gone crazy." Badgers grinned. "Captain Keyenes, your bounty is now #1 in the world, and even Roger, the Pirate King back then, can't compare to you." The group of people who understood is now very crazy. With a faint smile, Keyenes got up and walked to the balcony, looking out at the sea. Tell them that this bounty is just the beginning, and soon the amount of their bounty will increase again. Don't get carried away just because of small victory. The hegemony of the Carlo Empire has just begun. Yes, I understand. Badgers grinned. With a flash of lightning, Enel appeared at Hentang Sky Garden. He was bandaged all over his body, and his injuries have not yet healed. Yahaha, Captain Keyenes, are you still out? The banquet is ready. Enel was holding a wine gourd in his hand and drinking while talking, his cheeks flushed. Obviously, before the banquet started, he was already a little drunk. Go right away. Keyenes smiled calmly. By the way, Badgers. Just as Keyenes was about to leave, he glanced back at Badgers. You send someone to check the whereabouts of the lava fruit and the big Buddha fruit. Akinu and Sengoku are killed, and the 2 devil fruits will be reborn soon. In addition, there is news that as long as anyone can get back the 2 devil fruits and send them to the kingdom of Carlo, I can fulfill his wish, and he and his forces can be sheltered by me. But if anyone dares to take what I want, he will be hunted down by the entire Carlo Empire. I understand, Captain Keyenes. Badgers nodded and went down to work immediately. Akinu and Sengoku were killed by Keyenes himself, so their ability to regenerate should naturally belong to him. In this total war mission, the 2 devil fruits were not recovered, which is a small regret. However, even if it cannot be obtained through the system, Keyenes will use his current strength and rights to recover the 2 devil fruits. It should be his thing, destined to escape. Carlo Emperor Palace, Banquet Hall. All the core cadres of Keyenes and the 673 cadres of the affiliated pirates gathered here, and the scene was very lively. Keyenes stepped up to the attic, looked down at the ballroom, and smiled. Little ones, celebrate the defeat of the Marine headquarters by the Carlo Empire, and have a banquet. There are no rules today. Everyone just needs to be happy. The voice fell, and there was a tsunami of cheers in the banquet hall. One by one, the pirates and soldiers toasted and drank, and they staggered. Around the banquet hall, There's also a special band in charge of playing music, adding to the atmosphere of the banquet. Defeating naval headquarters head-on and beheading 2 Marine marshals made everyone excited. So the banquet was very lively and lasted several days and nights, day and night. During the duration of the banquet, the New World and even the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas were completely boiling. News of the Keyenes defeating the naval headquarters and beheading Marshals Akinu and Sengoku has spread throughout the world. The dark forces, countries, and pirates everywhere have been unable to remain calm. Everyone could see that the New World would be 1,000 times crueler than it used to be after Keyenes kicked Marine out of it. Under the impact of this wave of the times, people without strength can only survive. If you want to survive unharmed, there are only 2 ways. 1. Exit New World and return to the first half of the Grand Line to survive. 2. Take refuge in the 4 Emperors and obtain asylum. And Keyenes, the most powerful and powerful, is undoubtedly the target that Su Faj desires most. At the same time, the other 4 Emperors could no longer remain calm. As Keyenes grew stronger and stronger, not only the small forces felt the crisis, but they also felt a tinge of threat. New World, Oceans of All Nations, Wheat Island. In a huge cake palace, the 4 Emperors' aunt was gobbling it down. The cakes with human faces were swallowed by her, and she let out a horrific scream. Keyenes! Keyenes! That kid, he's gotten to this point. The aunt looked at Keyenes' latest reward order in front of her. Her eyes were round and bloodshot. She is the first and only 4 Emperors to have a feud with Keyenes, and the stronger the Keyenes, the more unfavorable the situation will be for her. Mom, Keyenes defeated naval headquarters head-on and killed Akinu and Sengoku. The strength is very terrifying. Should we prepare early? The speaker is Charlotte Zickert, the 11th son of the Charlotte family, the wine minister among the 34 ministers. Horrible? What nonsense are you talking about, Zickert? The aunt's pupils shrank, and a terrifying, murderous aura suddenly erupted. Are you saying my mother is afraid of that damn kid? What are you kidding? The aunt stared at Zickert, causing endless fear in Zickert's heart. And the members of the Charlotte family who saw this scene changed their faces. Please, mother, Zickert didn't mean it that way. Katakuri, the most powerful of the siblings, immediately opened his mouth to stop it. Yes, Zickert doesn't mean that. Of course, mother is the strongest. Please put out the anger in your heart. By the way, Zickert also prepared your favorite dessert, the Fishman Island, for your mother. Please enjoy. One after another, members of the Charlotte family pleaded for Zickert. When she heard the dessert, the aunt's expression improved, and the terrifying momentum slowly receded. The aunt was angry, but she didn't care whether the person in front of her was her own son. When she activates the soul fruit, as long as she shows the slightest fear, she will be sucked away by the aunt. If Katakuri hadn't stopped it in time, Zickert would have been sucked out of his life by Big Mom and died. Remember, Zickert, I don't care about that arrogant kid in Keyenes. If he wants to deal with the old lady, he is still far away. After speaking, the aunt started to gobble again. After Katakuri left the palace with the members of the Charlotte family, all of them looked solemn. Hey, Katakuri, what should I do now? Charlotte Owen asked. With the current strength of Keyenes, it has clearly surpassed our Big Mom pirates. According to the man's temperament, sooner or later, he will attack our Big Mom pirates. That's right, that man Keyenes has great ambitions, and after driving naval headquarters out of the New World, he will definitely expand his power. Charlotte Craigjah also said in a deep voice, at that time, our Big Mom pirates will definitely become his first target. Get ready early. Katakuri said solemnly. Cracker, you send someone to keep an eye on the movements of the Kalo Empire, and you can't let go of any clues. Yes, I know. I will send someone to do it immediately. Cracker nodded. Afterwards, Katakuri said, you should also pay attention to the next period of time, not to conflict with the forces of Keyenes. We understand. A member of the Charlotte family, who is extremely convinced of Katakuri. Therefore, no one would object to his words. In the Big Mom pirate group, the aunt is often crazy and is simply a childish child. Therefore, The one who usually presides over the overall situation is the Katakuri with the strongest strength and the most calm temperament. After everyone left, Katakuri looked back at the huge palace, his eyes flashing red, and it was fleeting. No matter what, I will absolutely protect my family. No one can hurt them, no one can. The red light in Katakuri's eyes dissipated, and he slowly left the palace alone. New World Wanakuni. Over the Ghost Island, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed and thundered. Lightning bolts shuttled through the clouds, like electric snakes roaming away. For Emperor Kaido sat inside the Ghost Island, holding the wine gourd in his left hand and Kiyenes' latest reward order in his right hand, silent. After a long time, Kaido took the wine gourd and gulps the wine, and then smashed the wine gourd into pieces. Yaha, this arrogant brat has done a great job. Kaido laughed loudly. Obviously, after drinking today, what he showed was not anger. All-out war with naval headquarters. This arrogant brat took what Lousy wanted to do. Hey, Jack, go and tell Joker to speed up the cultivation of artificial devil fruits. Kaido commanded. Lousy's army of devil fruit-capable people is not enough. When will a full-scale war that affects the whole world be launched? Hey, Jack, go and tell Joker to speed up the cultivation of the artificial devil fruit. Kaido commanded. Lousy's army of able-bodied people is not enough. If it goes on like this, when will a full-scale war that affects the whole world be launched? First Old Man Whitebeard, then this arrogant brat. I can't wait. Kaido lamented loudly. He wants to launch a war that spreads all over the world and destroys the whole world. And Doflamingo took a fancy to this point and chose to cooperate with Kaido. I understand. I'll inform him immediately. Jack the Drill, next to him, said coldly. Yaha, wait, Marine, world government, and John Keene's kid, a war that will spread to the whole world is about to break out. It's better to completely destroy this boring world. Kaido's roar spread throughout the entire Ghost Island, only shooting the sky. And with Kaido's roar, the dark clouds over the Ghost Island suddenly began to boil, and the lightning became more violent. Dark clouds covered the top, lightning flashed and thunder, and the sky seemed to collapse at any time, as if the end was coming. New World, a remote island. The island was covered with snow, but a group of shirtless men gathered on the island for a feast. In a cave, a fire was lit. The red-haired Shanks of the four emperors sat next to Luhua, watching Kiyenes' latest reward order, silent. I didn't expect naval headquarters to be defeated, did you? Sitting next to the redhead, Beckman said with a smoke ring. I really didn't expect it either. Red-haired Shanks looked at a reward order and sighed lightly. He's grown too fast, faster than anyone expected, and terrifyingly fast. Today's new world has been disrupted by him, and the complete collapse of naval headquarters will make this sea even more chaotic. The balance of the world has been broken, and the times have completely run away. The Redhead's predictions have now all come true, and the reality is more cruel than he expected. Can't let Kiyenes go on like this, or one day the world will be turned upside down. Much like the pirate King Roger, Red-Hair Shanks pursues balance in the world. He is a pirate on the surface, but he has the heart of a marine. Needless to say, he was conflicted. It makes people wonder what he wants to do, what his ultimate goal is. Shanks, don't be impulsive. Even we can't stop Kiyenes now. Beckman exhorted in a low voice. I know, but this matter cannot be ignored. Shanks stared at Kiyenes' bounty, his eyes blood red. If I'm not mistaken, Kiyenes will continue to expand his kingdom. If you let him continue to expand, New World will be completely out of balance. His ambition is too big. It reminds me of that guy. Locks. Beckman let out a light ring of smoke, his face also heavy. Although the name of Locks has disappeared from history, as the top figures in the world, they still know something. Although there are only a few words, it is enough to see the horror of Locks. Yes, it's Locks. Shanks said in a low voice. Back then, Locks had inflated ambitions, and even wanted to replace the dominance of world conquest and become the king of the world. Kiyenes today is like a second Locks. After a long time, the red hair took a long breath and suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go to the Holy Land." Beckman took the cigarette's hand and said solemnly, "Have you made up your mind?" The redhead laughed. "Something has to be done by someone. Captain Roger also made this choice back then, and I just inherited his legacy." With the red hair's order, the red hair pirates set sail and left the sea where the red hair pirates were. And the direction they are heading is the Red Earth Road. Or where the redhead wants to go is the Holy Land, Marineford. And, as the redhead guessed, Kane started a new round of expansion after defeating naval headquarters. The first is the sea area where the original naval headquarters was located. The sea area was originally occupied by naval headquarters, and no pirates dared to approach. Now that naval headquarters has been smashed, this sea is a borderless land. With an order from Keyenes, all the islands in this sea area were occupied by him. Unicorn flags flutter across the islands, demonstrating the deterrence of Keyenes. Not only that, after Marine completely withdrew from New World, all the member countries of New World lost Marine's protection. In the face of Keyenes' powerful strength, these countries have no self-protection power at all. If the Keyenes expanded their turf and spread the war to their king, their kingdom would surely perish. For the longevity of the country, keep the king's position. A large number of world-conquering kings and non-member kings made similar decisions. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Kane stood on the balcony, hands behind his back, letting the breeze blow his cheeks. Randall, the Prime Minister of the Carlo Empire, came behind Keyenes and knelt down to salute. "Your Majesty Keyenes, 12 kings including Gordon Kingdom, Roberta Kingdom, and Philos Kingdom have joined together to seek an audience, and have landed at the port now." "Is it finally here?" Keyenes smiled faintly, and said, "Take them to the palace. I'll be right there." "Yes, Your Majesty." Randall saluted respectfully, and then slowly exited the Hentang Sky Garden. Under the leadership of the Carlo Empire Guards, 12 kings wearing king robes and crowns entered the Carlo Emperor's palace. Their bodyguards were ordered to stop in port and not to follow. At this moment, the 12 kings did not have any guards by their side. After entering the country, they did not receive the slightest preferential treatment. But even so, the 12 kings did not dare to put on airs and lose their temper. Because this is the kingdom of Carlo Empire, the killing tyrant John, Keyenes' territory. In this country, there are many monsters, just one can run over them. The existence of the escort is actually meaningless. Even if the escort follows them, it cannot protect their safety. "It's here. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. His Majesty Keyenes will be here soon." Randall took the 12 kings to the palace hall. The 12 kings waited patiently in the hall, feeling uneasy in their hearts. The reason why these 12 kings are here today is for the same purpose. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the empty throne. It was Keyenes. No one found out how Keyenes came to be. "See Your Majesty the King." Randall and the palace guards immediately knelt down and saluted. The 12 kings also bent down and lowered their noble heads. "Get up," Keyenes said calmly. "Thank you, Your Majesty Keyenes." Randall respectfully thanked him, as did the 12 kings. "Be respectful, and don't take offense at all." Keyenes sat back on the throne, glanced at the 12 kings below, and smiled playfully. "Kingdom of Gordon, Kingdom of Roberta, and Kingdom of Philos, all of you are the kings of the powerful countries of a new world, and now you are united to come to the Kingdom of Cairo. What's the matter?" Keyenes was asking this knowingly. The king of Gordon Kingdom, Gordon III, stepped forward, raised his hand to help the purchase, and said respectfully, "I am here this time to seek the protection of His Majesty Keyenes. I would like to swear by the surname of the Gordon royal family, and take the entire Gordon Kingdom to become a vassal of the Carlo Empire and serve His Majesty Keyenes." Gordon III directly stated his intention, and obviously he had already thought about it clearly. Now that the Keyenes are powerful, the war will soon spread to their country. If they don't take refuge as soon as possible, what awaits them must be the end of the country and the genocide. "Work for me?" Keyenes smiled lightly. "You are all kings of the world government countries. Serving for me, aren't you afraid of the revenge by the world government?" As long as there is the protection of His Majesty Keyenes, there is nothing the world government can do to us. As long as Your Majesty is willing, we are also willing to serve the kingdom of Karo. The kings expressed their intention to take refuge one after another. This is the cruelty of this world, or the deterrence that absolute strength brings. Now the Keyenes is powerful enough to overthrow their so-called world government allies. Thus, by taking refuge in Keyenes, although they will offend world government, the world government can't do anything about them for a while. And if they don't turn to Keyenes, their country will be destroyed in no time. How to choose is clear at a glance. In this case, this king will accept your loyalty. Keyenes said lightly, "It's just that. If you want my protection, you don't just have to say a few words. Please instruct Your Majesty. No matter what the request is, we will do our best to satisfy it." Before the 12 kings came, they were ready to be cut and bloodied by Keyenes. "Don't worry, it's not difficult." Keyenes glanced at the 12 kings and said coldly, "First of all, the 12 kings of you jointly announced to the world that you will withdraw from the world government's allies and become a vassal of the Carlo Empire. Second, every year, 5 billion Baileys are handed over to the Karo Empire as a tribute to all countries. As long as these 2 points can be achieved, the banner of this king can be lent to you. Compared with the annual gold of 10 billion, Keyenes only needs 5 billion Baileys, which is equivalent to a reduction of half." Naturally, the 12 kings would not refuse, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty Keyenes, as soon as I return to the country, I will tell the world immediately, and the tribute of 5 billion Bailey will also be sent to the kingdom of Karo." "Fine, so be it." Keyenes snapped his fingers. A black hole appeared above the palace hall, and then 12 huge unicorn flags fell. 12 kings took the flags in their hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty Keyenes." The 12 kings saluted respectfully. After the departure of the 12 kings of the allied countries, Keyenes met with a group of kings from the non-world conquering allied countries, who also came to take refuge. The 2 groups of kings who took refuge and together made a total of 28 people. This is the deterrence of Keyenes today. The king has already surrendered before the army has left. In 1521 of the Hyuan calendar, after the defeat of the naval headquarters by the Karo Empire, the 12 world government countries of New World declared the world at the same time, separated from the world government, and joined the kingdom of Karo. As soon as the news came out, the world shook, and the sight of Keyenes has also expanded rapidly with the passage of time. The unicorn flag of the Kalo Empire has been planted in various countries, and it has once again annexed and occupied 28 countries and the surrounding islands. Together with some stateless islands, the territory of the Karo Empire has approached 200 islands. In the 800 years since world government was established, no country or power has ever had such a large territory. The existence of Keyenes has far broken the limit that world government can tolerate. After the 5 elders heard the news, they could not wait to kill them immediately. Holy Land, Marineford, within the Great Palace. The 5 elders, the supreme power of world government, are in a state of rage. Keyenes' bounty was put on the table, but it was cut into several pieces with a knife, and a knife was stuck in Keyenes' face. There are only about 170 participating countries in world government. This time, 12 were separated at one time, which severely damaged the power of world government. The majesty of world government also suffered a major blow. If you add the original Karo Empire and the allied countries that were destroyed by Keyenes, the number of franchise countries that have been lost in the hands of Keyenes is close to 20. Today, there are only about 150 countries left in the world to conquer, and the seriousness of the situation is more than that. As long as Keyenes exists, there will be no peace in the New World. As Keyenes' power continues to expand, more countries will break away from world government and take refuge in Keyenes' command. It can't go on like this. Keyenes, we have to get rid of him quickly. The sword-wielding 5 elders drew out his saber, and there was a trace of blood on the blade. If Keyenes is allowed to survive, the majesty of world government will be gone. The blonde 5 elders stood at the window, also killing intent boiling. Not only that, But the countries outside the New World have also been unstable recently. The bald-headed five elders said coldly. The presence of Keyenes has dealt a great blow to the majesty of world government, and coupled with the weakening of Marine's power, kings everywhere have grown bolder. And the group of mice hiding in the gutter, the revolutionary army has also begun to move. Changhu five elders threw the latest report on the table and said coldly. Recently, the revolutionary army has been operating frequently, and their shadows are all over the world. National rebellion, war, destruction, one by one. Looks like the dragon can't hold on anymore. Difficulty, it's always the D family, and Garp's sons and grandsons have become troublesome for world government. Where's Garp? How is he? Asked the sword-wielding five elders. Still in the hospital, the injury is not yet healed. The bald-headed five elders shook his head. Keyenes' injury to him is too severe, and even if the injury heals, it will affect his strength. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it's hard to imagine that little kid Keyenes could make Sengoku and Garp like this. The message of Keyenes must be reported to that lord. The blonde five elders said solemnly. The voice fell, and the huge palace fell into a dead silence. Does this have to be the case? The lord is still sleeping, if it disturbs him. Curly-haired five elders hesitated, more panicked. Not only him, but the other four as well. The thought of that lord made the five elders panic involuntarily. Before I knew it, sweat was all over my face. It stands to reason that as the supreme power of world government, their status is unparalleled. But only the five of them knew that above their heads, there were more powerful people with higher status. That person is the core of world government, the master of celestial dragons. The reason why the conquest of the world can continue to this day and exist for 800 years is all due to the power of that lord. These five elders are just a few pieces in the hand of the lord. Their rights are all given by that person. As long as he wants to take it back, he could take it back at any time. During his slumber, the five elders are responsible for world domination and conquest, maintaining the balance of the world. This is the trust that man has placed in the five of them. Now that they interrupted the man's slumber and reported the news to Keyenes, they were telling the grown-up that they were incompetent and betrayed his trust. It's all because of their incompetence that led to today's situation. Now that they can't do anything about Keyenes, they want to find the adult to solve it. This is an unforgivable sin. If one is not careful, the five of them will be wiped out in an instant. Let's wait. Things haven't gotten to that point yet. Curly-haired five elders said solemnly. The sword-wielding five elders also nodded secretly. Obviously, they don't want to offend anyone that. In other words, they are all afraid of death. Just then, a Marine vice admiral hurried over and knelt at their feet after entering the palace. Informed the five elders, red hair, he has come here, asking to meet the five elders. What did you say? Five elders all immediately got serious. Holy Land, Marineford. Red hair with a cloak entered the central palace of Marineford and finally came to the place where the five elders were. Who could believe that the four emperors of a new world, one of the worst pirates in the world, the red-haired Shanks, can actually show up here? If Big Mom and Kaido were here, the five elders would have ordered Marine to kill them. If Keyenes was here, all the troops of the entire Marineford will be dispatched. But when the red hair arrived, there was no movement at all. Nothing happened, as if everything was taken for granted. Without the knowledge of outsiders, the redhead began a secret conversation with the five elders inside the palace. No one knows the content of the conversation. In the end, the red hair left alone again, and the whole process was light. But it's clear that the redhead went to the Holy Land to have a secret conversation with the five elders, and the content of the conversation must be very important. The only thing that is certain is that today's talk is bound to shake the whole world. The distant new world, the seas of the Karo Empire. As Keyenes defeated naval headquarters, his reputation grew louder. Not only did the kings visited him after the war, but there were countless pirates who wanted to cling to Keyenes too. As a result, the strength of Keyenes' army increased rapidly, so that the territory he could occupy also increased rapidly. Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Kane sat back on the balcony sofa with a glass of red wine, took out the phone bug, and called a number. The phone worm rang 3 times, the other side was connected, and the snail also turned into Doflamingo's appearance. "Duh, Kane's, what's wrong? Long time no contact." Doflamingo's laughter came from the other side. "I have a business to discuss with you," Kane said coldly. "You know, I'm expanding my army recently, and there are many pirates who have joined me. I need a lot of weapons and equipment." How much do you want the weapon?" "I don't know how much, but we will send 100,000 troops first, and we'll talk about the rest later." It will take 100,000 troops to come. How many people do you have now?" Row is that Doflamingo is well-informed and can't help but be taken aback. "You must know that the troops under Keyenes are not of ordinary level. They all have a considerable level of combat power. Such an army has increased by another 100,000, and it has far surpassed the other 4 Emperor's pirates. You don't need to know these things, just gather your weapons as soon as possible," Kane said coldly. The weapon is of course no problem, but this time I won't charge." "What do you want?" "The murderous beast in your hands," Doflamingo said in a low voice. "No problem. After the weapons are ready, I will send someone to bring the beast to you." Anyway, what Doflamingo gave was a failure. Of course, he didn't care how many such beasts Keyenes had in his hands. Then we'll make a deal." Doflamingo laughed wildly and cut off the call. Kane smiled nonchalantly, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo is also a bit pathetic with a bunch of failures as a baby. He's been toyed with by Keyenes all the time, but he still doesn't know anything about it. In fact, this cannot blame Doflamingo. The biggest reason is Caesar. Last time, Doflamingo traded devil fruit for 3 slaying beasts from Keyenes. After the 3 beasts were handed over to Caesar, Caesar immediately started research. By analyzing the cells of the beast, he did discover the powerful force that made the beast evolve and upgrade. Caesar wanted to extract this power and create his own unique killing beast. But unfortunately, Caesar failed. He exhausted his means and tried every possible way, but he couldn't get that kind of power. As a result, Caesar felt that there were too few experimental samples, and he needed more beasts, preferably different types. As long as there are enough experimental samples, he can find out what the murderous beasts have in common. At that time, he will not be far from reaching his goal. It's just that Caesar would never have thought that the key to making the beast evolve and upgrade is not the beast itself, but the 1Q plant. And the beasts in his hands are all failures, so naturally the I.Q in them cannot be extracted. What he has been working so hard on is an experiment that is doomed to fail. Now, Judge has made a more powerful and perfect controllable killing weapon with 1Q plants, and also made the human genetic evolution medicine Q1. Not only that, the evolution of Q1 and Q2 drugs have also been successfully developed and mass-produced. Today, the number of evolvers under Keyenes has reached 2,000. After genetic modification, their physique has increased several times. The powerful physique allows them to train with less effort, and with the Marine 6 styles, the combat power of these evolutionaries is extraordinary. Taste. A bolt of lightning appeared in the garden, and Enel appeared. "Are you looking for me?" Enel asked. "Yes, there is something for you to do." Keyenes nodded. "Remember the Golden Emperor?" "Golden Emperor, that arrogant bastard." Of course Enel will not forget Tetsolo, who has coveted the Golden City of the Golden Emperor for a long time. "Why? Do you want to do something to him?" Enel was eager to try it, looking very excited. In Enel's view, the Golden City is where the gods should live, and Tetsolo doesn't deserve it at all. "Yes, it's time." Keyenes threw a life card into Enel's hand. "You go with Shiryu and try to win the Golden Emperor over." "What if he doesn't agree?" Enel asked with a sneer. "Then, you know what to do," Keyenes said quietly. "Sometimes people who don't know how to adapt don't have a long life." "Yahaha, I understand. This matter is left to me." Enel laughed wildly, then turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared. Keyenes walked to the balcony with a glass of wine, looking at the sea in the distance. His face was expressionless. His eyes were deep and dark. The Golden Emperor's combat power is actually very good, and his abilities are also very useful. If it can be successfully subdued, It will be of great help to the kingdom of Karo. But if he was ignorant, Keyenes would not be merciful. Before that, the Golden Emperor had already rejected Keyenes once. And Keyenes obviously will not give him a second chance to reject him. The original Red Earl didn't have a second chance, let alone a mere Golden Emperor. Ding! Host triggers the subjugation mission. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Please host subdue or kill the Golden Emperor Gilder Tetsolo. The mission reward, a top devil fruit. It's only a so-so. With Keyenes' eyes today, a mere top-notch devil fruit can no longer shake his mind. Today, he still has a few useless top devil fruits on hand. Vampire fruit from Sleeping Town, dark fruit from Blackbeard, and sparkling fruit from Kizaru. These three are top-level abilities, and Keyenes has been looking for a suitable owner for them. But so far, Keyenes has not found such a person. The top devil fruit must be matched with talented and qualified people. Otherwise, it will not only be a waste, but also degrade the name of that fruit. A top devil fruit is a legend. Just like the mention of shock fruit, people will definitely think of Whitebeard. When it comes to lion fruit, golden lion will definitely come to mind. Good devil fruit, already a legendary symbol. New World, Golden City of Gilderoy Tetsolo. The huge golden city with a body length of more than 10,000 meters shone brightly on the sea, and the reflected light made people unable to open their eyes. As the world's most splendid entertainment city, the Golden City maintains a lively and extraordinary day after day. Even if the New World is in chaos now, there are still countless guests who come here every day. On this day, the clouds over the Golden City suddenly began to surge and boil. It only took a few breaths of time for the lightning and thunder to change from the white clouds shrouded in sunshine to the dark clouds. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the center of the Golden City. The high temperature of the lightning melted the gold directly, pierced the golden ceiling, and hit the casino in the inner city of gold. A huge explosion exploded in the casino inside the Golden City, killing and injuring many people. Countless customers screamed and roared and fled. One by one, the royal family and nobles fled in all directions under the protection of the guards. The Golden Emperor Tetsolo rushed to the scene immediately. Looking at the messy casino, his expression was gloomy and his anger erupted. He looked up at the sky and shouted angrily, "Thor, since you're already here, show up." Tetsolo knew very well that the only one who could control thunder and lightning in New World was Enel, the god of thunder. Yahaha! With a burst of wild laughter, Enel and Shiryu of rain fell from the sky and entered the interior of the Golden City from the broken ceiling. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 1.875 billion Bailey. Shiryu of the rain, with a bounty of 1.278 billion Bailey. The names of the two have now spread all over the world. As the four highest bounties under Keyenes, all four have more than 1 billion bounties. In particular, Enel's single-handed destruction of Marine Fortress made countless people around the world horrified. Enel alone is tough enough, not to mention Shiryu, who has inherited the abilities of the Golden Lion. Seeing these two coming at the same time, Tetsolo's heart gradually sank. "Thor, what do you mean? Are you going to fight me? Or is this what Keyenes meant?" Tetsolo's face was ugly and fierce. Enel sneered, "Don't take yourself too seriously. This god just hates you. Go to war with us? You don't have the qualifications yet." Shiryu of the rain bit his cigar, exhaled a smoke ring, and said in a low voice, "Captain Keyenes, let us come and overtake the Golden City and you. Of course, what we bring back can be living or dead." Shiryu's meaning is already clear. Tetsolo will have to die unless he turns to Keyenes. If you wanted to take refuge in him, stop dreaming. Lousy is the Golden Emperor. Tetsolo roared. The gold in the entire Golden City started to riot at the same time, and then countless gold poured into his body, forming a huge golden giant. If Keyenes came in person, Tetsolo would not dare to fight. But only Enel and Shiryu of the rain came, and Tetsolo still had a bit of luck in his heart. His golden fruit has awakened, and he still has some confidence in his own strength. Enel and Shiryu of Rain smiled indifferently at the same time. One turned into lightning, the other turned into a gust of wind, and shot towards Tetsolo. Enel raised his hand and chopped out a giant dragon, which directly penetrated the chest of the golden giant. However, Shiryu did not attack Tetsolo, but appeared behind Baccarat, knocking him unconscious with a knife. Before coming, Keyenes had said it. In this action, it is not the Golden Emperor who is really difficult to deal with. The Golden Emperor's strength is good, but Enel and Shiryu of the Rain can deal with either. Together, the two will surely win. The real tough one is Baccarat, who has the lucky fruit. If this woman absorbs enough luck, she may throw a stone and defeat them both. So once the war begins, Baccarat should be resolved first. Without this woman, the Golden Emperor would be solved very easily. Shiryu of the Rain shot, and Baccarat was easily killed in seconds. She didn't have time to absorb other people's luck, and she didn't even have time to activate the fruit ability. Damn it, asshole! Tetsolo naturally also saw this scene, and his face suddenly changed. Baccarat is obviously also a whole card in his hand, and now the whole card has been instantly killed, and his odds of winning have been reduced by 10%. Damn, where are you looking? Lousy is still in front of you. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Are you a little too arrogant? Enel grinned, and with a flick of the golden stick, he split out 4 thunder dragons directly. The thunder dragon roared, and at a speed that could not cover the ears, it directly penetrated the body of the golden giant, leaving 4 big holes in its body. Although the large hole healed quickly, Tetsolo suffered a lightning burn. Gold is a very good conductive metal, and Tezolo is not a Logia capable. As long as Enel's lightning strikes the golden giant, Tetsolo will continue to be injured. It is equivalent to saying that his huge body now is equivalent to a living target to be beaten. Hey, do you need my help? Shiryu of Rain stood on top of the pile of corpses and asked coldly. When Enel and the Golden Emperor were fighting fiercely, Shiryu of the Rain had already eliminated all of the Golden Emperor's men. There are only a few cadres under the Golden Emperor, except that Baccarat's ability is a little tricky. The rest are not that strong. In front of Shiryu, he is as weak as an ant. No need. Lousy can deal with him. Enel is proud of himself and doesn't want Shiryu to interfere in his fight. Shiryu didn't care either, sitting next to him alone, smoking a cigarette while watching a play. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between Enel and the Golden Emperor was fierce. The entire Golden City was constantly shaking, and every now and then, the golden walls were knocked down and turned into ruins. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and from time to time lightning fell, hitting the Golden Emperor. In the end, Enel smashed the limbs of the Golden Giant with the Thunder Dragon, revealing the body of the Golden Emperor. Then a bolt of lightning pierced through the chest, and pierced through the chest of the Golden Emperor. But fortunately, Enel had thought carefully before attacking. He penetrated the right chest, not the location of the heart. Although the Golden Emperor was seriously injured, he did not die. The seriously injured Golden Emperor could no longer support the Golden Giant, so he fell powerless from the giant's body and was finally caught by Enel. Solved, Enel grabbed Tetsolo and threw it at Shiryu's feet. Shiryu bit his cigar, shook his head, and smiled. It took more than an hour to solve it. If you leave it to me, it will take less than 10 minutes to deal with him. Enel's face sank. This god didn't do his best. Why? Do you want to try the power of God? For some reason, the relationship between Enel and Shiryu of the Rain is not very good. The two often quarrel and occasionally fight. Keyenes didn't care about that either. As long as it didn't kill anyone, they could do whatever they wanted. The strong are all mavericks and occasionally show it, but also promote their progress. Why not do it? Afterwards, Shiryu of the Rain activated the ability of Lion Fruit and directly pulled the Golden City under his feet to the sky. The reason Keyenes sent Shiryu on this mission was to use his Lion Fruit ability. In the Karo Empire, except for Keyenes, only Shiryu can bring the entire Golden City back to the Karo Empire. The defeat of the Golden Emperor was within everyone's expectations. Enel and Shiryu of the Rain. If the Golden Emperor wins, there will be a ghost. It's just that the entire Golden City was taken away, and the guests in the Golden City had nowhere to escape. Everyone in the Golden City felt a panic at the thought of going to kill the tyrant John Keyenes. In today's sea, there are few people who cannot panic in front of Keyenes. In the sea area of the Karo Emperor Kingdom, a huge golden city with a length of 1 square meter floated over the sea and finally reached the core and landed on the outer sea area of Karo D Island. Except for Tezulo's group, everyone else in the Golden City had been thrown down the road by Shiryu. Carrying so many people will also consume a lot of physical strength, and Shiryu will naturally not do thankless things. Kalo Palace, Henteing Sky Garden. Enel threw the Golden Emperor locked in sea stone handcuffs in front of Keyenes. Not to mention that monsters are monsters. As long as they are treated and cultivated for a few days, no matter how severe the injury is, they can quickly recover. The Golden Emperor's injury has already healed by 50 to 60%, and now he is very clear-headed. Long time no see, Tetsolo. Keyenes sat on the throne, looking down at the Golden Emperor under his feet, and smiled playfully. It's been so long. Haven't you considered the advice I gave you? I've got a little impatient. The Golden Emperor sat cross-legged on the ground and laughed at himself. At this point, do I still have a choice? Of course not. Keyenes said coldly. So far, the people who rejected me have all died, and you are no exception. I promise, Keyenes. The Golden Emperor said lonely. You are right. Money really can't rule the world. Only strength can. It's me being too naive. It's not too late for you to understand now. After you carry my flag, you can go further. Untie the handcuffs for him. He won't be able to make any waves anyway. Keyenes gave an order, and Enel immediately took out the key and unlocked it for him. In this way, Keyenes' subordinates once again conquered a powerful force. The Golden Emperor is very powerful, and he is one of the few people who has awakened Devil Fruit. Coupled with the auxiliary ability of the Golden Fruit, it is very useful to the Kingdom of Karo. Okay, you go down. Keyenes waved his hand and said, Enel, let him get acquainted with the territory of the Karo Empire. Understood. Enel took the lead and left the Henteing Sky Garden with the Golden Emperor. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has subdued the Golden Emperor Tizolo and completed the subjugation task. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Congratulations to the host for completing the subduing task and obtaining a top-level Devil Fruit. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. The electronic sound fell, and a Devil Fruit appeared out of nowhere in Keyenes' palm. The whole body of the fruit is red as fire, with spiral patterns all over it. Not only that, but also exudes a terrifying high temperature. Lava fruit. Keyenes recognized the origin of this Devil Fruit at a glance, and it was lava fruit of former Marine Marshal Akinu. In the previous battle, Akinu and Sengoku fell, and both of their fruits were reborn. It's just that Keyenes has not found their specific whereabouts, and has not received any news. This time, there was an unexpected joy in subduing the Golden Emperor. First sparkling fruit, then lava fruit. Admiral's abilities are almost ready for me. Keyenes smiled playfully. A black hole appeared in his palm, and he swallowed lava fruit into the black hole. At present, Keyenes does not lack the top Devil Fruit, but he lacks strong and qualified talents. If there is such a talent, and with the Devil Fruit in Keyenes' hands, he can create the most powerful combat force. Keyenes is strong, but his men are not strong enough. There is no cadre who can really fight against Admiral alone. Enel, Whitebeard, Shiryu of the Rain, and Marco, these were the strongest forces under Keyenes. Each of them can play a few tricks with Admiral, delaying one or two, but it can't quite match Marine Admiral. Sometimes the reality is so cruel. It is only a thin line, but it is like a moat, unable to reach the top. Blue. Suddenly, the voice of the phone bug rang. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and the voice of Alpha, the captain of the Mercury Pirates, came from the opposite side. Your Majesty Keyenes, we have found Bullet's whereabouts. Hearing Bullet's name, Kane's eyes lit up. Where? On Barbican Island in the New World. Alpha said excitedly. I see you did a great job this time. It is my honor to serve His Majesty. Kane's hung up the phone bug, the corners of his mouth cocked slightly. Since the end of Summit War, Kane's has been sending people to track down Bullet. But he hid very well, and no news has been leaked. At first, Kane's only saw 3 talents in Impel down prison. Shiryu of the Rain was directly captured by him, and later undercover Blackbeard pirates, temporary betrayal, and rebellion played a big role. It is a pity that Red Earl Rider was killed by Kane's himself. Bullet is the last one. Bullet, who has returned to his peak state, is an admiral-level combat power in his prime. So, Kane's naturally doesn't want to let it go. Ding! Host triggers the subjugation mission. Please host subdue or kill Douglas Bullet. Task reward: killing puppet. System prompt: killing puppets have 70% of the host's combat power, which can be increased as the host's strength increases. The host can control the killing puppets to fight, and the killing puppets can also fight independently and never betray. That's a good thing. Kane's eyes lit up. The system is really reliable. What the Kanes lacked, it was delivered right away. With this killing puppet, there's no shortage of talent for Kane's men. Leviathan. Kane's snorted coldly, and the fire dragon Leviathan in the corner immediately raised his head. Let's go. Hearing Kane's order, the Leviathan immediately spread its wings. When Kane's jumped over its head, the Leviathan vibrated his wings, soared into the sky, turned into a streamer, and shot into the sky. Baybeck Island, located in the deepest part of New World, is a famous food island. The various delicacies on the island are unique and cannot be found anywhere else. There are also many famous chefs from this island. All of them have extraordinary cooking skills. Many New World pirates look for chefs from Baybeck Island. Even many of Marine chefs are from here. Kane's took the dragon Leviathan to Baybeck Island. After leaving the Leviathan in the sky, Kane's landed alone on a barbecue-shaped house on the island. Watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street, the lively food street. It's hard to imagine that Bullet has been hiding in such a place since he escaped from prison. As the saying goes, the darkest place is the safest place. Perhaps it is because there are so many eyeliners on this island and various forces are entrenched that Bullet was chosen here. No one would have thought that a prison escape from the #1 city would hide under the noses of various forces. This time, I found that I can Bullet, and I'm also lucky to be Alpha. The Mercury Pirates were in charge of buying supplies on Barbic Island this time, and they undoubtedly found some clues about Bullet, and it was only then that Kane's could find it. Standing on the roof, Kane's unleashed the observation haki, which enveloped the island. Thousands of breaths on the island are locked by Kane's, respectively. Some of these breaths are very powerful. After all, Barbic Island is famous, and pirates and criminals from all over the world like to come here to taste delicious food. Especially the Bigmum pirates buy a lot of sweets from here every year. In the process of sweeping, Kane's also found a few very familiar breaths, who were members of the Bigmum pirates. Only, they weren't Kane's target, and Kane's just skipped it. Well, found it. Suddenly, Kane's pupils shrank, revealing a playful sneer. Following observation haki's inch-by-inch search, Kane's quickly found a most powerful scent in a corner of the food court. Before the arrival of Kane's, Bullet was the strongest on the island. As long as Kane's sweeps with observation haki, Bullet's breath is as conspicuous as the sun in the dark. Whoosh! The afterimage flashed, and Kane's disappeared in place. The food court was crowded, and no one noticed Kane's. Kane's came to the roof of a tower, and in front of him was a building made of pure steel, which looked very strange. Kane's raised his hand and shot a black hole ray from his fingertips, instantly piercing the steel building in front of him. Boom! The disintegration of the black hole produces a huge explosion, and the shock wave spreads everywhere. The huge steel building was destroyed in an instant. There was a sudden explosion in the food street, and the pedestrians on the street screamed in horror, turning into birds and beasts and fleeing in all directions. One by one, pirates or bounty hunters with good self-confidence jumped to the roof and looked towards the center of the explosion. Everyone's eyes unanimously saw Keyenes standing on the roof. Blonde hair, as imposing as a mountain. They are all too familiar with this man. Although many people have not seen it with their own eyes, they are all familiar with it. For a time, sweat appeared on everyone's face, and their clothes were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Tyrant. Why did the killing tyrant appear here? Could it be that the Karo Empire wants to occupy Barbic Island? Impossible. Barbic Island is still separated by a large sea area from the Kingdom of Karo. Everyone was puzzled, but everyone fled towards the rear in unison, and no one dared to stay here. The strongest 4 emperors, the killing tyrant John Keyenes, came in person, which means that something big will happen on this island, and there may even be an earth-shattering war. These people stay here as long as they are involved in the aftermath of the battle. They will surely die. Even Charlotte Cracker, who came to buy dessert, was the first to evacuate the island with her staff and dessert. Today's Charlotte Cracker does not even the courage to face Keyenes. Boom! A loud bang suddenly broke out, spreading in all directions. I saw a black shadow rising from the sea of fire and landing on a roof in front of Keyenes. Long time no see, Bullet. Keyenes put his hands in his pockets and said hello calmly. It's been a year, and you've really made me wait long enough. Have you considered the proposal I said in prison? Bullet's voice was low, and there was a faint ghost around him. I should have said it before. Keyenes, I'm not going to rely on you. That won't work, Bullet. So far, no one has dared to reject me. Keyenes' voice was indifferent. Those who dare to reject me are already dead. I'm not like those people. Bullet gave a deep smile. Want to fight me? If I win, I might change my mind. Keyenes smiled playfully. That's what I've been waiting for. When the conversation ended, the air suddenly quieted down. Suddenly, their pupils shrank, and Conqueror's Haki burst out at the same time. The 2 Conqueror's fields, one black and one red, collided, covering all directions in an instant. At the center of the collision, black and red lightning bolts crisscross. The impact of Conqueror's Haki was like a tsunami, spreading towards the outskirts of the island. Those who fled slowly and who did not have time to escape lost consciousness in an instant. Their eyes rolled white and fell to the ground. Douglas Bullet, it's this guy. Charlotte Cracker in the distance recognized Bullet at a glance. No wonder Keyenes is here. It turns out that Bullet is also hiding on this island. Looks like something big is going to happen. Cracker dared not stay any longer and sailed out to sea alone. No way. His subordinates have all lost consciousness. Cracker can't take them away. Is that all it takes? Keyenes' eyes widened, and the pupils suddenly turned blood red. Then an even stronger Conqueror's Haki erupted, instantly destroying Bullet's Conqueror's field. Not only that, the high-rise buildings around Keyenes were directly turned into powder by the shock wave generated by Conquerors. The ground beneath his feet also cracked into huge cracks like cobwebs. Bullet was hit and retreated again and again, looking a little unbelievable for a while. His Conqueror's Haki level is already very strong, and when he is released, he is like a ghost, like a Hell Shura. But in the face of Keyenes' Conquerors, it was an instant collapse, and the level was simply world apart. Interesting. Bullet smiled grimly, and the fighting spirit in his heart was stirred up. Although Bullet is a pirate, what he pursues is not the throne of One Piece, but the strongest in the world. When he joined the Roger Pirates, he also wanted to defeat Roger himself. Now that Keyenes is strong, Bullet thinks of Roger. He wants to achieve his goals, and Keyenes is his biggest opponent. Boom! Bullet ducked under his feet, the house collapsed, and he turned into a cannonball and blasted towards Keyenes. Bullet's huge fist is already pitch black, and it is wrapped with the best armament Haki and his unique ghost. He could sense the strength of Keyenes, so he was going all out when he shot. Keyenes didn't dodge or evade, and the same punch hit the Bullet. Boom! The shock wave erupted and poured out in all directions. Keyenes punched the Bullet directly, sending it hundreds of meters away. He penetrated the high-rise buildings along the way, and he even plowed out a ravine on the ground. Keyenes flickered, disappeared, and then appeared over the ruins. Boom! Keyenes kicked it down, cracking the ground. The shock wave was centered on his feet and spread out in all directions. Bullet rolled all over the ground and kept rolling for dozens of laps before stopping. His right arm had been twisted and twitched violently, uncontrollably. With just one punch, Keyenes disabled his arm. This is the strength of Keyenes today, world class, has completely crushed the Admiral-level Bullet. Is that all you can do? Keyenes sneered. I didn't even use the fruit power, and I didn't even draw the knife. With just one pair of fists, you can't resist. Bullet gave a deep smile. You really are strong, Keyenes. I read you right. It's just that if you want to beat me, it's still not enough. Bullet jumped to the ruins that had been blown up by Keyenes. With Bullet stomping on, the ground cracked open, and a submarine suddenly burst out of the ground. The submarine is made of metal and is filled with swords. Bullet entered the control room and activated the fruit ability, and immediately merged with the submarine. Immediately afterwards, the submarine transformed into a robot. Not only that, Bullet's fruit ability is still spreading around, swallowing up all the Jinbe he touches and merging them into one. Bullet is a paramecia fusion fruit ability, able to fuse inorganic substances that he touches with his own body. Not only can it fuse with the body, the Bullet can also allow inorganic matter to combine and rearrange to create new weapons, such as scrap iron and rubble, to create submarines or weapons. Bullet, who grew up on the battlefield since childhood, used this ability to create an inexhaustible weapon, enough to make him one against 10,000. Now, Bullet has awakened the ability of the fusion fruit, and the power after it is activated is even more terrifying. With his devouring infusion, the massive metal finally combined to form a giant that was thousands of meters high. The giant's body was pitch black, covered with armament hockey and ghosts, and there was no flaw in his body, and it was almost impossible to break through it from the outside. Come on, Keyenes, let me see how strong you are. Bullet's voice came out of the giant's body, rumbling loudly. As long as you can defeat me now, I promise to rely on you. Then I'm welcome. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, the kilometer giant formed by Bullet was suddenly attacked in the chest. An invisible shock wave erupted, and the giant's chest shattered inch by inch, directly piercing a large hole. Bullet's proud armament hockey and special ghosts, like Tofu, were directly defeated by Keyenes, and he couldn't stop his fists at all. Then, Keyenes kicked the giant's shin, directly kicking the kilometer-high giant backwards. The next moment, Keyenes drew his knife. The black knife and the autumn water cut through the sky, and two roaring black dragons flew out. Swallowing knife, black dragon double slash. Two black dragons roared out and slammed into the giant's shoulders at the speed of light. Pin 673. The sword energy exploded, setting off a violent gust of wind. The giant's two arms were broken shoulder to shoulder and crashed down. Bullet went crazy. Purple substance appeared on the broken arm, and the broken arm wanted to be restored. Seeing this, Keyenes sneered. With a slight wave of the knife, a half-moon-shaped black slash has already broken through the air. The slash swept across the giant's waist, directly tore armament hockey and the ghost energy, and then extended for hundreds of meters. I saw a crack slowly appear on the waist of the giant, and then the upper part of the body broke away from the lower part and rose directly into the sky. The giant transformed by Bullet was directly cut off by Keyenes. Not only that, the black hole power carried by the slash has exploded. The metal body at the giant's wound was continuously devoured and corroded, turning into nothingness. Keyenes swung his sword like electricity, and in an instant, four slashes burst out of the sky. The upper part of the giant was directly split into 4 pieces, revealing the Bullet in the cockpit. Bullet stared at Keyenes, who was suspended in midair, in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his strongest move was so vulnerable in front of Keyenes that he could easily destroy it. His armament hockey, his ghost spirit, and even his awakened fruit ability were as fragile as a piece of tissue paper, shattered by Keyenes. The strongest in the world. This is the strongest in the world, Bullet finally knows why Keyenes is now called the strongest in the world. He had never felt such combat power in Roger. Yeah, this is the strongest in the world. Keyenes' indifferent voice exploded in Bullet's ear. It turned out that Keyenes had already appeared in front of Bullet. Bullet didn't even notice when Keyenes was moving. His observation hockey didn't pick up the trail, and his battle-hardened fighting instinct didn't warn in advance. Keyenes seemed to travel through space and just appeared naturally. His aura didn't seem to exist. There was no killing intent or malicious intent, so Bullet's instinct naturally wouldn't warn him. Boom! Keyenes punched Bullet in the chest, denting his chest directly. An invisible shock wave penetrated his body and penetrated the steel body of the cockpit. Bullet's body was bent into a bow shape and then turned into a cannonball and shot it backwards, flying all the way to kilometers away. The 1,000-meter-high giant lost its master and collapsed suddenly, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Keyenes flew to the place where the bullet fell, which was in ruins. Bullet lay on his back in the rubble, vomiting blood. His eyes were blank, and he still didn't believe that he was defeated like this. Keyenes fell from the sky, and a stone flew by itself and landed at his feet, and Keyenes sat down as a chair. "How is it? Have you thought about it?" Keyenes asked indifferently. "I didn't let you down with my strength, did I?" Bullet coughed a few times, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again, and asked in a low voice, "Can I become as strong as you if I take refuge in you?" "I can't guarantee that," Keyenes said coldly. "I can only promise that you will be stronger in the future than you are now." "I see." Bullet smiled lowly. "I am willing to join your command. But remember, I'll keep getting stronger until I surpass you. Also, I hope you don't die so early like Roger." The purpose of Bullet has always been to become stronger, and only by becoming stronger indefinitely can he find the meaning of existence. At the beginning, the reason why he joined the Roger Pirates was because he was defeated by Roger and wanted to surpass Roger. After Roger's death, Bullet lost his purpose and seemed to lose the meaning of survival all of a sudden. Losing his target, Bullet began to run rampant at sea, and he turned the whole sea upside down, which caused Marine to launch a buster call, which took him into Impel down. Now that Bullet is defeated by Keyenes, it is equivalent to regaining his goal. "Don't worry, I won't die." Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. "I won't die until my ambitions are fulfilled." The voice fell, and Keyenes grabbed Bullet with a big hand. At this moment, Bullet has fallen into a coma due to serious injuries. The previous conversation with Keyenes had exhausted his last strength. Above the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar and flew from a distance. Keyenes took the bullet and landed on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, and took the fire dragon to leave Baybeck Island. Because of the fierce battle, the entire Baybeck Island has been destroyed, and all kinds of buildings are now in ruins. The famous food island in New World is completely destroyed. If no one rebuilds, the New World will no longer have the gourmet island Babbitt. Above the clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan tore through the clouds and moved forward quickly. The electronic sound of the system played in Keyenes' head. Ding! It is detected that the host has subdued Douglas Bullet. The subjugation task has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Bullet has fallen into a coma, and Keyenes is naturally not afraid that the system will be exposed. Congratulations to the host for completing the subjugation task and getting a slaughter puppet. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. System prompt. Killing puppets have 70% of the host's combat power, which can be increased as the host's strength increases. The host can control the killing puppets to fight, and the killing puppets can also fight independently and never betray. At the end of the electronic sound, a giant man with a height of more than 3 meters appeared in front of Keyenes out of thin air. This is a very ordinary-looking man, with muscles all over his body, as hard as steel. His eyes were cold, exuding a hint of coldness. Just by looking at it, you can see the terrifying power contained in this body. The moment the killing puppet appeared, Keyenes was connected to the puppet. Keyenes naturally knew how to manipulate the puppet. He can also share his sight with the puppet and see everything he sees. Nice one. Naturally, Keyenes understood the huge role that Killing Puppet could play. The Killing Puppet with 70% of his combat power is definitely an Admiral-level combat power. This time, I captured an Admiral-level bullet and got an Admiral-level Killing Puppet. The Admiral's combat power under Keyenes increased by 2 at a time. With a wave of his hand, a black hole appeared in the space, swallowing the Killing Puppet into it. This is Keyenes' trump card, and he doesn't want to expose it prematurely. Wait until the next big battle to use it again in order to play the biggest role.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.